Hello. Hi, friends. We're back. We're back. Are we ready? Are we ready, Freddy? Hi, Goob. Hi, Oni. Hi, Wolfie. Yeah, we might want to not quest today. I don't know how Dirge will feel about it. So let's just be respectful. Let me turn my bot off then. Okay. Yeah, just well, because we're in shared chat. We want to be respectful. Excuse me. Ooh. Has he connected yet? No, he hasn't connected yet. Dying's bad for your health? Yeah, I don't know where this is coming from. I haven't even smoked yet. I was almost late.
That's my number. That's my number.
Hello.
Hello, hello, Pinxel.
Hello, Dirge's chat. You be in and out today? You have stuff to do with the kiddo. Okay.
Oh, have a good day with kiddo.
Kiddo. I'm excited.
Yeah, me too.
When Dirge and I did our test yesterday, we just we played for just a minute to make sure that we were transferring items and stuff back and forth to each other. I gave Dirge all of his medallions almost immediately.
Yeah, we had all the medallions within the first
5 minutes.
the first 5 minutes.
I was like, oh, you don't even have to do the whole first half of the game. Alright, Dirge is in. Okay.
Wait, okay, so second run. I'm second scenario. Where am I second? Wait, am I second scenario? I'm second scenario B, right?
Second scenario B, yeah. New game. Leon. Standard. Alright. Archipelago. Archipelago.
You guys will see it in the top left there. It should be both of our screens.
Yeah.
When we pass stuff back and forth, it's actually got a pretty good overlay built in.
This woman started coming towards me. She was staggering, you know. So
Guys, this is my first playthrough of Resident Evil 2. Shut up.
Okay, tell us, be honest now. How many drinks did you have?
What is this game?
A hamburger.
Look, just listen, all right? She got closer.
No, Leon, please don't shoot me.
Leon, no.
Her nose, her whole face.
Leon, no.
It was rotting.
Her first playthrough this Sunday. You have more hours than me in 2 now, by the way.
Yeah, I've beaten it 4 times.
All right, calm down, buddy. Calm down. Just, hey.
I'm not watching cutscenes, are you?
Don't give in to fear out there.
Oh no, I'll skip this. I was just I was gonna ask you, and then I got distracted by Leon almost shooting me.
Leon, no.
Leon,
please.
no.
Leon, please. Look, he's such a baby. He's not.
It is. That's one of my favorite parts of him as a character. I'm not I'm not the biggest Leon fan. I like him a lot, but I'm an Ethan guy. But him aging throughout the story is just so well done compared to a lot of them.
Yeah.
The RE2R. I still haven't played the PS1 games. And I
haven't played any of the PS1 versions.
I'll play all the stuff that's from that, because I played Dino Crisis, which is from the era, and that was really fun actually. I had a fun time, but I don't know, maybe I would honestly, because yeah, I had a pretty fun time with Dino Crisis. It's really not that much different, because a lot of the silly stuff is kind of similar, the weird camera angle and stuff, and how the boss will attack you.
I don't know why my audio is all jacked.
That's not fair.
Come on, figure it out.
Yeah, Dino Crisis was really fun. Regina's great. Huh.
You thought Dino Crisis was better than Resident
I might
Evil?
die here. Sorry. Sorry if I do.
Hey, Day. The music. Oh no.
That's interesting. It didn't give me the piles of free ammo from last time.
But didn't you get them when you got to the police station?
No, they were just in my pocket when I started. I walked in and I had a whole pocket full of ammo and med stuff. I just assumed it was because Part B was shorter. Maybe it'll. No, my box is empty.
Interesting.
Due to the city.
Maybe it was. No, because the old safe file wouldn't have that either.
This is out of control.
Somebody spit in our soup, but we're gonna eat it. No, we're playing with double ammo stacks and on normal. Because I was thinking about playing on hardcore, and I was like,
Shit.
I think the ink ribbons might be a bit too painful. Oh, there's a fucking Mr. Monkey I never hit. Son of a bitch.
A
There it
fucking
is.
Damn it.
monkey.
The station.
I didn't turn any on. I don't know if I have any that auto activate now that I think about it. I don't think so.
My shit was in my box when we tested yesterday. My like unlimited rocket launcher and shit was in my box. But I'm not cheating. I'm not using. Okay, I'm at the police station.
Hello? Is anybody here?
Pinxel sent the lion medallion to Dirge.
Wait, hold on.
Oh no.
How am I not
Oh
seeing
no.
it?
Oh,
Hey,
no.
oh yeah, I see it. There it is. I
Okay,
must have missed it.
Here.
Yeah, I don't think I've actually gone through and unlocked stuff on 2.
Alright, Dirge, let me pick up some stuff here in the lobby. Oh, there's your unicorn medallion again.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing. Guess you know what your next thing is after. Yeah. Wait, what's my next thing? I'm gonna do remake and then what? 0. Ideally, I think.
Yeah, somebody gifted me 0 in Revelations.
I don't like Revelations very much.
I,
but
I
it's
know, I was like,
it's
thanks, but I didn't really have any intention of playing all of them.
Mike's beating them and he says they're fine, but like I think they're just like they're okay. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's over-the-shoulder shooters
Yeah.
and like mission-based level, you know, the kind of stuff that's like I don't know, just not as common now. Like it's definitely of an era.
Yeah. Can't go that way.
Chris, what do I actually have? I like how everything I get just keeps getting sent to you and I have nothing in my pockets.
I have no ammo.
Yeah, me either. You should have stuff in your box.
Yeah, I haven't
for
looked in
me.
my box yet. I've just been picking up the shit that's in the lobby. Alright, here I go. I'm going in the door.
You got this.
What's up, bozos? Gotta go. We'll see you later.
We'll see ya.
Nice hand grenade.
Grenade. Porgus. Why is it not? I'm like picking stuff up and it doesn't say that it's anything.
It's not. Well, I think it's just getting sent now, or you've got something fucked up because yesterday's stuff was going into my inventory and now it's not at all.
I mean, how is it fucked up from yesterday?
Let me go check my box. Oh,
But
probably because I don't have Archipelago open.
Give me your hand.
Oh no.
I got you.
Wait, you were connected a second ago.
It's connected in the thing, but I don't have the actual program open. Is the program boot open?
No. No, it says Pinxel found their gunpowder and Pinxel sent flash grenade. Blue herb.
Is it 56216? Am I on the wrong one?
56216. No, you're here. I see you're connected. It says you're connected.
Yeah.
It just wasn't giving notifications for whatever reason. It just wasn't giving notifications for whatever reason. Alright, this guy's
Man, you're gonna have to stop. Get off my body.
Ah! I'm out of ammo already and he's in the door.
I just don't know why yesterday some stuff was in my inventory and now it's not.
I might die already.
Yeah, I mean, I was already there. I feel you.
I don't have any ammo already, and there's
Is it
two in the doorway
possible
here.
Ada's stealing your stuff? Yeah, I wouldn't put it past her, TBH.
Oh my gosh, okay. Yeah. Get out of here. I'm dead. Bro, how did I get so much ammo yesterday and now I didn't have any? We didn't turn off the
I'm
quest
not
bot.
denying.
It is off. I can't turn the bot off. I can just turn my whatchamacallit off.
Did you die?
Yes. I just said I did.
Deathlink and stuff not working. There it is. Wait, Deathlink received. There we go.
I'll get you out.
My box is still empty though. I wonder if it's waiting for me to get to the first box. What's the difference from yesterday though?
I know, that's
That
what I'm saying.
wanna
We
know.
didn't change anything from yesterday, so I'm confused.
I wonder if it's because of the files. But
No,
I don't
like
see how
it's
that
just
works.
all I did was I just made a new Archipelago, and it worked earlier, like when we sent the medallions to each other. Just now.
Yeah, but I don't have any of those items. Like I don't. None of those items are in my inventory or my box.
Okay, hold on. But luckily we're not too far if we need to.
Yeah.
Come on.
I think.
Oh, my shit was glitched. That's funny.
Does anyone know what started?
It might be.
All right, let me look in my box. And
Clear
see.
B1. Tested RE2R.
Yeah, I don't have anything in my box. So maybe I don't know. Like when we tested yesterday, everything worked, and I didn't do anything different. And I'm in Archipelago. It says Dirge sent red herb. Dirge sent high grade gunpowder.
Same character scenario and difficulty as you already will. Host me slot. Oh, you know what it is?
Huh.
Maybe.
Huh.
No, my name's correct. No, my name's correct. I thought maybe I didn't type in my name.
Yeah.
I connected.
All right, I'm
so
gonna
that's not
disconnect
bad.
and I'm gonna reconnect.
Hold on, wait. Maybe receive items. Again. I'm gonna try once I'm in the game.
Oh yeah, it's where's the receive items?
Then the insert menu.
Okay, I just got whatever
There
those
we
were.
go.
Yep.
There we
Okay,
go.
there's my
Wow,
100 million
what
first aid
huge-
sprays.
I was about to be like, We are playing on hard mode.
Unintentional hard mode run. Let's go. All right. Now I can go. All right. I'm going through.
Yeah, that was a lot of items.
The leftover stuffed peppers. Listen, are delish. That's awesome.
This is not how I imagined my first day.
This is not how I imagined my first
Yeah,
day.
even do. I had to have to double check, but I think so. Yeah, Chris and Jill would be pretty cool, wouldn't it, with Navantia? That would be fun. Yeah, oh, I got the small part. I don't think I can use that yet.
Fall. He always falls. What to do next?
Oh, get
Use
off
of
my
that.
boot.
I
That's my
know.
boot. That wouldn't even hurt. That wouldn't even hurt.
Is there tutorials off? Tutorials on. Tutorials
bullets.
off. I don't need to be tutored.
I do have to put ammo in my pocket.
Is that ammo in your pocket, or are you excited to see me?
No, Leon, yeah. Leon! Yeah, I'd have to look. Our Archipelago supports a lot of games, like a surprising number.
Yeah, and a lot of them
like
aren't
a ton of
officially
secret ones.
supported. But yeah, I was gonna say some of them aren't officially supported by the Archipelago mod, but they still work, which is really fun.
Ooh, power plug. Or pawn plug. Just sitting as an herb on the window.
Oh, nice.
Huh.
Alright, this.
Oh, well, there's already, yeah, I mean, I think people have made randomizers for most of the mainline games. Because Strong Hands plays a randomizer for the old Resident Evils all the time. Yeah.
I don't. What is going on with my audio? Is the audio okay to you guys, or is it just doing the weird thing?
Wait, why are you doing this?
Audio's good. Okay. It's just like on a microsecond delay in my ear, and I think it's just capture card nonsense.
I don't know why you think I would want the 8K textures, you fucking idiot game. Yeah, I'll brick my computer. Give me these textures that don't even look good, please. They're just way too big for everything.
Flame rounds. There you go.
Ooh.
When you get the launcher later.
Don't be a bozo.
Don't be a bozo.
Leon, it's Marvin. I need you back here ASAP.
Are you okay, Marvin?
I've got something to show
You're
you.
not gonna get
It's
me.
important.
Copy that. I'll be right there.
Are you okay, Marvin?
Get full. RE6 doesn't exist. RE6 can't hurt you.
Yeah, but RE6 has Matt Mercer voicing Leon Kennedy.
Oh. I didn't need another reason not to play it.
Oh, okay, fair.
I mean, he's fine. He's everywhere.
Yeah, he's just not Nick Apostolides. Bro, I'm trash. I'm trash. Trash.
Like that.
I'm trash.
Please don't die.
I'm not dying. I'm just whiffing my fucking shots.
Find this knife. It could be a key
The only time I've enjoyed
item.
6. 6 is like, I don't know. I didn't like 5 either, which I know some people do like 5, but I didn't like 5 personally.
Five's fine. But I have nostalgia for it, so I understand people
No,
not
I
liking
found
it.
I found 5 to be so just campy and like unrealistic.
Yeah. It's funny because people don't realize that they took all of the wrong lessons from 4. And everyone loved
Yes.
4, and it's like, that game
Knew she'd make
almost
it.
fucking destroyed Capcom.
Yeah.
Almost did
name's
all
Claire.
the bad
I came
stuff.
into town with her.
What, 5 you mean?
You can get to that courtyard.
Well,
Second
4,
floor.
even though it was their most popular game, it
Side.
kind of like led them to making the mistakes that they did.
I'm on it. Thanks, Lieutenant.
I guess is what I mean. Like, they basically were like, oh, people want it to be more action-y. So they cranked up the action even further. Which leads to 6, yeah. Which is all action and set pieces.
6 is so broken though. Like, I remember playing 6 and getting stuck in a death loop because, like, you would, like, walk and you would be, like, 1 pixel too far, and, like, those stupid timed events where they'd be like, run down the hallway while this door,
Yeah.
like, closes, and you'd be off by, like, a pixel and you'd just keep dying.
Yeah, not fun at all.
No, it's not fun.
There's a part in 5, I can't remember what it is, but it's like that, and I just remember hating it and being miserable the whole time. Cake fist, cake fist.
That's what you sound like, sir. You sound stupid.
Wow.
You sound stupid.
I think...
Oh, the bejeweled box, okay. Open it and get the, what you call it inside? A spare key. Don't I have the spare key? No, storage room key.
I gotta cut back through the main office.
Alright, let's see if I can remember these. Do I have these written down? Alright guys, it's time to get the handy dandy stream notebook out. NED and MRG.
I will be asking you for mine, so don't...
Oh yeah, 'cause
don't
these-
put it too far.
yeah, that's a oh, yours... Oh no, yours are gonna be the same, aren't they?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
If not, I'm sure Michael will remember him.
Some of them I have memorized, but some of them I need to just refresh. I hate leaving a room and they're like, "Wah!" and I'm like, where?
Where? Yeah. Where are you buying at me
Where?
from?
Alright, 106 and 109 can be opened already. Nope. Oh. 6. Oh yeah, you have like a lot of Professor. I almost said Professor X, Mr. X, don't you?
Yeah, I think that's what Mike said.
Yeah. Yeah,
We
he
got a lot of
shows up.
magnum
He
ammo so
shows
far,
up
so I'm not-
way earlier. On B side. Oh yeah, yesterday you sent me a spare key. Oh, is that the spare key? Oh, I bet that's the spare key. Cause it's called spare key. It's not like keypad key.
Oh yeah.
So that might be in the box. Hold on. Not the number ones. I have like I said, I have a lot of mine written down from when I played mine the other day. 2 weeks ago, a week ago. I don't even know anymore. What day are we on? Pocopia has ruined my life.
Pocopia.
Pocopia.
It's gonna be so funny when we just like really need stuff and we're finding nothing but like the boards for windows.
Or, oh my gosh, or just ammo or like herbs, and I'm like, I'm full. I don't need any. Please.
I think I might be stuck behind a check or an item or whatever you want to call it.
What do you need?
I'm missing the fuse.
Yeah, the fuses were on that too.
Get grenaded in your mouth. I didn't really want to put that grenade in your mouth, but like whatever, you can have it.
Alright, let me see.
Get owned.
Where's my spare key? There it is. Spare key. Alright, I've got both my keys already, so I can open up. Alright, I can open up everything in the safety deposit room, so let me see if those are anything. The letter ones? Yes! It was so funny, Mike, when because I don't know if you know, but I just did my first playthroughs of 2, 3, and 4 last week. And that's what, I was so excited when I got to, into 3 and I went to RPD. And I was like, oh my gosh, there's no way the combinations are going to be the same. There's no way. And so I pulled my little notebook out and they were the same. And I was like, no way! That's so cool! I was so excited about it. It was such a great little throwback for me. I loved it.
Capcom does little touches like that very well. I love stuff like that. I'm a sucker.
Yeah, and it was really cool because like you go to RPD and like you see the guy get shot with the walkie-talkie. You see the guy get impaled. Because I remember saying that when I played 2 for the first time, I was like, how the fuck did that guy get up there? Like how did this guy get impaled by like his jaw? And you see it, and I was like, that's so fucking cool, dude.
I think that's why, like, I think everyone could enjoy 9, but like having played through everything, it's like, wow, they really do sing like when you go back into RPD, it's something.
I thought it was so cool, and for me, because I had just like I literally I did 2 on Monday, 2 on Tuesday, 3 on Wednesday. You know, like I literally like played one after the other, so I didn't have like years of like waiting in between them. And it was so cool. It was so cool.
Yeah, I feel like this is definitely a game series that if you avoided playing, you get pretty spoiled begging to play it, because like I think it's one of those ones where every individual entry is not going to be a perfect game for everyone, but you're probably going to find one that you like. You're probably a couple characters you like. The gameplay mechanics, I think they work for a lot of people that think they wouldn't work for, honestly. Like the games play fun.
And like I put them off for a really, really long time because I was under the impression that they were scary, like Silent Hill scary. And once I realized like they're scary, but it's really, really more action than anything. It's more survival horror than anything. Is when I was like, all right, they're not terrible. And once I made it through 7 and 8, I was like, they're really not as bad as I thought that they were. So. Then I ended up going.
No, I think 7's the scariest one.
You think 7's the scariest one? I don't know. I didn't find 7 and 8 to be scary. I found them just to be really just gross and kind of like unsettling.
I mean, you live in a rural area. I hate hillbillies, and hills have eyes ass people scare the shit out of me because like. There are some really dumb motherfuckers in rural areas, and it's like, yeah, I actually don't, every time I go near a rural area, I'm like, someone like the Bakers are going to kidnap me.
9
So I
as
think that
Grace is
one
scary.
scares me.
9 as Grace is fucking scary. They do a really good job at making it stressful.
Yeah.
I will say they did a really good job at making you stressed out as Grace. But I think it's like because she is like panting and freaking out the whole time that you're just like,
Yeah.
baby girl.
My little girl failure. I love her so much, but she is such a girl failure.
So I made an agreement with chat. I told Britt, because Britt's one of the only ones that I trust. I told Britt that I'll
I'm
let
an
her
idiot. There it is.
remote desktop in, and she's going to install mods that I do not know what they are on RE9.
Oh, I saw you guys talking about that last night. That's cool.
Yeah. I requested 2 specifically though. I said you can put whatever you want, but I want shirtless Leon, obviously.
I need my shirtless Leon.
And I want the one that replaces liquors with Michael Jackson noises. So like you'll just be like freaking out in the lab, and it's like Joe. I want it so bad. I can't wait. I can't wait to be creeping around the lab, scared for my life. Jump on.
I wonder how long that's been sitting there.
All right, I need my bolt cutters. I kind of can't do much more.
Yeah, I just got through. I don't know when you just sent that to me. You gave me a hip pouch.
Yeah, I got a hip pouch for you.
I'll be sending a ton of stuff here shortly. Hi, Mr. X.
There was
Oh,
definitely
honey,
a couple
I
parts
don't think
in
he is
9.
part of the rescue squad.
There's your
That's
spare key.
crazy.
Okay, so my book wasn't the book. Yeah, I need my bolt cutters.
I'm a dog or a liquor. A liquor.
This is the office one. Oh. It just opened. Why? There's nothing in it? What? What? That doesn't make
Damn.
sense. I feel like I don't know, man. I like how you say you like Ethan because the entire time I was playing 7 and 8, I would be like, Ethan, stop touching things. Ethan, stop. Ethan, stop.
He wasn't even alive. Don't tell him what to do.
Ethan, stop touching things.
It doesn't. The germs can't affect him. He's been dead since he got there. It's fine.
I know, but it's just like I just remember being like every time this man would do something, I'd be like, Ethan, stop! What are you doing?
This isn't healthy for you, Ethan. Oh, I do have a heal on me. I thought I didn't.
Ethan just walks in things and he like licks everything to see what it is, and I'm like, Ethan!
Bros? Touching me things makes me think of James. I think Pink would love and hate James.
Is that Silent Hill 2?
Yeah, it's Silent Hill too. He loves sticking his arm and shit. So much.
God, I hate it. I hate it. Like every time like Grace would do something in 9, I'd be like, don't turn into Ethan, don't do it. Baby girl, stop.
Didn't work out for him. Yeah, sometimes literally.
I can't wait to play 9 again. I
Yeah,
really
it's gonna be fun to
enjoyed
go back
9.
to. Oh, you give me my diamond key?
Yeah, I might be BK'd until I get bolt cutters. Oh, there's your maiden medallion. There's all your medallions. Congratulations. Don't just skip those so I don't get VK'd.
Yeah, I'm trying.
You're just like, oh, I got the medallion. I'm leaving. Goodbye.
No, I'm trying to be very thorough.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
What is it? Mag. No. What's Leon's desk?
It is NEDMRG.
Wait, what was the second one?
MRG.
Oh,
Alright, I don't have my gear, or whatever, gear handle thing on my bolt cutters. I got my spade key. This scares the piss out of me every time.
which part?
The fucking the figure model that's in the office, and there's just like a shadow of like a body when you walk in the door.
Oh yeah.
Every time I was like, oh yeah, that's the thing. There's no one there. Yerp. I can't. I got nothing else to do here. Made it from Daddy Leon to Pokemon back to Daddy Leon, correct. The way it should be.
What are they?
We will be going back to Pokemon though, because I found so many build ideas last night while I was scrolling through. Excited. A Metal Gear Solid 2. Yeah, I want to play. Yeah. I want to do more Archipelagos, but I don't know a lot of the games well enough to feel confident to have people rely on me.
Yeah, something like this again, it's one of the strengths of the Resident Evil series is like the key items and stuff like that. Like the randomizers, people have been doing work on the Resident Evil randomizers for years.
Yeah.
I mean, that like, Mike, I don't know if you remember, but like the Mario 64, like your jumps and stuff like that were locked whenever we were doing the last one. Who was doing Mario last time?
When we did it?
Yeah.
Mario 64. I don't remember who did Mario 64.
Was it Driver?
Yes, because Gigi did Mario 64 when we did ours other one. Yes, so it was Driver. Yep. Yeah, with Mario 64, your moves are locked behind. Like, yeah. Is your queen plug?
First aid spray, wooden board. Those wooden boards were actually wooden boards? That's crazy.
Alright, I guess I'll go put some wooden boards up.
Okay. Store my chest pieces.
Make my orb. Oh wait, is this the one? Hold on. Is there... Kill 3 enemies at once with a sub-weapon. Alright, I haven't done that yet for whatever reason. So I'm gonna put some grenades in my inventory. See if I can snag that Chivo while I'm around.
Yeah, get that Chivo hunting.
Okay. Alright, I am
Pinxel.
BK currently. I can't progress until I get my bolt cutters.
That's you left arm to Pinxel. If you can get to that room.
art room.
That is book room with the.
The art room, yeah.
Statue, yeah. Oh yeah, the N64 one did come with a randomizer, right? That's what.
Okay, there's your lion statue film. Wait, my fuse is already in here. Are you sure your fuse isn't already in here? My
I got my fuse. You sent me the.
Oh, okay.
I think that might have. Yeah, I did end up getting that. If I didn't have that, then I would have been gone forever ago.
Okay.
Yep. I was trying to find out when it got sent, because when I found it, I was like, I feel like an idiot. Where did that come from?
Well, we had that thing where we had to resend everything in the beginning. So.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't sure. T-bar handle. Wait, is that me? I think I'm T-bar handle.
Well, we're both gonna need it, but that's later. Is 3 also an archipelago? 3 is an archipelago. I could probably try that too.
I don't know. Probably. I wouldn't be surprised.
I think 4 would be fun, but it's too long. 4 is like took me like 20 something hours.
Do you know what third floor locker is?
DCM.
Mr. X. Mechanic jack handle, that's for your library.
I don't know how to fix this. Why is my audio lagging in my ear? It's not lagging to chat, it's lagging in my ear.
That's horrifying.
Yeah.
And annoying. You tried killing it with fire? Like,
I would like
Jesus.
to.
I will rip my own goddamn ears out, I swear to fuck!
Okay, seems to be better. I don't know what I did, but it seems to be lined up now, so let's see.
Yeah, if you have to check every item, 4 would be borderline fucking impossible. 4 would be terrible, Pink. Think about that, because you, like, unless you did the checks, that's like animals and stuff, too, that you have to kill.
That's what I'm saying, like 4 like took me like 20 hours my first playthrough. And it had nothing to do with stopping every 5 seconds to take screenshots. I don't know what chat is talking about. Don't listen to them, they're liars.
Listen, how often does Leon get to go on a vacation? It was nice of you to document it.
Honestly.
Every single cave during boat, every spindle. Yeah, so some of the stuff will have options where you can like set to like more or less difficult, like how hard the checks are, but I don't. It all depends on the game.
What's that? What is it? Is it 960? So I don't know. Have you seen the series of quotes that go with this? I think it's 960. I think is the first one. Let me see. Yeah, there you go. So it's a series, okay? So this is the first one. This is the second one. And then this is the third one.
Screenshot noises, several screenshot noises. Alright, man, I'm gonna need you to walk in here because I don't have any bullets. Come here. Throw that grenade in your mouth.
I have lion and unicorn. I just need my maiden medallion. Alright, statue left arm. Oh, the tool! Yeah. Okay, the tool is, I forgot.
Yeah,
they call things stupid names. Tool is the fucking crank for the library.
Yeah. guys like get your like fucking wobbly zombie shit together? I got trying to get this knife.
Okay. Alright, now what's gonna happen? Because this normally happens after Mr. X. Hey, chill, Leon. We're not trying to do all that. We're trying to go this way. Chill.
Be cool, man.
Be cool.
Listen, my little himbo, you'll be free. Don't worry.
You're doing great, Leon. You're doing great. Okay, so now I'm like about to go into the clock tower, which I can't fucking do anything in, so I'm just picking up stuff.
Yeah, I have a diamond key. I've got my other key for the push pad, my second one. So I will be able to hopefully get some more. Can you get off of me, man? I wish I had a parry button. You would be so fucked if I had a parry button.
Oh, you'd be dead if I could parry your ass.
Come on, just bite me in the stairs. Get out of here.
Alright, well, my clock tower gear was blue herb for you, so... So yeah, I don't have...
The last one on the way. There better not be a fourth one. I swear to God, man. There's a fourth one. You're gonna die here. Sorry, Pink.
Cool.
Oh, no, wait, she got through? Oh, Claire, you bamf. You sexy little mamacita.
Mamacita.
Oh, you guys are...
Oh, okay, sewers key.
Falling from the ceiling here, are we?
Gunpowder. Okay, here's the roof. I can't. It literally won't let me because I'm not supposed to be down there yet. Okay. Okay, can't do any of that.
I don't know what to do about this. Do I have a...
Look at that young daddy Leon. I know, he's not daddy yet. Alright, yeah.
Get off me. No, I'm a nice lady. Please, no. Don't kill my friend. This is 2 people you're killing right here.
Oh my gosh. Oh, there it goes. Okay.
Those are...
Okay. Okay. So.
Alright, lesson learned. I'm traveling with heels.
Okay. Combine this to this. This can go away. 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 Okay. I need to. Okay, I have to backtrack. Hold on. Let me think. I need
I've
the
got so
tool
much shit
again.
in my pockets.
So I need that. I need that. That and that. Key.
Why are my medallions
I don't know what that
gone?
key's for. Take these. Take that. Okay. Alright, we're backtracking. Let's go. This? Nope. Okay. Location already checked or collected. Oh, okay. So it still counts your
Because we
checks.
died.
Yeah. I just didn't realize it was still gonna count the checks. I mean, I guess that makes sense, because then it would just be doubling your items. But
I don't. This is weird though, because I don't. You remember I had all the medallions?
Mm-hmm.
I only have the lion medallion now, but I have the arm and the tool.
Do you need to refresh your items again? Resend your items again?
Maybe.
When I died just now and came back, it like all of my items like flashed on the screen again, like it was registering them again.
It just doubled all mine. Oh, it's annoying. That's fine. I think that's broken though, because I don't. I have the left arm now, unless you sent them to me. Oh god. Pinxel sent.
No, you sent me the left arm.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't have it because I sent it to you. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so you have it now, is what you're saying?
I have it now, and I'm not supposed to. I don't think. I mean, whatever. It's still random. I guess we'll see if it breaks stuff.
Right. Location already checked. Right, but now I have to backtrack, so my brain has to do it all again. So shut up, game. Okay, east press room. Leon A.
Use typer to teleport to those areas.
Son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch! I love Leon.
Hope I don't have to write a report on this.
I love it so much.
Man, I really hope I don't have to write a report on this.
I hope nobody asked me to do my fucking job. Dude, you didn't even have to come to work, man.
People are dead, Leon. Well, he just really doesn't like writing reports, okay?
I think that's like part
That's good. I didn't see him in this corner. Sorry. I just didn't see him, and then he grabbed me. Back to the library and to do that. Right, I can't open that. I don't have the bolts. Cutters. Alright, I can't do that. I don't have the...
mechanic jack handle. There's your other jack. Just went your way. Six. It's gonna be so funny if that's where it is.
Okay. Jack handle. Whoops.
Boda. Hey, buddy. Thank you for the resub. How you? Doing good? Hell yeah. That's what we want to hear.
Hell yeah.
That's all of them, right?
sewers key to you.
They really want me to get down with the get down.
They really want you to progress, and they just said, fuck you, Pink.
Yeah, they said, you don't like Claire? Well, too bad.
Well, too bad.
Made brunch marinade and... Oh, yeah, that's... Have you considered doing none of that? Because you're making me look bad? Gosh. Oh, that's good. I'm glad. You're making me look like a schmuck.
Willy-nilly. Shells.
Why can't you just jump through that window? You can do it in Dead by Daylight. So lame. Alright, so back up to the...
Okay. Load all this stuff again. It's already been collected, so none of this is actually any benefit. Hi, Mir.
Just the
I
same
can't go down
tool.
yet. It's not time.
Okay, sewers key, you can definitely go away.
Oh, we haven't
Okay,
been
I'm gonna try to-
questing today, so it doesn't spam Dirge's chat.
Progressive just hates me. That's
It's
how
okay.
you can tell.
It's okay.
I can't read. I mean, listen. That's what we love about you. It's that you try to, that we hate. Just kidding.
Just kidding. Alright, I think I'm BK.
Okay, once it's already checked anyways. I'm moving forward. I got stuff to open. Location already checked. Location already checked. Suck my balls.
Suck my balls.
Get.
Go on, get.
Yeah, Claire, I do kind of agree. That lady is a bitch. Which way I'm supposed to push this, TBH? Oh yeah, it's this way. Hey, get your crawling ass over here, huh? You got stuff to say to little old Claire. You can come on and say it to my face.
Say it to my face.
I'll go get my brother Chris. He's a boulder punching asshole, I swear to God.
I swear. Alright, here's the helicopter.
Marvin, I've got a situation here. I'm surrounded by zombies. Marvin, do you copy? Marvin!
Mr. X.
Damn it.
Okay. Okay. Well, shit. Okay.
Hopefully I get you.
Mr. F.
You got a hitbox.
Mr. F-U.
Mr. F.U. Watch out, I forgot there's not anything to shoot in here, is there? No, it's gotta shake it out, that's what it is.
Gunpowder. Lorg. Alright, let's go this way now. This way. This way.
Blue herb, that's exactly what she wanted.
That's
Thank you,
exactly
game.
what I needed to progress. Thank you. I was actually just saying, you know what I wish I had? 2 fucking blue herbs.
I'm very worried about poison in the
I
near
was actually
future.
just saying,
Like, my main
I wish I had
concern is
2
those
fucking
spiders.
blue herbs.
Bolt cutters.
Yay!
Let's go. Literally and figuratively. I'm gonna kill myself.
Oh my god. Actually, I gotta go. I have
That
something
was
to do
so
today.
bad.
I have something else to do today that's not
Yeah.
here.
I've gotta wash my Leon actually, and I forgot.
Actually, now that you mention it, I need to be anywhere that's not here.
You kind of walk down the stairs like a dumbass, Claire. Has anyone told you that, honey?
Do you know how to stair skate?
Oh, I have brain damage.
Oh, okay.
What is it? What does that mean?
So basically, if you like aim down scope, just click aim down scope as you're going downstairs, you go down faster. Like, just
Really
click it, like, on and off.
interesting.
Yeah, it's a speedrun thing I saw, and I do it now, and it actually works. It's crazy. Yeah, you go so much. It's dumb, and you look dumb doing it, but you can go up and down stairs so much faster.
Mr. Rush hasn't popped up. Equipping and unequipping while crawling into MGS2 speedrun. Stuff like that's always so funny to me.
Yeah, yeah. It's one
Are
of
you
those
just not gonna
things
use
where,
this
like,
lab?
I was watching a speedrun of RE2, and I was like, what is he doing? And then, you know, they, like, good commentators will explain, like, what's going on and stuff. And yeah, it's called stair skating. And they do it in 2, and they do it in 3. And it just helps you go up and down the stairs faster. It's weird.
Why not let me take this fucking ladder?
Alright, I've got this. Yeah, and in 3, they just, like... So, and this is random things that I've learned. Claire runs faster in caution than she does in fine. So a lot of people just get hit once when they start the run and then stay in caution the entire time. Jill also runs faster in caution. But she runs faster in caution, and then you can, like triple dodge and shit like that. So that's
Yeah.
people are wild with their speed runs.
You wanna wreck that fucking ladder? Fuck myself? I think maybe because Mr. X isn't chasing me yet for some reason. I think he throws you off that ledge. What's the move?
Here. Okay. And I can go in here with gold cutters. And then I can go in
But
the
the run's so
other
fucking far
room with
backwards.
gold cutters as well. Alright, hold on. Cooking some stuff now.
Just
You bitch.
What is shotgun jumping? What is that strat? If you can explain it the best you can.
I think he tried to tell me when I was playing, and I think it's pretty interesting. It has to do with like the fire rate, I think, when you jump. I don't know. I'm sure he'll explain it. But yeah, Devil May Cry is a weird one like that. I enjoyed the first one. I keep meaning to go back and play the rest of the series.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. I was just curious.
Yeah. I have to get back downstairs and walk all the way around so I can come back up here later. I still have a crank, so I don't have to walk all the way around now. Actually, I didn't have to walk all the way around in the first place, now that I think of it.
Jump against an
crank
enemy and shoot a
beforehand.
shotgun and then jump again. It cancels the reload so you can shoot. Ah! Yeah. There's a lot of like reload animation canceling strats.
I love, yeah, reload canceling is one of my favorites. That's why on the flip side, my favorite games are games where, like, if you have a reload animation and they get part of the way through, they just finish it. Like, if the clip's loaded and they just have to, like, pull the bolt or whatever. Love stuff like that. But yeah, like, canceling stuff's so fun. I always feel like such a genius when I figure it out.
I know, you're like, am I a speedrunner? Am I amazing?
Where lives inside of me?
Okay, so here, now bolt catchers. Okay. Progress.
I don't know why I'm doing this. I don't know why.
Excuse me.
Oh, you bitch.
Excuse me.
That's crazy. It's a lot of content.
son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch.
Oh, I need to go get more ammo before I start doing this shit. Hold on.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Yeah, oh boy is right.
Alright, bro, we're gonna get you your magnum out of here, because I think I got plenty of bullets to be shooting these people with. commemorative.
Save again. Bolt cutters are done. What is this? Okay. Box. Let's get some ammo. Okay, now what happens when I do this? Come on. Okay. Okay, let me put this.
Records room, operations room. Get your bitch ass in here if you want some, otherwise I ain't stopping to kill ya. If you want dead, you best get on getting. Hey, Mr. Liquor, we gotta come around that fucking corner again. Tagger! Hey, buddy, how are ya? Give me my knife back, you fool. Welcome in, everybody. If you don't know me, I'm Dirk B. I'm playing a Archipelago randomizer with my good friend Pinxel.
Hello.
We're crank to Pinxel.
What is going on? I've never had this problem before.
That's what he said. Okay. Not going down there, because I know I shouldn't. Even if I can teleport back.
Rank, okay.
That's a lot of magnum ammo. That would give me a heart attack in a regular run if I wasted 4 magnum shots, but not here.
Happens to all men sometimes. It's okay. That's all right. Thanks for making me feel better about my problem, guys.
Our problem.
Hmm.
When we face things, we face it together.
Together. Thanks, Sturge.
Snag a zombie, make their head explode. You could try it, I don't. It works out some of the time for me.
Don't be a nag.
How did you, like, how does that work? You should not be able to take that many shots from this lady.
Try this way, I guess.
Secret item. It is gunpowder. Tunnel.
Secret tunnel. I'm trash. Missing all my shots. I'm trash.
Son of a bitch.
like when their heads explode.
It really lets you know you're doing the right thing.
Yeah. It's like, they are dead. Do not worry. They will not get back up and bite you because their head is gone.
They will not be returning for the next season. All right, buddy. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you.
Bash. Nope. No thanks. Not interested. I'm not interested in what you have to say. Wait, operations room? I'm not done? What?
I haven't given you any medallions yet, have I?
No, I found one of my own. Some high-powered rounds, there you go. These are your Maggies, right?
Maggie.
Maggie.
You hang out there, Mr. Arm. Is that not the crank for that one?
This room. Save. Get some ammo.
She doesn't go straight down to the sewer if I go down to the medallion thing, does she? I can just go walk down in there and see if there's items to pick up.
I mean, if you go down to the sewer, I might be okay. I don't think I'm super beat.
Well, it says you can teleport back from the insert menu from the typewriter.
Yeah. If you get locked somewhere. I have the gear though, which means I can turn off the steam shower so I can go that way. Let's do that. Oh no, I don't. I have the other ones. I don't have that. Okay.
She goes up to the office, doesn't she? Very different. She goes down. Huh. It's a badge. What's up, Sherry?
Hello, Shelly, baby.
People are gonna be weird about you and Leon in 20 years. Yeah. Yeah, people are just gonna be weird.
Weapons locker key card. All right. Wait, where's my... Where's the teleport thing?
Found my own signal modulator.
Interesting. Okay, I don't have the teleport.
You
menu.
gotta hit insert.
Yeah, but I don't have
think.
it. I have the RE client. Oh, it was
you
it
in-
was under. It was under. There we go. It was under.
Man, we're trying to find items. It doesn't matter where he is. He's a little bitch. Soft little soy boy.
Okay, I've done the statue. I've done the keys. Oh, the key card I can take. Okay.
Get off me, Gary Birkin. Terry Turkin, you get off me!
Terry Turkin.
You be a good boy, Terry.
Okay. 1, 2, 3 of those. My book is done. The statue's done. Oh, I can go to the east office because I have the.
Your weapons locker key card. Thank you, thank you.
I can go in the east office because I have the USB.
Found your blue herb. Fuck you, man. You don't give me a blue herb, you piece of shit. Those are for sending to my friends. Yeah, I'm very strong. Yeah, comparatively. Oh, she's the worst, Claire. Don't even ask.
Oh no, the stars office
yeah.
on the second floor is the one. That's right. That's right.
You know Ethan Winters? Because you will. Imagine his wife, but worse. That's your mom. God, I hate Mia.
I do too. I did the technical bad ending of RE8 or 7.
I did it the first time, too, because I was like, why the fuck am I going to go save her? I hate her.
I know. I was like, she tried to kill me the whole game, and everyone's like, well, she was under. I was like, no! The power of love should overcome all.
That bitch lied to me. Our whole relationship. She worked for Umbrella and pretended to be a babysitter. Worse? Well, that's most. You're good. That's not your side of the internet. That's where the dude bros live. You can't say that. Them's evil people talk.
Them's is the devil.
Worse. She didn't work for a subsidiary, whatever.
Close
Tomato,
enough.
tomato. Not even. They had people with the zombies. Listen. You can't tell me it's not the same thing. I'll never believe it. I refuse to learn more or change my stance. You can't be anti-Umbrella if you have mold monsters. Claire, you say that like they died like a week ago. Yeah, and they have a boulder punching asshole who works for them.
Bizarre.
Hey, you're gonna have to hold on for a second.
Wait. Isn't this crank for this door over here? Am I remembering that?
Oh, now they're open. Uh-huh. Yeah, you fucking... Chris and his squad are like Barrett's Avalanche. No. No, 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 no. Barrett from Avalanche is a noble hero. Chris, again, I don't know how many times I say this, boulder punching asshole. No, I like Chris. Yeah. No, I know what you're saying. I knew what you mean. Don't play your funny jokes on me.
You're funny, haha.
Yeah, I have funny, haha. I only speak in serious. Mechanical jack handle to Pinxel. How many jack handles are there in this
There's
fucking
duplicates.
game? That's
It's duplicates because there's this stuff, yeah.
yeah. They don't want us to be stinky poo-poo babies and get
Yeah.
stuck.
Yeah.
Which is fair, seeing as we were multiple times.
Oh, I have the weapons keycard now. That's the sewer one. I'll hang on to that. Alright.
Not a red herb. What do you mean? That's like a different thing. Oh man. I didn't realize how many items I'm missing. Holy shit. I just got to the little puzzle in Irons' office.
Oh. Yep. Alright, I'm about to open what is the shotgun case. Submachine gun ammo. And the battery for the battery for the explosive. I just don't have the C4. Okay. Do you think we'll get another Jill game?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I love my girl.
Mm.
Don't know if we will though.
I don't think we will.
Like a full game, I don't think so. But I could see her. Like I think if they do an ensemble one, I could see her popping up again. But I don't think she'll be the mainline character. I feel like that was kind of like their whole deal with this shit. Just be like, all right, we're closing out the main story threads. Everyone else is not gonna be like in the main thing anymore. They'll be side characters.
Hmm.
Yeah, she's like a fucking perennial fan favorite. And they're like, yeah, we're just not gonna use her anymore. I've heard people say wild shit like, oh, she's old and Japanese people hate old people, and it's like, I don't know, man. I don't. This would be the first character I've ever seen anyone do that with, I guess.
I mean, Leon, they just put Leon in this one. Wouldn't they be, like, relatively close to the same age? Maybe a few
Yeah, I think
years?
Leon's a little bit younger.
That's what I'm saying. Like, wouldn't they be like relatively around the same age, whether at least like give or take a few years? But Leon is daddy, so they're like, no, it's fine.
Oh, that's not fair.
Hi, Gunny.
What is this? New friends, new friends.
You may have bought a new friend today. Did you get another bearded dragon or something?
Are you buying people?
Did you buy an entire person?
I'm for sale.
A
Oh, a
milk
milk snake. Key.
That's to be like cubic trafficking. Yep. Precisely.
What other items you hiding in here?
I mean, you can go ahead and ban me now.
Alright, bad news, no ammo.
I can't go down there yet.
Oh, dude, listen, I don't care if you're a licker, alright? I'm not scared of you. You should be scared of me because I'm not scared of you. That's how this
You
works.
should fear me.
Damn, you just fucking body flipped through that hallway. I'll lick you.
All right, so this is the one on the other side of the art room. Okay. So I got my last medallion and I opened the thing, but the gate won't go down. So clearly I can't go in there yet.
Huh, that's interesting.
Hmm.
Yeah, because I had that one ladder, it wouldn't let me go down, so that is pretty interesting.
Yeah, and the ladder on the roof I can't go down either. Like he just won't walk down it.
But...
So there's like, yeah, there's clearly like events that have to go through. Alright, I have to go all the way back. Oh no, hold on. I can teleport back to the lobby.
I mean, I think I'm pretty time accurate to the base game. I've got, I finished the Birkin fight, so.
Muse is going on tour. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, so I think the next thing I need is the handle to turn the steam vent off on the second floor.
Yeah, I still need that as well, and I'm missing the keys. I think I just got the diamond key so far.
Yeah, I just have the spade key. Okay, so this is the crank handle. Okay, so that's one door open. Streaking! We're streaking, we're streaking. Our turn.
Where are you, stinky bitches? Oh, Mr. Liquor. Secret liquor.
Yeah. Okay, so I need I need the
Lady,
The
what?
tool
How
to
did you
turn
even
the
know I was
shower
coming
off.
in here? You're a zombie, not a psychic. Bitch, you are not gonna make me walk all the way go all the way back up that elevator to get this fucking car key that goes to the door outside of here. You little jerk face.
Okay, I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do the clock tower. I can't blow up the thing in the storage room. Yeah, I think I'm waiting on you, Dirge, unfortunately.
Okay, I got some checks. I got some checks. Don't you worry, little head. I got some checks.
Oh, I'm not worried. I'm not worried.
You like that gunpowder? It's mine. You can't have it.
Oh.
Everything's mine. I pick up. It's all mine. All right, let's go back in this morgue. Let's find out if there's the last item here. I might be teleporting. Get off of me, you stinky toad man.
You stinky piece of toad.
Okay.
I got that, Mr. Raccoon. Okay, can't get these doors. Can't get this door. Okay, let's go down. Bro, I can't even get into the STARS office yet.
Stinky toad. Yeah. Yeah, I'll put about anything to a musical tone.
Yeah, some of Dirge's insults are really good.
I think it's just because like there's just so many baseline ones, you know?
Yeah.
That like it's fun to get real creative with it. Stinky Frogman. Now that open.
Okay, will you let me do the roof section yet? No, you won't let me go down the thing. Okay. Okay. I can't do the roof section yet. I can't go downstairs yet. I haven't activated Mr. X because I can't get past the shower, the steam.
Maybe this is the item. Found your rook plug. Thanks. I didn't need it, actually. You could have given me something else.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for that.
Can I walk back through from here?
I wonder if
Let's
that's an
save first,
Easter
just
egg
in
of
case
any
this bricks
sort.
something.
Lost child, Carly Bear. Yeah, I wonder if that's an Easter egg of some sort. Like, is that like the name of somebody or something?
Dark room, I guess.
Hi, Tidings. Just a heads up, since I am in a co-stream, we're not questing today. Yeah, that's why everyone's hurt. Not questing? Yeah. Just when I'm in co-streams.
I don't want to stress my poor little baby eyeballs out.
Yeah.
Easily distracted.
Dirge's little brain can't do it.
I do have a little baby brain when it comes to that. I don't know,
You're like, what is this? Why is my chat moving too fast? I can't see.
Well, I'm always just like, well, no, there's just too many people talking. I can't.
Yeah.
I'm not dealing with any of this. Joint plug.
All right,
Certain equipment nest. Oh yeah, that's way the fuck down the line.
Yeah, I'm BK. I need the shower thing. I need the crank to turn the shower off. I literally cannot progress any further.
I'm back in RPD to do some things.
Okay.
Really? Okay, so back over to the weapons room. Because I got a, something in the operations room still too, but I think that's the item you have to develop the photo for.
The operations room?
Isn't that the one where you gotta develop the photo into the desk drawer? Or I think of another one. There's like the two secret items, aren't there?
Yeah, so there's the one that's the jewel, and then you get the RPD badge. And then there's the one that's the 2 photographs, and one of them is the press room, and I'm pretty sure the other one's the operations room. Yeah. But if you don't have the photographs, you can't interact with the things, can you?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, like if
But
you
I
just like
always hate it, honestly, because I'm like everything else in the game's like, oh, you know about it.
Yeah. Tidings, how are you though? It's good to see you. Yeah,
Thank you for
everyone
the
has
lurk,
been like
Leia.
leveling and they're having so much fun with the bot. It's great. I love it.
Weapons keycard. This is 2 items, so hopefully one of them helps. Mechanic, jack handle for me, combat for me. Okay, cool. I guess I will myself. Okay, second floor. Library's got a couple things. That room looks like it
Nowhere
might have a
else I
couple
can
things.
look. Safe deposit room. Did that.
Clock
West
tower
room.
and west storage.
Records room I can't get in.
Yeah, the only problem I have is I got to redo the couple of lockers too, just because I know those are showing on my map from when I died a million years ago.
Alright, there's one more pickup, it says, in the lounge that I missed. So let's go see. Let's go see what this gunpowder ends up being. Oh my gosh, the dogs are outside wailing next door.
Stinky.
Oh, nothing.
That's clear for it now. Go back up to the third floor.
Yeah. I am stuck.
Third floor. Locker. What is it? DCP? ECP?
Third floor is DCM. And then the second floor is CAP. Locker room.
Okay. That one is good. Clear. I don't think I can just put... I think I need the battery for this, don't I?
I have the battery, and I'll trade you for the crank.
You didn't get all the cranks? I feel like I've sent like
No, I'm
1
using the wrong
trillion.
word. It's not. It's the valve handle.
Oh yeah.
I'm using just the
Basically,
wrong word.
yeah. I know what you mean. Location already checked. Eat my dick and balls. You animals.
Oh my god, the dogs.
I do kind of like that they gave me all this extra powder.
Yo, you sent me the
'Cause I'm just-
dispersal cartridge for the lab later.
Yeah. I have the 2 round plugs from the very end of the game.
Oh my gosh. I have 2 of the keys, the chest keys.
It was already collected, wasn't it? I knew that, but I had to get it. Alright, where's the other item?
This one I'm pretty sure is the sewer key. Yeah, it's the sewer key. Okay. Alright, so I can't do that. I need the C4. Yeah, I'm stuck. Okay. I will chill. I'm really just like going through all of my items and all of my things to see. I can't go that way.
I didn't read that map.
Can't go this way. This
Yeah,
goes
that's...
there, and then this also goes there to there, which I can't get in. That goes here to here. This one you have to open from the other side.
I don't think this...
I know they're making so much noise.
Hey, Mr. Zombie, you thought you could scare me. Oh, there it is. Okay, what crank goes in there? Listen, Claire, I believe in you. I think you could shoot that box down.
Mm.
I believe in you with my whole heart, baby girl. You don't even know what's in there, but you know you need it, and that's
My
what I love
whole
about
heart.
you.
My whole heart.
My whole girl, I believe in you. Can I teleport from here? Oh, you can just teleport from anywhere, huh? That's
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
fucking
Mm-hmm.
awesome. Okay, let's check out our items. I wish I could delete all these duplicates.
I know. Well, you can technically you can pick them up and discard.
They have to be used or not used because it's throwing them in as out
Oh,
of order.
because
Like
they're
I've
keys,
got a
key items. Yeah.
I've got like that weird yellow crank from the
The library.
library. I just had it sitting in my
Yeah, I have the
my
T-bar
pocket.
from the sewers and stuff. I have the stars.
Is the T-bar from the sewer? I've been carrying it around like it
The
goes to
T-bar
something
is
up here.
sewers,
The
yeah.
T-tool. The T-tool or whatever, the red one.
That is exactly what that means, Wolfie.
Green message mean you are stuck till dirge. If she just put it up on herself, yeah, probably.
Yeah, my screen says currently BK'd because I'm just chilling in the lobby. Yeah. I cannot progress until I get the the valve handle for the shower room. I've done everything else I can do. I've checked everything else I can check.
I have to go back down.
I can get Dirge and I can put him on the screen. Hold on, that'd be cute actually.
Rick room.
Just like a man, making me wait. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, you're right.
That's something very important to do out here. Mr. Raccoon out here. Get off me. You're a jerk face. Stop, please. I'm a nice lady.
Let me save real quick while I'm just chilling in the lobby. Okay.
There's no stupid shit back here, right?
I do like the alternate outfit. I also have my alternate outfit on.
Yours are pretty cute.
Mm-hmm. Currently Bonky Konged. Mm-hmm.
Funky.
Yeah, I'm Bonky Kong. Alright, I'm gonna just do this real quick, guys. Sorry. In case you wanna watch both, even though mine's not very entertaining right now.
It's still raining in here. That's funny. It's raining inside the building now. I teleported. Okay. So what are we missing? It says there's something in operations room still, but I can't. I feel like that's a.
You have to like go
Secret
all around
item.
like all the furniture because the operations room part of it's like blocked off by furniture. You have to go around.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's still right on my map. Which
That's
means
what I'm
there's still an
telling you.
item in
So
there,
you
I
probably
think.
didn't walk all the way around the furniture the way that it is because it's annoying.
What's that annoying thing? Is the one item you need? Let's go.
If the
Let's
item that's in your
go,
operations room is my crank or my valve, it's gonna be very funny, but also not very funny at all.
Eat a grenade, you shit bitch. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, like, I imagine there's logic, right? Like, I imagine it would try to make sure you can't get stuff.
But then I'm gonna be all. I mean, yeah, we've got end game stuff that doesn't really necessarily matter in the scheme of things.
Yeah.
Okay. Where are you? Yeah, come on, just walk in here so I can. There it is. Flame rounds. Okay, never mind. There are flame rounds for me, Pink.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. So that's all of floor 1 done. Basement's got a block.
Why are his hands so veiny?
Library is showing. That might. I think that's a locked door.
And I can't get in this door because the gate
Right up
hasn't
off the
gone
fire
down.
escape's supposed to be some shit.
So I don't know. Can I kill him before he's actually like ready to die?
Still alive.
Right, still alive, but what
Martin?
if?
No, I don't think so.
What if he's not? No, you can't.
Martin's a good man.
I know, but he's gonna die. So like, I'm just gonna take him out of his misery. you
Yeah, I
know?
mean, I don't disagree with you. I just, good man. The indoor rain is very funny.
I know, and it's very funny. She's all like damp and like, she's like, oh,
Yeah,
this is so inconvenient.
what is this, Silent Hill? There's supposed to be physics here.
So you don't have, you only have the diamond key. You don't have the heart key yet. Okay.
Yeah, diamond. I'm missing the book for my,
Art room.
yeah, I got the arm. I ain't got no book.
Yeah. Oh, can I see what the book was for you to get when you gave it to me? No, it just says what you end up getting. It doesn't say. Okay.
Sure, get back in my pocket left arm.
Gunny, we don't quest during co-streams. Just FYI, it's okay if you do this one. No, it's okay if you do this one, but just, yeah. During co-streams. Okay, diamond key. You found your
Yeah, that
digital
can-
video cassette for way fucking later, too. That's cool. Gunpowder spark shot. Oh, you got your spark shot? Like when you picked up your thing, it was your spark shot?
I got it real early.
Right, but like what I'm saying, like you picked it, it's in the gun locker, right? When I picked up, like I didn't get.
No, the grenade launcher was in my gun locker. I found that, or at least that's what was rendering in there. I found that randomly on the ground a while ago.
Okay. Because I was gonna say when I picked up my shotgun, it was not a shotgun. But okay, yeah, yours is the grenade launcher. That's right. Mechanic jack handle, T-bar handle.
Universal tracker.
cutters, Square crank, night plug, dispersal cartridge. Weapon locker key card, mechanic jack handle. My bad. No, you're fine. You're like I said, you're absolutely fine. You're fine. I think most people have done it at least once, not realizing.
And you've also brought a little joy to everybody else who secretly wanted to be the one to accidentally do it, right?
Yeah, so now everyone doesn't have to feel as bad. Oh, and Broseph joined too.
Yeah, I saw Broseph do it right away, and I was like, that's my grimy boy. He loves his little games.
They love this game. Honestly, Dirge, I did not expect this game to pop off as much as it did. They fucking love this game. They're grimy little goblins for this game. It's so funny.
Chad has brain damage. I've never understood why, but
I love it. I know. Some of you are like, that's all you do. Some of you have stopped speaking to me, and all you do is play this chat game. Some of you come in and they're like, quest!
like,
I'm like, hi, how are you? Welcome in.
You guys know that you like own real games, right? I've done it offline.
Yeah.
You guys all.
Yeah. Yep.
That's
I listen. I will open OBS to get ready for stream, and there will be 3 of them in here questing. And I'm like, I'm not. What? It's so. They are addicted. And the funny thing is because there's 2 different currencies. There's like there's regular gold, which they get for like pretty much doing everything, and then there's platinums, which they have to get from doing like specific bosses and quest events and stuff like that. And so like they're all like trying to grind for platinum, so they'll be in here. And I'm like, you guys are so funny.
Okay, am I not seeing a key item that I have that takes me somewhere?
Where are you thinking you're stuck?
I'm in Deputy Iron's office right now.
So it should be the heart key.
Yeah. Does Cookie Clicker have ads? I don't think so. It's Cookie Clicker.
But why not 3 game?
Why
you can
not
also
3
you can
games?
also play the fishing game in my chat as well, so you can play 4 game.
Guys, they just put me on ADD medication, and I never had it as bad as you, chat. I don't know. Y'all might want to get checked. You guys actually, I think you guys might have problems.
I think you guys are addicted.
Listen, I don't want to sound mean or anything. But, I don't like what you're doing.
I hate everything that you stand for.
I'm kidding. I love you. Yeah, and then what do I need to open this fucking door? Isn't this the shit from the crank? To open Irons' door?
Oh, that's the electrical pieces. Those are the little orange boxes of electrical pieces.
Emperor statue, crank in the hallway is what's showing there. Library lounge. Okay, do we have the output for this one? We might have to check where it is. Although, let me go back down. Actually, let me go do one more fucking... It could be in the morgue. I think there was one little spot maybe that I hadn't checked.
Alright, hold on. Let me look again.
Maybe I can get kicked down that ladder now that I've gone up to Irons' office. Because don't you walk back through the iron and that's when he gets activated?
Okay, hold on. Let me think. This one...
Doesn't help to have brain damage and possibly autistic.
From behind.
So something I've found over the years is that apparently autistic people love me, and I think Pink might have the same power.
Yeah, I'm like a magnet for them.
I think it's because we're fairly blunt, but not, like, they're, like, direct.
Currently BK'd. Yes, so BK'd is a slang term. It's called Burger King'd. And basically it means that I am stuck and I can no longer progress my game until a key item of mine gets unlocked by my partner. And it's called being Burger Kinged because a very, very, very famous streamer one time was doing an Archipelago, and he literally left to get Burger King and came back and was still stuck. So it's just like a slang term for means like I'm stuck. I can't progress
That's
anymore.
so
I'm stuck.
funny because on the like when I did, my dad ran like a really small construction company when I was younger, and I would work for it. And if you got sent to a job site and just left there to work all day without any oversight, it was called getting Happy Mealed. Because you got packaged up and dropped off somewhere.
I opened Cookie Clicker to send it to Broseph, and the default bakery is McPanic. That's funny.
I think autistic people like streamers. It's like safe socializing.
Mm.
I think that there would be a valid point if like there weren't non-autistic people here, and the autistic people didn't specifically gravitate to our chats. You know, like that. I think that's why I make the point. Is like, I don't think all of Twitch is autistic.
I got a raid.
I mean, maybe. Okay.
Okay. Hi, lady. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? How was Repo? Welcome in, friends. Thank you so much for being here. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, welcome in, everybody. Hi, Mystics. Thank you so much for the double raid, you guys. How was your stream? How were your streams? Thank you so much. I am doing Resident Evil 2 randomized Archipelago, if you don't know what that means. Archipelago means both of our games are randomized, but they are randomized with each other, meaning I can unlock things in my game for him, he can unlock things in his game for me, and vice versa. So you have to work together, basically, to complete your own games. As I said before, I am currently BK'd, which means that I can no longer progress until my partner unlocks a key item for me. It's basically known as I am Burger Kinged. I can't go anywhere, so I'm currently stuck. I can't do anything until my partner Dirge, my game partner Dirge, finds a crank for me to be able to continue. But let's go back over to the raid. But thank you, lady. Thank you, Mystics. I hope you all had wonderful, wonderful streams. Hi, it's a bear. Welcome in. Welcome in. If you don't know me, hi, my name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people just call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer, and I play whatever the heck I want, which includes things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, Souls-likes, and everything in between. If you have never been here for a raid, I have a little video that I like to show just to see if this is someplace maybe you want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're about, what to expect, all that jazz. If you need to raid and run, if you need to do any post-stream care, please take care of yourself. Otherwise, I'll see you guys in just a minute. Hi, I'm Pinxel, and I'm here to help you find your true love. Step 1, card sleeves. Bitches love card sleeves. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. Bigfoot needs to poop? Excuse me?
Why are you so excited for this?
I peed my pants on
what a great
stage
count
with
there.
30 seconds to Mars. Pancakes are a planet! Are you pooping?
I'm a big girl. I do Mordors.
It's beautiful!
GGEZ. Oh.
You have to put your mouth on the wiener. My poisoned butt plug!
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Look at the sunlight on my little hairy little butt cheeks. Oh my god, she's gaming! Let me help you. Oh, don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up?
Hey, kid, you want some games?
I look like the kid from Stranger Things. I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. That feminine urge to step on the mine. It'll save you hundreds of money by switching to doo-doo poo-poo.
We are having fun!
Guys, for legal reasons, please do not set your dick on fire. Might not even cut off your dick. If there's somebody in your house that has a dick, no one's safe. I keep finding these boners. I just want to be beautiful like her. Oh, okay. Well, okay. Well, I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Listen, it's hot out there for a hoe, okay? Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Yeah, I'm gonna undeafen and hopefully we have some progress. I'm back.
Arr.
Hello. Have we made any progress?
No. Are you sure you've got nothing left?
Okay, I will look again. All right, first floor is completely blue.
Yeah, my first floor is all blue.
Okay, so
minus my
then-
locked doors for green and red.
Yep, so this one I can't go through. This one you have to open from behind, so I can't get there. This is the club key, this is the heart key. Okay, second floor. Okay. This
Okay, well, let me
is
pull up your
behind the
stream.
the shower room. Okay, I mean, it says my hallways are not empty, but, like, I've been through my hallways, so I think had a great
Some of
time.
the hallways have weird small shit on the ground,
I know.
though.
I'll have you in the background do schoolwork. Thank you.
Have a great work.
Thank you, thank you.
I hope your schoolwork is pleasant. We will keep you very good company.
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna go back down to
Always.
the fight room, because I think that's the only place I haven't double checked.
Hallway. Okay, so this one's open now. This is all done. I can't get in here. That's a heart key. This is done. This is done. This is done. There's nothing in here. Okay. Let's go the other way in this hall.
Can I fight Birkin again? You wanna let me fight Birkin again? I'll beat his ass one more time.
Yeah, see, this hallway is red because this is where the helicopter is, and I can't go through the other
Yeah.
side. Okay. So that is done. Okay. Outside is done. Okay. This, I cannot pass through here because that is through the shower. So I cannot get to the STARS office. I can't get to the armory, the linen room. I can't do any of that. It is locked.
That's where I'm locked off there as well.
Okay.
Oh, why were you large caliber handgun ammo and not something we actually needed, you piece of shit? Why couldn't you have
This
been like
hallway is done.
the
This
item I
one's
needed?
done.
Wait, is that's not a sewer key door, right? That's not a key door. That's a later door, I think.
Okay, this is done. This is done. This is open. Okay, and then third floor is
Okay, man, started in the pattern and it's gonna show me as he does.
nothing.
What a fun little
Storage room
child.
I can't do because I don't have the C4. I have the battery, but I don't have the C4. I've opened my medallions, but the gate is not open. I think I need to activate Mr. X, and I can't.
Can you? He doesn't activate in the library. Can you do the library fall down bed?
I did. I've done that. I've moved the library thing and everything. I think it's because I can't get through to the shower. Because he lifts, because you go through the other way. You come from the other side through the shower side, and he lifts the helicopter up, and that's the first time you see him. So you need to go through the hallway that I can't go through from the other side. Which I can't do because I can't get through the shower. So that's why Mr. X won't activate for me, is because I can't get to the part where he starts.
Yeah.
Because yeah, he lifts the helicopter.
Break room, dark room. One thing I can think of is the area where maybe I can get down that ladder now. Yeah. You know
On the
what I'm talking
roof, you
about.
mean?
The one that we couldn't go down earlier because we thought it was locked.
Yeah, I can't go down it. He literally won't let me go down.
Yeah. For Dirge, he appears just outside the STARS office.
Yeah, but for me, it's the helicopter. But it's from
Jeez,
the
I
other
have so many
way.
crank-shaped things. Just let me use them. I don't care if they're not the right crank.
Yeah, it's from the roof. let me look in this. Yes, the second floor hallway, 100% is the side of the helicopter that I can't go through. 100%. Let's go look in this one again. Which way am I going?
Oh no, it was a note. I thought it was an item. I was so fucking excited. I was like, is this it? Please. I'm feeling so dumb.
Oh my gosh, fuck off all of you zombies that I've already shot 1,000 times.
Yeah, that is one problem I haven't had, because I have a pile of ammo. Okay, is there magically an item down here I somehow ignored like a dipshit? It does say it's red, but I'm almost 100% sure it's just that door I don't have open.
This hallway. There's nothing in this hallway to be picked up.
Hand grenade.
Thanks.
Great, that's what you were waiting on, you piece of shit.
Well, there's some large caliber handgun ammo there for you. Now this one's done.
Yeah, that was one of my only ones that wasn't done.
Alright, so my clock tower is red, but I'm pretty sure it's the item that's up on the second floor, which I can't do because I can't lower the stairs. The west storage room is also red, but I don't have the C4 to go with the battery to blow up the thing to get the statue.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. And my clock tower is also red. Which, again, I assume for the same reason.
And I can't get through the shower room.
Okay, I'm gonna climb up this, and I'm gonna see if maybe I can climb down that fucking... outside thing that I couldn't climb down earlier. Now that I've done the Birkin boss fight, maybe it'll let me. That's the only thing I can think, because that's the only scripted thing I couldn't interact with was the ladder.
Yeah, I can't go down the ladder and have the ladder break because usually he's already chasing me at that point.
That's third floor past the library, right?
What are you trying to do? The roof?
Ladder.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, no, this room changed. There weren't zombies in here before, I don't think, so that's good. Yeah, you weren't in here before, Mr. Guy.
Mr.
Maybe I can go down this ladder now. Can I go downstairs now? Yes. Okay, there it is. We found it.
All
Fuck
right.
you, game. That's my. I mean, I found it. Whatever. I'm very smart.
You did it.
Yay.
Yay.
Box Electronic Part 2. Found it. Doesn't help my friend.
Well, wait.
I don't even need that right now. My friend needs other things.
But wait, don't you need the electronics?
I do, yeah. But you need things.
I know, but maybe you can. Maybe you have to finish your entire game.
Yeah, that's very... Okay. Items waiting in nearby box. Blue herb. Oh, goodness. Thank you. Thank you. I was waiting. Thank you, Roxy. This was a knockoff Amazon Kirby beanie, and I love it so much, too. How are you doing today, friend? Okay, 2 items. Combat knife. Pawn plug. I know you wanted a 4th one of those.
Wow.
Man, they just know how much we love the chess puzzle.
I know. I am kind of hungry, Wolfie.
this shit work? I crank that, and then I go upstairs and recrank.
Is there anywhere that that I can go and there's just like a music box playing in the background, so there's like something
That's so funny.
other than just like breathing noises?
I just summoned Mr. X to my game. I got my face buzz though. You hatless prick.
Yeah. I like that shoot his hat off is a thing, and it's like, who wouldn't have gotten
So
that?
good.
You shoot him in the face all the time anyway.
And do I need 2 electronic parts, right? That's what
Yes,
I said, electronic
correct.
part 2.
Okay, so in Claire,
wait, can you...
it's still, one of them's still in the clock tower, but I don't, is the other one still in the fuck?
What does it wouldn't matter where it is because that's not, you know.
I know, I'm just trying to think. Like where they
We're
actually
too pretty for that pink. No.
Oh, okay, sorry, you're right, you're right. You're right.
Just got a vibe.
Big vibes. Big vibes.
Does this also solve another puzzle too? Now that I think about it, it's transponder shit.
The transponder is down in the lab. There's like the 3 puzzles in the lab.
Oh, then I don't even have the detonator. This is a transponder.
That's yeah, that's the one
funny.
where you have to match the frequencies in the lab. Do I still watch Pirates every night? Yeah, I put it on to go to sleep, yeah.
Some things never change.
Some things never change.
Okay, so wait, what did I just gain there by doing that? Nothing. I turned off the.
What are you missing in the private collection room?
The other electronic part. I just have the one. And then art room's book. Oh no, because he's a fucking jerk. You never met a jerk in your life? Like a real meanie?
Like a real meanie poo head.
Been a year since you asked, so you were curious. I get that. Hi, man.
Hey, man.
Hi, man. I'm gonna need you to fucking chill.
I'm gonna need you to stop.
I'm gonna need you to quit doing that bullshit.
I'm just wondering, like,
maybe there's some. I guess I'm going back to the clock tower.
should my gate on my, should my gate be open? My medallion gate? Like, is it just broken? Or is it literally just like, no,
No,
because
no,
Mr.
because
X?
I think you probably got to trigger Mr. X because that was like my trigger was locked until a certain point. The same one that you had, where it was like, don't go down this ladder. But I could insert my medallions. That's the difference.
All right, let me try to go back up through and see if I can go back through the ladder. I've tried to go to the ladder like 3 times.
Yeah. That was my first time going back, so very different scenario for me. That's gearbox. You just come on, baby girl, just shoot it down. You just shoot it down, baby girl.
I go the wrong way every time. Every single time I walk through the store, I go the wrong way. is completely fine. Yep, her room's done. Okay. My audio is doing the thing again. Hold on.
Like run through any walls, Running Man style that I'm not thinking of. Okay, anything in here, you stinky little butts.
Nope, I still cannot go down the ladder. I can't go down the ladder because the helicopter hasn't fallen down.
Oh, that makes sense. So what causes the helicopter to fall, I guess, is our question then. We're looking for, we gotta look for triggers, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the helicopter falls because when he goes, he walks past it and he lifts it, right? So I think it's X no matter what. I think I need to get past the shower. I need to get past the shower. That's the only thing. Because you can get past the shower and then you can go to the STARS office and you can go to the lounge, which would be your third medallion. Yeah, I
keep looking at my items like, is there something I'm missing? But our maps sound pretty identical.
Mm-hmm.
Crank handle slot. That's the small crank that we need for the art room door. That's
because the ladder breaks, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Letting you pass. Exactly. So it's all the same thing. So what changes that makes me go down that ladder?
Then X move. Okay. Yeah, because the issue is Pink has all the medallions, but the game doesn't want to give her the trigger to go down into the secret office.
Yeah.
So there's some event flag missing.
It has to be going through the shower. That's the only other thing. I literally can't do anything else. Like,
And I'm
the
sure
watchman's
you
office
your box,
is closed because you have to get it from behind, and that's you go from below, you go from the sewers, and then you go through the parking garage, and then you go up, and then that's how you get through this way. This is red because I can't go past the helicopter. I can't go in the chief's office. That's the heart key. Okay, I can't go in the lounge this way because this one's locked coming from this direction. I can't get here because I need the valve. Clock tower.
The end doesn't.
I can't do anything because I can't lower the stairs. The west storage room, I can't blow up the C4 because I don't have the thing. Yeah, I'm just thinking out loud. I know. I'm just thinking out loud of places that I haven't searched that I can't get into. Yeah, no, Leanne doesn't get the heart key at all. In A. And he doesn't get the club key till much later, and then you have to come back through the sewer.
Club-footed bitch, get out of my way.
It has to be this. It has to be the valve. That has to be my trigger. Going through the shower and going through the STARS office and all that has to be my trigger.
That sounds, yeah, that does sound correct. I mean, I'm gonna have to go back through my item box again, and then we're gonna have to. Can you just pop down? I know you're gonna try to kill me later, but.
Alright, let me check mine again too.
Okay.
Okay, did this, did this, did this. T-valve is...
I was literally completed on the other side, and they're like, yeah. Tab sorts your stuff, by the way, and it puts key items near the bottom.
Or at the top if you switch them to key.
Oh. Ooh. So smart. And that's for Nest.
Yeah, I have the dispersal cartridge for the fucking greenhouse lab.
Maybe I'll just take one of my, make that part 2. They'll be like, alright, you did it. No. Walk and dream. Walk and dream.
Square crank is not considered done because you can get it from the... You open this door in this office from the other side. Okay, hold on, let me think. Yeah, see, I don't have a B1 yet. Can't do that. I can't do that.
Yeah, that wouldn't even really help us to go down there and get that. Okay. Claire, my silly girl.
Isn't there a way to see, like... Isn't there a way to see, like, hints? Like, can't we,
I
like...
thought you got... I thought whenever you were the host, you got the little cheat sheet.
Yeah.
If you pull up the pop tracker, it would probably like show what the checks are. You could probably just search RE2 remake Archipelago checks, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. Oh, we could see something obvious we're missing. Which we would never do because we're like really smart and cool. You gonna start opening doors for me, Mr. X? Because that would be really slick. I would love if you just busted open that library door. You won't. Did you interact with the medallion pedestals?
Yeah.
Okay. Emperor statue, crank handle. Yeah, I do not fucking know. The only red rooms I have are private collection, which I'm pretty sure is that door.
Mm.
The book from the art room. What is the lounge locked door off the library? Maybe that's open now since it didn't have a key marker. That might just be Leon's side. Wait, Bozo. Nobody likes you. You smell. You're like if Nemesis was a whiny baby. Hi, Andy.
Hi, Andy.
Big loadies today, yeah.
Okay, so how do I... Hints? Item. New hint. Valve?
Yeah, thanks, asshole.
Valve handle. Valve handle. Item, finding player. Okay, so your... No fucking shot, bro. You need your valve handle first because my valve handle is literally locked in your room with your valve handle. Like,
where is that?
So, okay, hold on. You...
Do I have to...
Okay, hold on.
Okay, wait, hold on. I gotta hit it. Where's the hint button?
It's in the text client.
With like the Archipelago client or the Windows? Okay. So it's in the text file?
No, it's in the
Text client.
text client, the Archipelago text client. And then so you type !hint and it unlocks your hint.
Hint.
And then you go to the next tab and then you type valve handle. I don't know if it's not on your screen, so I can't see.
Valve space handle.
Uh-huh.
Is that exclamation point hint?
Mm-hmm. So you just do hint valve handle.
Is that not correct? Did I fuck something up?
I can't, it's not showing up on your
I just switched it. I just switched it.
Yeah, so now see the tab that's over there that says hints? Okay, now. Yeah, so do exclamation point hint. You're not, look at your Archipelago's not right. 56216.
Duh.
And you're at the top of the
56216.
Yeah, that's why. Okay, and then connect. There you go. Now do your hint.
Oh fuck yeah, you're in my mouth. Enter slot nickname, I'm gonna fucking blow my brains out. There. Be. Help.
No, hint.
Handle. Location.
You have to do hint because you have to I know it's silly. You have to unlock it first.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Boiler room. LA outside
So-
of by stairs 1.
Boiler room outside stairs 1. I cannot get to the boiler room. I can't get to the boiler room because I can't get downstairs. Okay. Okay.
All current options.
Okay. Hold on. Let me... If I just, like... I don't even think I can force my way through that spot. So CB is you, LA is me. Because it's Claire B, Leon A. So it's saying that I have to get to the boiler room to get your valve to get
Did
my
you check
valve.
all the lockers in the boiler room?
I can't get to the boiler room.
What do you mean it's on the third floor one?
The boiler room's on the first floor.
Oh yeah, the boiler room. Boiler room.
Yeah, which you have to get from the
I'm thinking of
stairway.
the shower room. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I can't open this.
Boiler room's not where you get from the... Oh no, because we've already tried the ladder.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have to find yours past the steam.
So I have to somehow get to the boiler room to get your valve, to get you past your steam, so you can get my valve so I can get past my steam. But I don't understand how I'm supposed to do that. I just don't know.
Yeah, it feels like they hard locked us. I mean, I can unlock...
The gate won't go down. Like, I've used all 3 medallions and the gate just won't go down.
What's it? I mean, I was gonna say I can...
Yeah. The
we
gate
can
is just there.
unlock a typewriter and force ourselves forward.
I mean, again, I can put myself in the secret room via teleport, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, it just won't open. It's just
what about my red book?
Oh,
I guess
yeah,
that
look
doesn't really...
Look up your red book then, yeah.
So we do have a couple other locks, right?
Hi, Ark. Thank you so much for 46 months. Yeah, so you need to find your red book.
Bottom waterways.
Boiler room, outside by... Oh, no, what was it? Bottom waterway.
Bottom waterway.
That's sewers.
The sewers, yeah.
So I might just have to teleport myself into the secret room.
Yeah.
As if I opened this door. Alright, I'm gonna do a save. I'm gonna do a hard save, and then I'll try and see what happens, and I'll teleport myself into the secret room. As if I lowered the thing.
Let's see what checks I'm missing. We'll start at the top, see if there's anything. Yeah, the only thing I'm missing is press room, hiding place, drawer. And then showers room, and then stars.
Alright, I'm gonna do it then. I will...
I mean, you can do exclamation point missing to see if you're missing any of the ones that are right down, that are accessible. I just didn't scroll all the way down. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It just lists locations.
Alright.
You have the handle that opens the secret room already. Try using the T handle inside.
Yeah, I have the T handle. I'll try that in a second. Hold on. Alright, press room, hiding place, locker room, past star, star's office, can't get in, armory, can't get in, linen room, can't get in, west storage room, maiden statue, secret room. Okay, alright, I'm gonna teleport to the secret room and just see what happens. Like I said, I did a hard save, so...
Yeah. Hey, if it gets us moving forward, that's
Hold
all
on,
that really matters.
do I have my T handle in my inventory? I do, okay. B1 secret room. Alright. As if I did it. Let's see. Okay. Gunpowder. Flash grenade. Alright, let me turn my currently BK'd off and see if it does anything. Oh, I might leave him on there. It's kind of cool.
I'm just glad we were both BK'd, because I was starting to feel real fucking stupid.
I mean, you would think that, like, randomizer logic would figure out, like, you can't put stuff behind this, and you can't put this behind this, and whatever, you know? You would assume.
Well, especially because it duped up the medallions and, like, the rooks and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Here's a... Oh, first aid spray. Cool. Thanks. Not a weapon. Just a first aid spray.
Definitely was waiting for that. Thank you so much.
What?
Here's my fight.
Yay, fighties!
Work on this thing.
Mr. Rex, you wanna open the door for me?
No choice. Gotta take it down.
Steph, I hear you. I'm just focusing.
Hey, Steph, I'm not noticing. How are you? Mr. X,
Got
more
him.
like
All right.
Mr.
Hi, Steph.
Sexy
Welcome
little
in.
Turtle. That's how slow you're moving.
Steph, how was your day? Welcome in. Nice. Yes. Green herb. Okay. Handgun ammo. Handgun ammo. Wonderful. Thank you. High capacity mag to dirge. Okay, so this is the machinery room and it's still red. So let's check everything. Didn't good. Went and saw Hopper's, my little cousins. It was pretty good. Cute. Oh, I just
Well,
sent.
I got a gun
Oh
from
yeah,
you.
I just sent you the grenade launcher, I think, or something. I don't know
Fuck
what,
yeah.
I don't know what GM39 is, but. Just to search. Don't see anything else though. No. So you got some more work to do there. There's like 1,000 Korok seeds, and some of them are like pairs, which was wild. So it's probably Korok seeds, to be honest. And do you have like all of the above ground and underground temples? The Sage wills things? Yeah, yeah. Alright, we're making some progress, Dirge. So I just have to make it through the parking garage to the other side, to the stairs, to go up to the boiler room. So. Oh, that's all? Yeah, that's all.
Oh, that's all.
Oh, I found my large gear. I can do the... Okay, I can do the clock tower now, too.
They have the stamina consumption. That sounds good. It's not like they're consistently making the game very player friendly. Fixing a lot of shit. Mr. X.
Okay, here's my Mr. X cutscene right here. I think, right? Isn't that? Oh no, this is the Ada. This is the garage. Never mind. I thought he was gonna open the thing. And then I do this.
Where are you, lumpy
and then I do
bitch?
this, and then Ada goes, "Hi, bitch." Okay.
I'm not done
Progress.
talking to you.
Hey, I'm not done talking to you. I'm Leon.
We're pogging.
Leon.
Awoo. So I know it's fucked up, but I always shoot these guys. I'm sorry, guys. I shoot them so they don't get me later. These guys will eat my face off later. I don't understand why this is. This has never done this to me before.
Kind of curious about the.
Okay, there's gonna be the first liquor too, I think. Morgue.
Oh, you know, skip. I guess we could have just done a kid item.
Son of a bitch.
Oh wait, you didn't skip Pink?
What?
Did you not have to skip? The gate bugged? Well, yeah. I didn't mean to like skip like purposely.
No, I teleported down to the next room to see if it would push the gate.
Oh. I mean, I probably could have done mine, and then once I got to the other side, or no, my shit for you was like at the end, wasn't it?
Oh, is that? I mean, I probably could have spawned in the item for myself, but it's fine. I'll just see what happens this way. And if it comes down to it and I can't, then I can always teleport right back to RPD.
Yeah. Well, we have full access to.
Yeah, part
Yeah,
of
I guess you're right,
Archipelago, and they probably install it for this exact reason, is all of the teleporters become, all of the typewriters become teleporters, excuse me. And that's probably exactly for this reason, so you can't get, like, stuck like this.
Yeah. You should rarely need to use this. If you skip ahead, you might soft lock. If
Yeah.
you stay in place, you might soft lock too, fuckers.
Alright, so, now, this should be the staircase back to... No, the staircase back is over there. Oh, it's through there. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I get what
Here's
you're saying,
my... Oh, there's my electronics, which for you was some handgun.
I got a new gun, didn't I?
Wish I could remember what these are, but I don't. There it is. Alright, I've got to check over here.
Just.
Okay.
They misdirected on now.
Alright. Back through here. And then these guys should all be dead, so they shouldn't attack. That one. Okay. This way. This way. This way. I'm just gonna pick up the stuff that's in the shooting gallery. Oh, this would normally be my diamond key. So let me see what it is. Green herb. Okay.
Thank goodness.
I said diamond key, but I meant car key. I'm an idiot. This is a diamond door. I was thinking two thoughts at once. Okay, here's my stairs back this way. So, this way, this way, this way. I missed you last time.
Oh, is there one still alive back there?
No, there was a Mr. Raccoon. A Mr. Raccoon bobblehead that I somehow missed.
Machine gun, bunch of other stuff.
Break room hallway fuse. Okay. That's the one I need. Alright. Nice. Why is this not opening? What the fuck now? This isn't opening either.
Let me take a look. Let me take a look.
That's okay. I have my large gear, which means that I can do the clock tower now. I'll just backtrack, I guess. Oh. Bruh. Dog, stay the still. Jeez. If I get killed by these dogs, I'm gonna freak out.
That would be pretty crazy. I mean, so far I have 1 death, you have 0, so saying.
I'm sorry,
a real
what?
fan of
I
keeping
blew
me
that
alive.
dog up with a grenade and he was like, I'm good. Merely a flesh wound. Man, if you don't reload your weapon right the fuck now, I'm gonna lose it. Holy shit, these dogs have never given me this much of a problem. Stay still, oh my lord.
They grow up so fast.
Yeah, seriously. Those dogs have never given me that much of a problem, holy smokes.
Well, I guess that technically isn't. I mean, I guess technically the item I need most is the other electronic key. Why didn't I look for that instead? But
Oh, enjoy your wooden boards.
a wooden board. Oh, thank goodness.
Uh-huh.
I have been waiting my whole life.
My whole life.
Come on, I have so many fire rounds for you.
Congratulations on finding your own hand grenade. How does it feel?
Oh, good. Does it feel?
Right, this is the one. Yes. Yo, a hand grenade?
A hand grenade?
A little
You're
grenade
sounding
for
so
your
ornery
hand?
out there, yeah. Well, come on in. Come through the window. There you go. You always want to yell and shout like you're coming in.
Whoa.
When I stand here with this big fucking grenade launcher, you're not so tough, huh?
Whoa. Michael Jackson mod liquor when we do RE9. Yeah, I told Britt, my mod Britt, that she could mod my game. Like she could pick the mods and she could mod my game. Ooh. Lickers. Ooh. Oop. I can't see anything. I know. I told her that she could pick the mods, but that my only request was obviously shirtless Leon, and then that one, but that she could pick all the other ones.
Drax, where are you, you raggedy bitch?
Yeah, he doesn't want to show up for me either.
Keep your Wonder Bread ass tromping around. you trapped in the library, little guy? Are you learning?
This way. This way. George.
Uh-oh, it says I'm reconnected. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Am I still connected to... Yeah. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
More wooden boards. Oh.
Okay.
I love that he's not actually popping up, but they keep playing the, like he's right next to me.
Mm. Yeah, I know. It's been doing this all day, and I don't understand why. I basically have to, like, turn it off and turn it back on, and it's never done this before.
Oh, I see you finally developed your own version of the buzzing I get. Computers are such wonderful things.
Why am I doing buzzies for you?
No, that's my personal problem. Is
Oh.
Out of nowhere, I just get random buzzing from just random sources, and it's fixed by turning it off and on.
It's driving me absolutely crazy, and I don't know what to do about it.
Well, I've been having my issue for several years, and it hasn't stopped, so... Best of luck. Nerd. Get your nerd ass back here. How you like that? Bam! Right in your shitty little face, more like Mr. On Fire. Suck it!
Suck it, loser.
Suck it, bozo!
I did make a little bit of a loop here, but it's okay. This way.
I mean, you're still down? You suck. Lol. Lol, little garbage man.
Yeah, it's just audio in general is just a nightmare.
Yeah, I hate audio. Personally.
A bane of my existence.
Like, I've spent my whole life learning stuff about the visual arts and still get confused all the fucking time. Music and audio might as well be fucking magic to me.
I like when you're playing in 3 as Carlos, and you walk up to the library door, and he's like, "That's a weird fucking door."
Yeah. Yeah, Carlos, that's why you only in one game.
That's a weird fucking door, bro. What?
You were too normal for the Resident Evil series, Carlos. You had been asking way too many questions.
I love Carlos.
Yeah, he's good.
Poorly shielded power cables easily cause a minor buzz. You can cause a minor buzz. Okay, I have lowered the stairs in the clock tower. Okay, so the second gear in the clock tower was green herb, so that didn't help.
No helpies?
Nope, no helpies.
You guys were still alive until I came back out here. Get owned.
Oh. There is Andy in here now. There's not before.
Can I have this? I would like that key. I know I don't get it till the swamp.
Swamp.
Swamp. No, yeah, all sewers are. It's just swamps.
Swamps of food.
What the?
Food. What the? Lovely, Sir, we're 3 hours into this game now. You know what's going on. You know what the fuck this is. My favorite zombie character model is the Will Byers from Stranger Things.
Oh yeah, that's pretty good. A good homage.
Alright, can I go down here now? Ah! Oh, progression! Ladder, broken ladder, okay. Okay. Helicopter. Alright. Progression is being made. There's 2 items here. Valve handle!
Yeah.
Go get my valve handle! Let's go! We love that progressy.
Progressy.
Mm-hmm. Making that progressy.
Thank goodness. This team was pissing me off. Yeah, no. Can't be having that.
All right. I need some hand
Grab handle the
grenades,
Pinxel.
obviously. I'm just gonna fucking blow everyone up because I just keep getting grenades.
Yeah, you kind of got to, you know. It's
But
like
yeah,
me
I
and
gotta
this
get the
fucking,
achievement for killing 3 people with a grenade. The same grenade. I thought I'd get it with the dogs, but one of the dogs didn't die after getting blown the fuck up. Make that make sense.
These are all items for me and none for my friend, huh?
It's okay.
Green blood, yeah.
Well, you just gotta get my I got my. Oh no, I got my boxed electric
You
part
got it.
2 instead of getting my spade or club key. Cool. Okay. So I still don't have my club.
You got your valve handle though. You
Did
don't
I?
need it now, do you? Yeah, I just sent it to you. Got my large
Let me see if it's
gear.
in here. Oh, Round handle, thank you. Okay. Okay.
Take that, Mr. Raccoon.
Did you find a raccoon that you missed?
Yeah, I blew up the flame launcher.
Love it. All right. So we did that. Then we do this. Okay, I'm about to activate Mr. X now too. We're back online. Back online. At least for a little bit until we get screwed again. But I did have to get past the gate in the whatchamacallit because it was broken.
I'm just glad it wasn't actually our fault. It was the game's fault.
Alright, here's X. There we go. Alright, so can I?
Jesus Christ!
No, I can't because I'm trash at the game.
Not true.
No, I just like missed like a shit ton of shots like an idiot bozo.
Like a bazoo.
Like a bazoo.
What are you, some kind of bazoo? Sort of foolish bazoo. There isn't a... Oh yeah, I was just thinking to myself I would really want to upgrade my spark shot, so thank you.
Yep. So now...
Oh, this item I barely use. Yeah, yeah, upgrade it. Make it strong.
All right. Crocodile. The crocodile. Okay. This.
Wait, is that a... Bet your sweet Bippy I took that out of my pocket.
Hi, YT. How's it
Hey.
going?
Hey, Whitey. I should probably save.
Yeah, same. Especially because we've got what's this fuck chasing me around now. We've got what's his fuck causing a bunch of problems.
Hey, this fucking guy.
This fucking guy. How's y'all's run? Much better now that we're back on track. We were not doing too hot for a minute.
We got locked out and glocked out.
Locked out and glocked out. Let's go. Nah, I'm gonna keep it for him. Alright, now. Second floor. Second floor shower. Let's go.
Yeah, I know she was just craving that, so. Oh, small
Oh,
gear
my
to
small
Pinxel,
gear!
there
I
you
was
go.
I just left the clock tower.
LOL, get fucking owned, bozo.
It's fine. I'll make it back.
The worst part is, I probably could have done that in like a perfect timely fashion for you. I just didn't look at the map properly.
No, it's all good.
I look at my map and I'm like, I do right now. I was like, oh yeah, I most certainly do.
Oh yeah, I most certainly have to go over here. Right, but now I can go past the showers, so that's good. Okay.
Bro, how many times do I gotta keep teaching you this lesson, old man? I swear, these third floor zombies just get back up for fun. It's like,
I
wow.
know. Spade key, there you go.
Spade key. Okay, that's huge. I guess we're going down the first floor.
Oh. I hear you, X. Fuck off. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Electronic gadget. I think that's the frequency thing, isn't
Wait,
it?
these are the fucking club key is just a shortcut key, isn't it? It literally doesn't go to anything.
Wait, does he come in the STARS office? I thought the STARS office was a safe room. Right, I've got the dangle. The Yuspa dongle. Beep beep. Alright. There you go. There's a weapon for you, apparently. Even though it was mine.
And you still just got your pistol, huh?
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. Around with an Uzi and a fucking grenade launcher. I got a Magnum. The Magnum I have is terrible, though. It's the fake Magnum.
I hear this fucker just clomping around with his big ol' heavy feet. Plomp, 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 all around.
Oh, pink. That's so funny.
Hmm.
I mean, it'll make stuff easier, I guess. Yeah, like the spade key literally does nothing.
Oh, no.
It's all shortcut. That was literally all shortcut doors.
Aw, well.
I was so excited. Electronic. You guys, maybe put the batteries in there for me? No? Fucking you suck.
Oh, wait, I'm going backwards.
I don't need you right now.
Okay, linen room is the diamond key.
Diamonds are forever.
Forever?
They won't leave in the night. I have no fear that they might.
It's weird that that's still not open. Block tower.
Marvin.
Oh, Marvin, no.
Oh, no. Damn it.
Marvin, bad things happen to you.
Marvin, no.
Not doing so good, buddy.
No,
I'll
he's
stop
not
this.
doing so good.
Buddy, you don't feel good, buddy.
No, he don't feel so good.
I promise.
I'll stop this, Lieutenant, I promise. Okay. Oh, music. Where is he? Oh, I'm such an idiot. I have to go all the way back anyway. Damn it. I didn't have the freaking gear. It got sent to my box.
Oh no, I've been.
Darn. Oh, what's wrong, motherfucker?
Better get moving.
Better get moving. Yeah, Leon. Better get moving. Better get schmovin' and groovin'. All right, in the box. Drop off that. We don't need that anymore. There's my small gear. Yes. Okay. On my way back.
On my
way back.
Way back.
I love going in circles.
Wavy back ribs.
Baby back ribs. Are you still in here, Mr. X? Catching up on your reading? He's close, though. I hear him.
This thing will
Yep,
die.
he's literally right where I need to be. Excuse me. Thanks. Excuse me, thanks.
Excuse. Mr. Murderer, please get out of my way.
Please move, thank ya.
I got shit to do. You're taking up my precious time.
My precious time.
Hope I don't have to write a report on this.
Hope I don't have to write a report on this. It's my favorite. Oh, I found my own boxed electronics. Amazing. Okay. Now I have to go all the way back downstairs. Through my glitched ass door, so I'm just gonna teleport because my door is broken, so don't mind me.
No.
Don't mind me with my broken ass door.
That's really funny now, yeah.
What?
No, I wasn't making. Grandma thought I was making fun of her because apparently she was talking to the cat and saying, "Get out of my way, I have things to do."
Oh.
She thought I was making fun of her.
Oh, aw.
That's so funny. Like, no, I just said this is the exact same thing going on. That's so funny.
No, Grandma.
I have headphones and I had no idea what you were saying. You could have been talking mad shit, lady.
Uh-huh. I never would have known. Well, shit.
We're being caught on fire, alright? It's not very cool. Lady, you gotta get to the boiler room, alright? You just step out this window.
You need to step off.
Alright, you could just walk right out that window. Since when do you take more than a whole clip?
Your DA is probably going up.
Yeah.
Okay, so it says that there's stuff in the machine. I need to check.
Mr. X, I'll just teleport away from you because you're a bozo.
And grenade.
On the plus side, once we get to the sewer, we should be able to walk right through it. I should be able to walk right through it. I've
Oh
got
yeah,
every...
pretty close to it. Yeah.
I think I've got every piece. I've got the pawn, knight, bishop.
The king and the queen are
Rook,
in their spots,
queen.
so I don't know.
They might not be when we pull them out.
I know, that's what I'm worried about.
Because I have a queen sitting in my box.
Queen in your box.
Dog, ain't no way.
Okay. So now go all the way back. Okay, damn, it still says I have searching things in here? No way.
Searching.
Yeah, it still says this hallway's... Oh, here it is. Here it is. It was a plant. Oh, it was just my own gunpowder. My own gunpowder.
Where you stinky boys keep finding all these zombies at, but I'm kindly asking that they go away.
Red herb.
Kindly remove. Oh, thank goodness. I was running so low.
I know. You had said that earlier. That you were running really, really low on.
I'm so
Red
dangerously in pain.
Owie.
Owies.
Owie. So the generator room still has searches too. This is the morgue, which is done. The generator room. Okay. Fully searched now on this side. my magnum yet. Please tell me I did. It's like, please tell me I didn't leave my electronic parts over there and forget. Okay. Now,
Leon
is
would
there
never.
an achievement for doing this in under so many moves, or is that just a challenge? I think it's just a challenge of solving this in under so many moves. Be kind of cool if I found the Mr. Raccoons that I was missing
I
in
found
this
two.
game, in this round, this go around. But I don't. I think it's a Claire one that I'm missing. If I'm being honest, I think I looked it up. I don't know how to set up the pop tracker.
I think I think I'm BK'd. I think.
Okay.
I think.
You think? Okay, I will. I'm in the middle of a couple things, so let's see what happens.
Yeah. Time for some more gunpowder and blue herbs, everybody.
Here, that's go back that way. That way. Got it. Alright, bro dog's dead. Parking garage card. Parking interview transcript, don't care. Parking garage, thank you. Hip pouch
What
to
are
you.
they after?
Alright, let me see if I can get this thing.
I feel like I have way too many spots now at this point. Well, I can't be mad at them for front loading those. Well, you guys aren't even around to yell at me. Quit being fucking weird. You're making noises, but there's literally none of you left alive. I had too much ammo. Oh no, there is somebody alive. What the fuck, man?
What the fuck, man?
Alright.
There's another power cell. Convenient power cell. Open garage is not searched. Okay. Well, because I don't have the key to open the car door. Does that count? In the parking garage? Do you know?
The car counts, yeah.
Yeah, so I can't. Okay. It didn't put it in my inventory? Seriously?
Hate that shit. I had to teleport into the deputy's office and then elevator back down like 3 times in there. Shit was driving
No,
me.
I interacted with the man to pick up his key card, and it didn't put it in my inventory.
So funny. Yeah, did that with me or something earlier. It's so fun. So fun. What a fun thing. What a fun game. What a fun thing.
There you go. Key card obtained. Thank you.
Yeah, it's not those two. If you wanna let me borrow it, you're done.
Okay, there we go. Yay! Achievement!
Chibo.
Chibo get! Achievement get! Where's Andy? Achievement get!
Give me a break.
No, Mr. Sachs, please quit chasing me.
All right. Ada has come and saved me now. All right, am I done? Parking garage I can't do. Everything else is done. Okay, let me check before I go to parking garage and go to sewer. I mean, I can go back to RPD after sewer anyway, so it's fine.
We might want to open the
Even if without the teleport, you can still go back.
That's interesting. You guys aren't supposed to be in here yet. Huh. Did I get the battery and not realize? I must have got the battery and not realize that. You guys are not supposed to be in here. You never spawned in here before. Why you doing it now?
Is that the intel you needed?
Unfortunately, no.
Scary
Ben didn't come
liquors.
through.
Well, what exactly are you looking for?
More info on the people responsible for this mess.
Boop, 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 boop. You're going up the stairs, but I'm running back down them, you idiot. LOL. Omega lol.
Never had this happen before. I don't understand why my audio keeps just desyncing. As soon as if I like just refresh it, it's fine. I don't know how it's getting there in the first place.
Yeah, I've had the exact same, not that exact same issue,
Road's
but
out.
a similar issue.
Going through that gun shop looks like.
Oh, you want me to refresh my stuff every couple years? Thank you. Thank you. I really wanted that.
I mean, I refresh my shit every day, but like I shouldn't have to refresh it like 7 times during stream.
Yeah. For stream.
During my stream.
What a mess.
Detonator, no battery. Yeah, why the fuck did you guys spawn in there? The liquor spawned in the detonator room.
There it is. Okay. Okay. Oh, wooden boards. I need those now. Definitely.
They're my fave. Thank you for telling me to find all those medallions. That is not a thing that happened already. You are so good, game.
Gun shop is clear.
Heard of the Umbrella Corporation? They're a pharmaceutical company secretly making bioweapons. They have a virus. It turns people into indestructible monsters.
That explains the horrible things I've seen.
That explains the horrible things I've seen.
And that's why I'm looking
It
for
sure
another.
does, Leon.
She's the one at
It
Umbrella
sure
responsible
does.
for unleashing the virus. I'm going to bring her down. This is how we get to an end.
Based on what you've said, the sewer seems fitting.
Well said. After you.
Gee, thanks.
Gee, thanks.
Can't imagine a real scientist being down here.
According to HQ, this leads right into Umbrella's secret facility.
Come on. Sewers are run by the city. How could they have a facility without the authorities knowing?
Welcome to corporate America. Umbrella's controlled Raccoon City for years.
Jesus! That an earthquake?
I sure as hell hope so.
Enjoy your combat knife.
Yeah, I will. My whole heart. I look to see
What the hell?
Stay sharp. God only knows what's down here.
I wish there was like an open chest thing in the archipelago. That would be so.
A what?
Like if it could, like just to show what your next place would be. Like open items.
Oh.
Like I understand. Like it kind of does with the
Mist thing, yeah.
With the missing, yeah. Not accurate at all.
Alright, sewer time. My least favorite part of this game.
Restroom, Star's office. Armory, I can't go to. West storage room.
Again?
It's not too late to turn back.
No chance. You're stuck with me to the end.
No chance. You're stuck with me to the end.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Oh, wait. No, I didn't want to do that. Oh, shit. I thought it was... Okay, I didn't mean to do that.
I think I was literally just standing in a room I had just saved in. Okay. Okay, this should definitely be my next item. Hint, parking pass. No, it's not a parking pass key.
Right, I'm aware of that, and I don't know... Okay, load game. There we go.
Private collection room. Private collection.
Holy shit!
What? I can't say I've ever had that happen before.
What?
Instead of going down, because you know how like the third chomp of the alligator is when you slide down the slide?
Mm-hmm.
He just didn't.
Huh.
Okay. Left.
Holy
right.
shit!
going on? You're paused anyway, so you're not dying. You're about to die like 3 times.
Yeah, I'll die as soon as I get back. I'll die when I'm ready for it. You did not want to tell me where to find this item.
What item do you need?
Power panel part.
Isn't it electronic?
Holy shit!
Box?
I tried box electronic. You kill me now, game. That's fine. No, I don't want to fucking turn on aim assist mode.
I know, and you can't. I did it on I clicked it accidentally, clicking through too quickly, and it was like wrong YAML, wrong YAML, wrong YAML, and I was like, Jesus Christ, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Holy shit!
Okay, now third time, go to the left. Here we go. Okay, now slide down the slide, Leon. There we go. Okay, we slid this time.
Chew on that, you overgrown son of a bitch.
Overgrowth, son of a bitch.
Leon, up here.
What the hell was?
Just get up here. Can't say I didn't warn you.
You said the virus turned people into monsters, not reptiles.
Fair point. I'm just impressed you made it in one piece.
Oh my god, Ada, you walk so slow and you body block me.
So let me get this straight. Umbrella sells monsters like that to who? Our military? Somebody else's?
They don't sell the monsters. They sell the viruses that make them. And Annette is who makes the viruses. Scary as that alligator was, Annette is far more dangerous.
And that's just a lady. She's just a lady. There was literally a mutant alligator chasing us. I think that's a little bit more dangerous. Personally. Right.
You
now
can
I am
run,
Ada.
Annette, but you can't hide.
What?
Ada? Where are you?
Do you have some break?
It skipped the entire Ada section.
Nice.
I'm
That's
Leon
slick.
again.
Guess you don't have any items. That makes sense.
Interesting. Okay. Yes, it says a searchable here, but I don't think there is. I don't think there is. I think it's stuck.
What kind of Pokemon are you?
What can this Pokemon do? It can kill you. Hi, Horseman. How's your day? Let's go. If I'm honest, meh. Yeah.
That's a pleasant smell.
Wait, did I get item from? Oh, is that why? Well, hopefully it gets better from here, Horseman.
Yeah.
If not, sucks to suck. Hopefully tomorrow's better. Well, you should know that's never gonna happen.
Red book.
Oh, thank goodness. I've been fucking dick in my hand. Just so much in my hand. Thank goodness.
I know. Got the red book for you.
Break room. Break room. Thank you, Mr. X. I've got a new high-powered pistol to shoot you in the fucking head with.
Just fucking shoot you with.
It's so fun that they're making you go through the whole fucking game with that pistol.
Oh no, I took my fucking, I took a weapon out of my fucking storage. I was done with it.
Did you? I was about to say.
I was done with it.
Okay,
I was so over it. I was like, I don't
My
get a
shit,
shotgun.
70.
I don't get a fucking magnum. Get out.
There we fucking go. I got an interrogation room to jump through. I got all kinds of shit. We're big money moving. I should clear another fucking. What? Sorry, man. I'll be coming in here like a liquor.
Okay, sure. I guess Home Dog doesn't want to get up. He said, nah, I'm good, fam.
Cable car.
Oh, I thought it was.
Interesting.
Fuck, where's the gemstone go then?
The gemstone goes in the box, in the bejeweled box.
Oh, the jewel box I don't have.
Really? I've gotten 2 of them.
Where'd she go?
You've sent me 2 of them.
Yeah, I'm back to
Well,
BK. I
you're-
thought that was gonna be.
You're back to
I thought that was
BK?
gonna- Hell, I got the gem from the scepter,
Oh,
and
no.
then that's it. Thought hurricane season was over.
It's okay. I'm working
What's
through
in
the
the
sewers.
box?
What's in the box?
You need a small gear, that electronic part.
The small gear and electronic part. Okay. All right.
I'm coming, Ada.
I'm coming,
Thanks.
Ada. Don't worry. Oh, here I am. I'm at the fucking electrical puzzle now. Let's see. Alright, I don't have the king and the queen, though. So... that's a little bit of a problem.
I'm just running the randomizer and the alternative costume on mine.
Do you have mods? Yeah. Yeah, it's just the rando. The Archipelago rando.
Shirtless Leon.
I wish there was shirtless Leon, but alas, there's not.
You don't have shirtless Leon?
No, there is no shirtless Leon for RE2.
That's crazy.
I know, they're like,
Well,
he's a little innocent
guy.
baby.
That's
Don't
a little
sexualize
baby.
him.
Please, he's getting traumatized. After this,
He's quite
you
literally
know,
getting PTSD as we speak. Don't objectify him.
After this, it's fine. Right
yeah,
now,
4,
kinda
you can objectify the
Yeah.
shit out of him. Okay, so I just need the king. I have the queen. I still have the king. Okay. Here's my notes. Alright, it goes bishop, rook, knight. Oh no, I don't have the bishop either. I have the bishop, I have the...
Battery. Yeah, records room has something for me, and workroom, and those are the two things that I think you got for me right now. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break.
Okie doke. Okay, and then it goes pawn, queen, king. Pawn,
Come on.
king. Oh no, queen. Okay, so I need my king, and I need my bishop. Okay. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back. I can't be bothered. Green herb for dirge. And grenade for dirge. Do I have a sewer key in my inventory? I don't, but I can just go right back over there. Hold on a second. This is tough because you like think you know where stuff is, because you do know where stuff is because you've played the game, but then like it's not there. Oh, I just sent the. He's gone. I just got his wristband. That's huge. This isn't a race. Yeah, we have to work together. Yeah. Correct. Found your large gear. I already did that. Found your red herb. That's the T handlebar.
ID wristband required for cable car entry.
Okay, what did I get?
Your ID wristband.
Oh, that's for downstairs.
Mm-hmm. It should be to the cable car. Unless it's the one in Nest.
Well, I can beat the game. I think. I was wondering why you didn't fall down. That wasn't even the strong ammo, that's why. That's why.
That way. Okay, I'm on my way to the room where the king and queen plug normally are. So let's see what I get there.
What the? Oh my god. This is getting worse.
These are one shots, aren't they? No, they're not. Thank God. Cool how he grabbed me before I can use the ABS. But we're good. We're good in here. We're fine.
Funny little liquor. Where did you decide to spawn? This little guy.
Funny little guy.
You funny little guys.
Okay. Signal modulator. Oh, my own signal modulator. Nice. Okay.
Seems like just yesterday.
Long barrel. Yeah, I can't. Okay. Okay.
Do you?
This didn't help me.
That's the workroom's the room that the Knight and Queen are in, right?
The supplies storage room.
Getting a picture of flowers. Why would you guys put that up in a police station? Should put a picture up of like the last puppies you guys kicked.
Okie doke. So that does not help me at all. You have a weird feeling I just left this place not long ago, 2 weeks ago? Yeah.
Hmm?
So, how do I go back?
It's not be straight Scorpion. I hope it skips the Sherry part for me then. That would be fucking sick. I hate that part.
Really?
A stealth section as a small child? Yeah. Not a fan.
You don't even have to be stealth. He's blind as fuck.
I know. Oh, you big jerk. Owned. Owned. You got shot in the face, and you quit looking at me.
You quit looking at anybody and everybody.
So many combat knives.
Go away, Will Byers.
Get out of here.
Will would like to
Oh, shotgun shells, great. I was actually just thinking, I wish I fucking had some shotgun shells right now.
Wish I had some ammo. Ha.
Red herb.
Oh yeah.
Large caliber handgun ammo.
Oh, yum yum.
You're eating good tonight. You're eating good tonight.
Whatever I'm eating, it definitely isn't Progresso soup, you know?
Oh, I got a speed loader weapon mod for you.
I think that's for her little starting pistol. That'll be good. I got the high power ammo on that.
Alright, this is back in RPD. Now, will it put the gate down if I go back and I use the T handle to go back? Will it lower the gate? No way.
I will hide it. What's up, Daisy?
There's no way. This is so funny. Where is he? Let's see. Can he get in here? No, he can't. Haha, loser. Haha. Haha. Haha.
Mr. Sad.
Haha, loser. Haha. You can't get me. Haha. He's like, fine, I'll go somewhere else.
I don't where I'm not wanted.
This is it, guys. This is the rest of the game. And then the game like auto corrects itself and just opens the gate. Oh, you can't do anything. If you had a brain, you could reach through these grates and kill me, but you don't have a brain.
You big dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the I'm watching you horseman? Yeah, that would be good. Can't do shit there. Still can't do shit there. Still can't do shit there.
All right, what do I have now? All right, I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna go grab my coffee. Raw back.
Missing. Okay, I'm going to be trying to figure out where my shit is. Thanks, Discord. Yeah, I really wanted you to freeze, buddy. That was you to do there. Okay. Okay, so Archie. I think those are the only things I need, right? So that's found. That's not found. Okay, so where is that? Vader. Okay, so I think my next check is still down there. I believe. I think my small box is probably got my thing. We know each other a lot. We did pretty good. We both kind of got like mutually locked, and then Pink was, I think, glitched behind a thing with the sewer room. Because essentially it put us in a double lock situation where we both needed something from the other side of the other next area. But that thing's been running pretty smooth. I think I'm waiting on part of the sewer to get finished. And then I'll be able to continue on Clear B. But I don't know if Pink can currently complete it with the section that I need.
Sorry that took so long. You want to see some bullshit, Dirge and chat?
Yeah.
I don't know if you have my stream up or not. So I just ordered my drinks. I got a sandwich and I got a coffee. And I picked my bag up, and my bag is dripping, like dripping. This is how much coffee was left in my cup. Motherfucker dropped my drink, spilled my drink, delivered me half of a fucking drink. It was like, sorry. No, he didn't even say sorry. He just fucking delivered it.
I was about to say, like baby boy, you don't even say sorry at that point. You say, my bad. Tell him it came like this, but it wasn't my fault.
Right.
That's what I would say.
I have to order another.
Like,
I have to order another drink to be delivered because like, my shit's gone. It's empty. That's wild. That's actually wild that they had the audacity to do that.
The lion, the witch, and the audacity of this bitch.
Yep. Ugh, I can't believe that shit.
I mean, with your luck, with Uber Eats, I can, but
It's just, I don't know. If I was the Dasher, I would have, I don't know what I would have done. I would have at least been like, hey, you have to call. Yeah, I have to call and get another one because my DoorDasher marked that as delivered and completed.
yeah.
He marked it as complete.
No, a horseman, because I've worked on the restaurant side of stuff too, so I've seen what Uber Eats orders look like when they come in. The thing that sucks the most about Uber Eats is that they basically make themselves the middleman between the customer and the people making the food.
What's wrong with it?
And they make it.
Hold on. Let's shoot this man so he doesn't get me. Gunny, this is how it arrived.
Somebody dropped it. But yeah, Horseman, the thing that sucks about third parties like Uber Eats is they essentially make it next to impossible to correct stuff like that because it's not like
I think he
it's
dropped
not like that
it.
guy can call. Yeah, he probably did drop it, but maybe he's thirsty. Oh, you're in the sauce. It's hot probably today. Probably thirsty boy.
Okay, let's go back.
Yeah, I mean they work fine, but like it's just hard because you basically have a corporation in between you and the place delivering your food.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of ways for like a delivery driver to be like, "Hey, I fucked this up. Can you remake this for me at the restaurant?" Because like They don't fucking care. When I worked at a restaurant, if you told me that shit, I would say, go fuck yourself. Go call Uber. I don't know, you shit, stranger. But also, every Uber driver I've ever had to hand off food to has been the rudest person I've ever met. Yeah, if you fuck up, go back and make it
Star's
right.
office is my queen key, by the way.
Your storage.
Your Star's office is my queen key for the power panel.
Can you take the lift into the workroom, or is that post?
Can I take the lift into the workroom?
Yeah, down in the swaz.
Yeah, I should be able to, because I should have that key. Let me get there.
That should be that's my lock right now.
Okay. All right, now let me just.
Yeah, that was my take. That's why another reason, because I spent 10 years working in restaurants. Why I was like very anti Uber Eats is because like most food's not meant to travel like that. Most companies, like there's just not a lot of good recourse for like customer interaction unless you just have like very understanding human beings. Which if you've worked as much time in food service as I have, you realize that's like none of them.
The crazy part is I actually genuinely am. You said the bad was soaked. Is your food? My food was in a plastic bag, from a different restaurant. I double dashed. I got my food from one place, and then I had them, and then I got a coffee from the second place. Why is my mouse on?
Such a New Englander.
Yeah, I am. Iced coffee all year round.
Fee.
Mm-hmm.
I have my iced coffee.
Iced
Comes in a
coffee
bucket.
year round. Iced coffee. All right, we're back in the lower waterway. Okay, upper waterway, lower waterway. Okay. You just don't send it out. That's what I'm saying. If DoorDash take a picture of it, I did. But like, and I know it's silly, and I know it's petty, and I know you guys are gonna be like blah blah blah. But like now I'm inconvenienced because I've already called and I've already ordered my food.
Yeah, no,
you know, and now I have to do it again.
Well, that's the thing that sucks about that is like, it doesn't make your eat. And that was the point I was getting earlier. Is like the eating experience with Uber Eats is like you can't guarantee shit like a restaurant would be able to. Like a restaurant would be like, oh, we'll give you a credit next time you call in. We're gonna free food on us. We love you. We'll suck your dick. Whereas Uber, it's like, oh, hey, fuckhead, you got that food nice and cold in half, like you like.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to order that again? We're gonna give you a half credit now.
Or the other thing that pisses me off is sometimes they're like, oh, like we're only gonna give you, we're gonna give you like a partial credit because it was like you got like your food. Like sorry that it was wrong, but like you got your food, right? It's like no, but my food is wrong. I can't eat it. And they're like, yeah, but you got your food. Food was given to you.
No, I got what you guys gave me, you pieces of shit. Yeah, I had to stop ordering from them because I had so many bad experiences. I mean, where I was like, I don't even fucking care.
Wild. Okay. Now, I should be able to go lower waterway and then up to the workers lift. Okay. I should hopefully be on track for you.
Yay. Yay.
I have the two-door handle. Shit. I got poopy in my mouth.
Pee-pee.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, what if I was waiting for lunch? Or what if I was, like... Yeah, like, trying to get my stuff before I was doing something. Like... Small gear. There's
small
your
gear
small
from
gear
Pinxel.
for...
Thank you.
Yep, that's for your,
Yep.
clock tower.
I think that opens up my next thing. Put it right in my inventory, didn't you, you slick fuck? God damn.
And a second small gear, just in case the first one that you just got a second ago wasn't enough.
Oh, I'm so glad that they fucking, did that for me. They're so nice. That's so nice of you, fuck
That's so nice
bosses.
to get 2 rooms in a row with the same drop that you were BK'd on. That's so kind. Alright, so that was
I
the
feel
work
like it's actually doing, a worse job with 2 people playing Resident Evil than it was with like 1 Resident Evil and a million other games.
Well, I think just having more people making checks.
Yeah,
helps.
that's probably true.
I would do this again with more people if they wanted to.
Yeah, I almost considered saying I would do the Resident Evil's last time. I'm like, I know I'm pretty good, but at this point, like, yeah. I remember that's all she ordered because she was craving one. Yeah, that's what I mean. Is like if you call and you have a local location, you can make that location's life living hell. You can tell everyone you know it sucks dick and balls.
Mm-hmm. And
We
a
can't do
lot
shit
of times
to, like,
the
Uber.
restaurant did it right. Like a lot of times the restaurant was
Yeah.
like here. Like, you know, it's not Starbucks' fault that my fucking DoorDasher dropped my drink. You know?
Yeah.
That's not DoorDash's fault. But at the same time, like
Yeah.
if I called Starbucks and I was like, hey, my Dasher arrived and my drink was like empty, I'm sure they would fucking make a new one. But they wouldn't have a Dasher come get it for me, you know?
Yeah, I literally will only complain if it's like Uber Eats or Amazon. And like even then, like I have a pretty fucking high bar, so you have to annoy the piss out of me pretty bad. Really fuck up my stuff.
Listen, Mike, I'll make a deal with you. I will RE6 if Dirge RE6s, and then we have to find a
No, yeah.
fourth.
Ox Electronic one. Thank you, God. Alright, let me get to the chief's office. Let's go. Or, hear me out, we cut the whole game out and send it to shit hell where it belongs as the terrible game it is. You're not making it sound more appetizing by having me play an action game with Broseph. You realize that, right? You're actually, and I love Broseph. But you're like, do you want to maybe feel like strangling Broseph while you play this game you hate? That's not fair to anybody. Okay. No. Bro says he's 035 and code Veronica. Yeah, once Broseph catches up, alright. Broseph gets to 6, we'll talk about it. I'm so glad I got to skip Sherry. And I get my parking garage key. Perfect. Perfect. boo boo boo. Boo 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 boo. Miss Claire, bring me a dream. Da-na-na-na. Want to get on, bozo. Oh, muted. Get on, muted fool. LOL. Omega law.
Thank you.
No problem. Of course, I wouldn't have noticed. Omega law.
Omega lol. Pro streamer.
Hey, dog.
Okay, down.
Oh, Sherry.
Nope, it's not this way. It's this one. Mama Pink was talking to me. She was. That's why I muted. But I hit the button, but I must not have like actually hit it hard enough to make contact. You know what I mean?
Old Mike double tap.
Mm-hmm.
Been there a time or two myself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. You were just waiting for that.
Alright, let's try this again. Now that I have the queen plug and I can go back through. That's all I was saying is, oh, now I have the queen plug because I got the queen plug from Dirge from blah, 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 so now I have to go all the way back. That's all I said when you missed. It wasn't anything important.
Oh, I did give you the queen plug?
Yeah.
Item waiting for nearby box heart key. Do you know what the fucking heart key was, Pink?
What?
You guess what it was?
No,
Guess
what?
what it was? A blue herb.
Of course the fuck it was. Of course the fuck it was. Oh my gosh, do you guys remember my first playthrough? How bad this guy fucking when I was stuck in this room?
It's crazy how much harder the first playthrough is than every playthrough after it.
Well, I got really screwed because I got in this spot and I had like an auto save like right before this with like no heals and like no ammo, and so like I just kept getting like looped into this like death loop over and over and over again, and I was like, I hate my life so much. Okay.
Sometimes you gotta talk like you're from the bayou.
From the bayou. You were limping around for a while. It was hard to watch. Oh my god. Dirge. So the whole trip after you... Okay, so this is what happened. So it was an autosave in the clock tower after I picked up the electronic part. And you have to go all the way from the clock tower back through the courtyard and back all the way back down to the basement. And I did that with no fucking heals, limping. And chat was like, this is painful. I was like, yeah, painful for you, it's painful for me. I was getting heated too because I was like, anything was one-tapping me. Like there was like a dog in the garage that hit me and killed me and I had to start over again. Like it was so painful. And then I finally made it to the jail and you open the jail key or whatever and there's a healing thing in there and I was so thankful. I was so thankful for that healing spray.
Yeah, when you find those, it's like, oh my goodness, I never thought I would be
I know,
so
I was
fucking
like,
happy.
I can't do this. If I have to do this again, I'm going to lose my mind. The funny part is like Fred, who is pretty much like a Resident Evil like speedrunner, like master, was like, you got this, and I was like, stop saying that!
Yeah,
Stop saying that!
Yeah, you might. You might. I fucking don't.
I know, and I was like, I have no heals. I don't know when I'm gonna find the next heal. And he's like, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine. And I was like, stop, you're stressing me out. And then sure enough, there was the spray in the jail, and he's like, see, I told you you'd be fine. I was like, fuck you, fuck you.
Fuck you. Eat shit.
Eat shit. Fuck you.
Okay, where's the item in here? You're showing me it as red.
You earned that heal. That was rough. That run was rough. Trying to make that run with the no heals, and I had very limited ammo. Like I didn't have very. I had like 5 shots of ammo or some shit. It was scary. It was hard. All right. Progression. Oh no, I don't. What am I still missing? Oh my gosh, there's no way. I'm still missing the bishop.
Okay, it says there's an item in this room, and I don't want to have to come back to the director's room. I'm just gonna check my missing log. I'm not gonna fuck around. Okay.
Yeah, I'm checking. What am I need the bishop plug. No, Pinxel found their bishop plug. Oh, did it go to my... Oh my gosh, is it in my box? Please tell me it's in my box. Please.
Irrigation remote. Okay, so it doesn't look like there's anything in here. It's just a red door for nothing.
Yes, it was in my box. Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord.
We're putting stuff in there.
I was gonna
That's how you
say,
get a
I
yeast
specifically
infection.
backtracked because I thought I had all my pieces. All right, we're making some progressy.
Okay, almost there, Ada.
I'm almost there, Ada.
I think if we didn't have the glitch, we'd be making great time.
Are you talking about my gate?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what are we at? I'm at 4.5 in-game. That's not bad.
Yeah.
Damn it.
No, I think we only
Power
burned
on first.
like an extra hour probably.
Yeah.
Than 2 probably.
It really wasn't bad in retrospect of everything that we could have gotten stuck on. I was really only BK'd for a hot minute until you found the gear or the lift. You found something that I was able to backtrack a bit with.
It was something dumb in a fucking hallway, and it was pretending to be an herb.
Yeah. Either way, I was able to backtrack and loop back and catch up on some other checks. Oh, okay, I'm at a...
Jesus Christ!
Maybe her bitch mom took her Claire. Here's green herb. Not going to...
It's still alive?
It's still alive?
I love baby Leon. He's just so pure. Oh, this one too. This one too, Dirge. I had like 2 shots in my shotgun and like 2 shots in my magnum at the part with the crane. You just slam him with the box.
Yeah.
That was rough.
Yeah, that part sucked. Yeah.
got you.
Dumb bitch. I forgot to grab the fucking T key. Actually, we can just go right back up, right?
All right.
Let's hope that's the last of them.
Let's hope that's the last of him.
It's not, Leon. It's never the last of them.
Yeah, Leon.
It's never the last. You'll never see the last of them. Fucking Wesker has come back 27 and a half times.
Yep.
It's never over.
Yum. Okay.
The cable car will take us down to Nest. My wristband's our ticket to ride.
Nice.
You are really gonna smell
Where'd you
like
get
shit because there's a lot of stuff in corners, Claire.
We're almost there.
Mm-hmm. Small gear. Oh, my own small gear. I'm so far past that though. Thanks, game.
That's crazy.
Can I borrow someone else's back? Mine's not cooperating. What makes you think mine is either? Haven't you seen that I've been sitting in a gaming
mine's
chair
doing
for the
okay.
past 60 hours straight?
You can borrow mine if you need it, Wolfie. Film 3F to you. Lab digital visible. Some wooden boards.
I am potentially about to progress to Nest. So I need to do a run back and make sure I've gotten everything. If you're stuck on anything. Oh,
Plug
Wolfie, did you
in.
hear about my DoorDash fiasco? My DoorDash fiasco? I just said someone's. No, I know you said someone's. I'm just saying. No. Oh, well, keep in mind, I've taken 2 sips out of this, but this is how my fucking coffee arrived. Spilled. The bag was soaked, drenched. Alright, is there anything else? It says the monitor room still needs to be searched. Some of these I don't understand. Like, there's nothing else in here. Yeah, so basically I, like, opened the door and I, like, lifted my bag and, like, went to grab my bag and my mom started screaming. She's like, "You're spilling! You're spilling!" And I'm like, "What?"
Let me
And I
carry
lift
you.
up the bag and the entire bottom of the bag is just soaked, soggy, like, drenched. And then I opened, the bag was sealed too, so I opened it up and like, you know how like the little cardboard cup
Worse than it
holders
looks.
that they put the stuff in? It was like a puddle, like in that.
Just like my.
Hmm? Alright, yeah, I'm on my way to Nest, but if you get stuck and there's anything, I'll just fast travel back.
Diamond key to Pinxel.
Diamond key? Yes!
Here we are.
Alright, so I'm not gonna go with you yet, Ada. I'm gonna backtrack again. And I'm gonna use my diamond key now.
I also sent you one of the film pieces if you want one of the secret items. I think it's the.
I have the achievement for both of them.
Okay. I just wasn't sure if shit gets locked behind it.
Don't think so.
Eat flash grenade, bozo.
The icy hat's starting to work. Let's go. Oh, Actually, you know what? I think I need to do.
This is Tug, right? No. Zug? Tug?
Which one is that?
Sewage.
SZF.
Goodness. Thank goodness.
Let's go. Diamond keys downstairs first and foremost. Okay, I don't like that it's showing my mouse on screen though. There we go. Hi, Mock. How's it going? It'll refresh in a second. Give it a second. There we go.
I did have that series.
Hmm?
No. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm not doing anything wrong.
You good?
Everything's going just fine. Huh?
Okay. Mock, how's it going? How's your day? Hope it's better than mine. My Starbucks. Oh, shit. This is happen. I hate that it's the mouse on screen. Because then I have to do this, which for whatever reason turns my fucking capture card off, because that makes sense. So the diamond key will unlock a few things in RPD, and then it also unlocks this room down here in the basement. Fuck.
Electronic door. You go to the floor. You keep me out. I want to shout. Combine. Beep.
Why does that door not open? It still will not open, even after all this fucking time.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. I have to teleport past it every time.
Neon. No, wait, this isn't the correct way.
I'm stuck.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally stuck in a black screen that says now loading.
Oh.
Yeah, I think one of my triggers is trying to activate. Because it gave me an interact button in front of the door that's already open. So I think it's trying to catch up on my triggers, but I'm like stuck.
Oh.
And I can't fast travel out of it.
Mm-hmm. God, these all sound like great things to be have happening right now.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
So.
Yes, this all sounds very healthy and good.
So
yes.
I might have to force quit. All right, let's try it again.
Okay, that room's done. Did I do it for nothing? I sure as shit did. Sure as shit did. Sent over some wooden planks to my bestie. Hey, you want some fucking planks?
Diamond key. Okay. Items waited in a nearby box. All right. I just force reloaded the game. I just like literally force quit and just went back. So let's do this.
Ooh.
Whoa, holy shit! Oh my god, I can't believe that spawned me. I need to clip that. It spawned me, Dirge, I'm not exaggerating. It spawned me mid being punched by Mr. X. Like, I literally logged into, like, I fast traveled to the lobby and he was like, surprise, motherfucker.
I just take the... Wait, I have the ID wristband. Does that mean I don't have to do the puzzle?
Okay, so now I need to go this way. Alright, I want to know what happens if I do this, though. Will this reset my cues? So whatever this trigger is will not will not go. Okay, let's try again. Motherfucker's still here. Alright. I'm not touching this door this time because this door keeps getting stuck. So we're going around it. Right, is there
Diamond
anything?
key.
Is there even anything in these other rooms that I'm going to. This is kind of just a waste of time. Yes, for you, buddy.
That's not that creepy, Claire. You're fine. Yeah, baby. It's more stinky than it is creepy, I bet.
Yeah. Do indeed be big creepy baby time.
Please die, thank you. I need you to get out of my way, I got shit to do. I know you're on fire like all that in the water.
Open to this from the other side. Is this open now? Okay. Reloading my game opened that door that's stuck, so I wonder if it'll open the other door that's stuck.
Huh.
That'd be kind of cool.
Was it the gate? The
No,
medallion gate?
it opened the, you know, the security officer's gate, like the roll-up door, the bay door. Yeah, I put the crank on the other side and it didn't physically open, so, but yeah, it did now. Alright, firing range key is going here. Alright, here's a couple checks coming up. Shotgun shells for me. Grenade for Dirge. Parking garage is red because I can't get into the truck, but everything else is blue. On here, first floor is all blue except here. Okay, perfect. Let's go back here. So, this way.
And up, please. Thank you for the king plug. Fuck it, this is the room with stupid fucking items in it, isn't it? Oh fuck, I hate this room. I don't know if I believe you.
I just like, I've been everywhere. Where's left? There's a blue herb. Going in circles, making copies. Cleaning in progress.
On the hole. Thank you.
There it is. Car key! Let's go!
I can't wait for that sweet, sweet white gunpowder.
Found your car key. Sent to item box. Huge. So that'll be another search area done and cleared. And then I should be able to get into this room here with the diamond key. Oh, this isn't the diamond key, this is the spade key. Where's the other diamond key then? Oh, the diamond key is 3rd floor linen room. That's right, that's right, that's right. That's right. I remember.
Oh, remember that old trick?
Oh, remember. It's the 3rd floor. It's ye old linen closet.
That's fixed. That's fixed. Cool. Oh, you're saving my game in a weird green font? Well, alright, okay.
That's
Archipelago.
That's Archie saving.
Yeah, that's the first time I've noticed it.
Oh yeah, no, it's been doing it the whole time.
Had not noticed. Hey Claire, you're getting goop mogged. We gotta get out of here. Are you getting goop mogged?
Goop mogged.
Yeah, when you can't find your way out of the goop.
Don't do that.
Can't be doing that, Claire. That's why you don't get to punch boulders like your brother.
That's why you'll never be like your brother.
Like, why are you saying, oh no? Got all kinds of fun shit going on right here. Can you get out of my fucking way, man? No! My door!
Alright. Diamond key dunge. It's in here. Wooden boards. You know those are very important. And a large gear, also very important for you.
Very, very important.
Very important stuff. Very important stuff.
King faces knight.
Okay, I can't get into Chiefs. So B1.
Oh,
I can go to
another
the parking
large
garage again,
gear.
that's right. Alright, so if I go to the parking garage, west storage room I still can't do because I don't have the C4. So that is still not finished. Or the explosive, the detonator, whatever the fuck it is. I have the battery, I just don't have the other part. Okay. So now I just need to go back to the floor, or the basement, I meant. Okay.
9. What did I not have in my hand? Rook. better. Or I'll cry. No, I don't. Where is it? Did I put it in a fucking thing?
I know, I keep putting, like, I keep going as soon as I see things going into my inventory, but they're in my box, they're not in my inventory.
Yeah, stinky babies.
Mm-hmm.
Stinky babies. 3 saves is crazy for this, but whatever.
How many?
23.
I don't even have that many.
Pretty neurotic. Don't know if you know this about me. Pretty high strung.
No, I'm the same way, but I think I'm at like, I'm at like 16.
Gotta stick those bad boys. I still haven't set off the detonator.
See, I have the battery, I don't have the detonator. Oh, is this one actually? Then you go out and then you just go down, right? Yeah. Yep, much better. Alright, I'm about to check the car. High grade gunpowder for me.
Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
You're so lucky. Lucky, lucky. You're so lucky.
Lucky. Alright, I am heading to Nest now.
Oh good. Red herb, blue herb for you. I know you'll need it.
Thanks.
Damn leg.
I'm about to head there too.
Let me carry you.
No, that only made me feel worse.
Let's do a quick save just in case. No, it's an autosave, but. Okay. Thanks for the herb.
How's the shoulder?
Easy
Worse than it looks.
What a pair. Both got one foot in the grave.
Look at this guy. Top.
That should take us where we need to go.
Alright, so I'm assuming that she'll still give me her wristband like she normally
Here we
does
are.
when we get there. And it's not an item for me.
No, you can't.
Once you
tell me
leave
that
for
that's a
labs, returning to
different
sewers
place.
can cause a soft lock. It is recommended that you complete all the
This
checks
may be
in
a one-way
sewers prior
ride.
to leaving.
They said you thought.
It says a soft lock, so like, wouldn't
So
I
be
just be
prepared,
able to
Leon.
teleport
We can
back?
just give ourselves the items. That's not. Yeah, it's not that.
Okay.
I think a soft lock is just a thing that's been happening to us the whole time.
Well, I know what a soft lock is, but like, I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
I have the teleports, so like, I could just teleport
We should
back.
be good. Yeah.
This
Yeah.
tram is bound for Nest.
Yeah, soft lock. I mean,
Do
yeah,
not
you know what it
exit
means.
until the
Yeah, so
final
soft lock means we should be
destination.
fine. In theory, I mean,
Right.
like if your checks and stuff start getting funky. who
Okay, I did
knows?
get the wristband as an auto drop. Okay, good. I was concerned about that.
I gave you the tough wristband.
You give me the what?
Level 2. I think I sent you the level 2 one.
Really?
Alright, close the damn door. I said, "Haven't you people ever heard of letting me through this door?" Not correct.
For your safety,
Haven't you
for all the
people
correct
ever
colors.
heard
doors
of
are fully open.
opening this goddamn door? Yeah.
For your safety,
Is the,
stand clear until the doors are fully open.
chessboard thing automatic? You get a full switch.
It's auto.
For your safety,
I know the
stand
combo though. Do
clear
you need the
until
combo?
doors are fully open.
Yeah.
So it should be bishop, rook, knight.
Bishop.
Left to
Rook,
right.
knight, yeah.
And then it should be pawn, queen, king, left to right.
Pawn, queen, king. Yeah.
Are they all white?
Yeah.
Welcome to Nest.
Open up, you fucking,
Enjoy
you
your
bitch.
visit.
You fucking monster, you animal. Whatever, fuck you. I'm just getting on the fucking train then. I did all I had to do. My damn train.
What the hell?
Get on
What the
bus with
hell?
Sad kid.
I love how by the time you get to Nest, Leon's just mad annoyed by everything. Like at first he was like, oh no, I hope I don't have to write a report on this. And now he's like, what the fuck? He like opens the door and he's just like, god damn it.
This
He's
shit
so fed up.
sucks.
He's so fed up. Eat this grenade, bitch.
Biological research.
For whatever reason instead of my knife. Gotta get roll buyers.
Okay, that's silly hole. I already went to...
Your turn, your turn, your turn, your turn, your turn.
Respectful zombies. I thought it's like make sure to do all the checks, and then every time I clear a room, it's like, here's 2 blue herbs for your friend.
Right.
You did so good.
Right, make sure you check everywhere before you continue, and you're like, but I did that, and
What do you mean? Like thorough?
you see about that.
Jesus.
This is the super.
Son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch.
You are kissing me off.
You're pissing me off. I chime in with a haven't you ever heard of opening the goddamn door for dirge.
I need the door open.
Oh shit, okay, so now this is where I normally would get the level 2 wristband to continue, so let's see how it's going.
I have heard that song once. Well, you're fortunate because I have heard it playing on loop in my head for the last 20 years.
Oh, no, it was a green
I've
herb. Okay,
been chiming in.
cool. I love that for me. Thank you for the green herb instead of the level 2 wristband that I need to press. Hip pouch. Ooh, I do have the modulator thing though, not in my inventory. Okay, cool. Hold on. We gotta come back. I'm already stuck. I'm literally stuck in this doorway. Alright, I guess I have to go back to an autosave. Auto. Okay. Alright. Is there a safe room somewhere close by to here?
For your safety, stand clear until the doors are fully open. For your safety, stand clear until the doors are fully open. For your safety, stand clear until the doors. Welcome to Nest. Enjoy your visit.
Oh, here. Okay.
Okay. I wonder where the virus is.
Okay.
Okay, so I do have. You were right. You did send me the level 2, but I didn't pull it out first, which now I need to. So that's good to know.
I think I might just have the level 2 and not the level 1.
I sent you. Oh, I sent you the general staff, which is level 2. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it might be. That's fine. I might have the other one in there and just not noticed.
Just don't forget to sort by
Smile.
key item. Oh wait, I do still need the level 1. Don't take that out. I need to carry both, apparently.
Oh, you know this probably isn't working because I probably have to check where the
Dr. Lee,
other ones are.
your presence is urgently requested by Chief Cartwright in the East area.
Okay, now start again. Let's go through the kitchen the way we're supposed to. Okay. Kitchen. I'm so tired of this. I don't like repeating things.
Our menu is designed for your nutritional needs using our latest biological research. Please enjoy our tasty selection of healthy foods.
No way! Dirge, I just found my last Mr. Raccoon for the achievement.
Yay!
Yay!
I'm so happy for you. That's great. That's awesome.
I didn't even realize that that was one I had missed.
That's awesome.
I just happened to walk past it and I was like, wait, I didn't hear it. Usually I can hear the audio cue. And that's how I found the majority of them. But I didn't hear the audio cue for that one, but I just happened to notice it as I was walking and did a little double take.
A little
I still forgot to get the fucking signal
Why
modulator.
are you not opening?
Alright, let's go get the signal modulator. And come back again. Come on.
Come on.
Come on. Alright. Nap room. Are you... Did you do it right? It's Bishop Rook
Yeah,
Knight.
yeah. Bishop, Rook, Knight, Queen,
Okay. And then it's
King,
Pawn, Queen, King.
So wait, Pawn.
Yeah, Queen is center.
Queen.
Queen is center, and then King is the other.
Okay. Still not gonna open one. I think it's because I have the bishop in the slot the bishop's supposed to be in down wherever the fuck it comes from.
Oh.
Or one of them.
Right.
I think that's what's happening.
Do you not have all 6?
I do have all 6, but isn't one in
But as long as you have all 6
think I
plugged in,
mi-
it shouldn't matter. Rook is next to the knight, but not facing the queen, which means the same. The queen should be. Wait, is yours a different thing?
I think mine might be different. The
Yours
rook's
might
next
be
to the
different.
knight.
Because yeah, mine does.
But
Rook's next to the knight, but not facing the queen. Hold on, I have that. Rook
Oh,
is
that's
next to the
that one.
knight, but opposite of the queen. Okay. The king is not next to the queen. Oh, see, mine's different.
it's not
Mine is the
facing the
bishop. Yeah, so
queen.
yours is different. Yours is different.
Rook's next to the knight. Okay, that's that side, but not facing the queen. The king ain't next to the queen.
So yours is different.
Wait. Okay, so that's.
That's why.
king.
I was like, I have mine memorized. And then make your move. Ron's going to sacrifice himself. Ron, no. I make my move. You're free to protect the king. He's going to sacrifice
Rook's next to
himself.
knight.
I need to
but
get
not
that as a
facing the
sound.
queen. The
man.
king ain't next to the queen. And the knight isn't where the case marking says. Oh, I'm gonna fucking eat shit and die, aren't I? Huh?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Oh, fuck you. Wait, what's all this then? That ain't fucking. That ain't where she fucking goes. Okay.
Dave! Oh my goodness, Dave, thank you so much. J Dave. I found my own Matilda gun, just in case you're curious, all the way here in fucking Nest.
That's so funny.
Dave, thank you so much. I
Okay.
appreciate you so much. How are you? Welcome in. What are you buying?
Rook.
What are you selling? Alright. Howdy, friends. Hi, Dave.
Hello.
We're big
Dave.
jamming. Look at this guy. Look at this chump.
There we go. That shit was fucking driving me
Oh my
crazy.
god. Dirge. Dirge. Marvin
Mhm.
is in nest, floating in the air, alive,
That's
but
weird.
like, clutching his guts, like, I'm sick.
I mean, yeah, he probably doesn't feel very good being in there. Mr. Stocks, I don't feel so good.
Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. Yeah. Buddy. You are not supposed to be here.
But I'm happy to see you, friend.
But I'm so glad you're here, but you're not supposed to be here.
You are haunting me.
And I can't shoot him either. My gun will not let me gun. And he blocks me, so like when I'm running around, I gotta go around this motherfucker. Why is he here? Is this a game mode with stuff randomized? Yes, so this is Archipelago, which means that all of our items are scrambled between both of our games. And we have to unlock items for each other and ourselves to progress. We've gotten a little stuck a couple times, just waiting for each other to get stuff. Chocolates! What are they selling? Chocolates!
What are you selling? Chocolates.
Chocolates!
Hey, what's up, Choclips? Hey, I forgot there was a boss battle in here. You're like a pretty mean guy, aren't you? I don't really
Yeah,
know
that's
the fight
Eyeball
so much
Man.
as you
He's got too many eyeballs and he's very upset about it.
Just kind of stick your head through the ceiling a bunch until you piss me off.
He's got too many eyeballs and he's very unhappy about it and he's decided to make it everyone else's problem.
Yeah. I mean, it's only your first game, so I do forgive you. Oh, we do not. Oh, this is that exact fight Pink described where didn't have enough.
Oh, yeah, and there's a quick save there. It's great. It's wonderful. Have fun.
Jesus. What happened here?
Senior staff clearance required for computer access.
Man, could I first use this come over here?
I said, ooh, ooh.
Gnome. Get fucking owned, bro.
Dispensing solution now.
Ouchies! Ouchie wouchies! Why would you do that to me? Nice lady.
Oops. That's the wrong one.
Hey, man.
I said,
Time for knock? Oh, that was the final act. What are you talking about, baby girl? Encore. Do you one more? What are you, fucking Jay-Z? Don't fuck with Hobo like that, Claire.
Good rough, good rough. Oh,
Get
yeah.
owned.
Ooh, I can actually make some progress right away because you gave me the empty container. Well, I just have to find the full shit, so that actually might not be progress, I suppose.
Sorry I had to kill your dad, Sherry. Ark, thank you for the raid, buddy. What are you guys playing today? How are we doing? Welcome in. Me and Pink are doing an Archipelago randomizer.
Mm-hmm.
Been a lot of fun. I don't really have, anything that crazy to say, but I hope everyone's having a great and relaxing Sundas.
Sundas.
Mommy's here. No, you don't even.
I know, that pissed
Yes,
me
we do
off
like
when
to
she's like,
suffer.
Mommy's here. No, the fuck you're not. You're
Bitch,
about
you're
to
a
just like
terrible
let
mom.
your kid die. You're like, it's fine. It's for the greater good.
It's just my little science experiment. It's okay.
Yeah, it's for the greater good or whatever.
Next other lab that part, yeah. Let me go on there with the tier 2 one. I'll gladly walk on there with the tier 2 one now that I have Sherry, if that's all that was stopping me.
Baby, turn the lights down.
Hold on, Sherry, hold on.
Hip pouch. Oh, well, I'm full
Sherry, I
on
have great
hip
news. You're
pouches,
never gonna spend any time with Claire after this.
Manual mode engaged.
Kind of like dead after
Adjust amount of solution to match cartridge capacity.
No, she's not. She works for fucking Leon now.
this. Sherry does. Claire's pretty much gone.
Oh, yeah.
She pops up in like Revelations, I think. I like how you say we like to suffer. I know Pink plays power washing sim, but you're literally doing like a job.
Like, you're literally working right now.
You're simulating a job. Claire worked for TerraSave. Another fake umbrella corporation. Listen, if you're not called... No, Stars had evil people too, shit. Yeah.
Oh, I fucked this up.
Yeah,
I
that's
want to start
fair.
this over because I screwed up on accident.
The whole randomizer?
No. Yeah, yeah, can we just start from the beginning, Dirge? Do you mind?
Do it fresh. Second take. You can do a second take.
No, the liquid puzzle. I fucked it up on accident, and you can't like. There's no like
Oh.
hard restart button, so now I have to fucking.
Yeah, I just had to back out and restart.
No, you can't. If you back out and restart, the liquid doesn't like move. It doesn't change. It doesn't go anywhere different.
Oh.
Yeah, it just stays where it is.
Yeah, I usually think I brute
this
forced
one?
that one, just staring the.
No, there's a pattern to it, and I just don't fucking remember it. Okay, so if I do this, so I need 2 more halves of that.
Clean your
Full
bong.
of that.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I haven't smoked any bong today. I've only been vaping. Yeah, 1 second.
Swap that to do that.
No, my bong stays really, really clean comparative, I think, to most
Okay,
you
and
fucking
then
hillbillies. Because I have an ash
this.
catcher on mine.
And this. And we're back, baby! I fixed my fuck up. Boom, baby, indeed. Alright. Now I might be temp stuck until I get level 3 wristband.
I had such a good small dog joke when you said that. I was going to say, oh, you found the rest of your dog? And you said I
Well, I found the rest of what?
I love your tiny baby. I was just standing there, I'm like, this would be a good time to make a small dog joke. And then when you said I fixed my mistake, I was like filling my bong and I was like, you found the rest of your dog.
Yeah. She's
You know, the joke we
definitely
saw, I
not
think, with the one really big dog that my friend had, is that he just did not understand children. And every time he would see a kid, he would bark, so we'd always just start screaming at the kid with the dog, "Where's the rest of ya?" Which probably didn't
help
I
the
mean, whatever.
situation, but you know.
No. But it's like half a person. What's the dog supposed to do? He doesn't know any better. He's just fucked up.
He's just a fucking dog. He don't know no better. He's just a dog. Oh, hey. Guess who can turn the
I have a
power
screen
on
and
immediately
ash
because I have
catcher.
the signal disruptor. Amazing. Blue herb. Green herb.
Yeah, I use a screen and ash catcher, and it is primo. Because before the screen, the ash catcher was definitely not doing as much work. Now, hey Barb. Now I'm lucky if I have to clean it like once every couple months. Like I'll change the water, obviously. But, like the bong itself stays.
Power.
Very clean.
We have power immediately. Because I'm a gamer. I can't be stopped. Green herb. I have so many herbs. Do you know
Yeah.
when the last time I healed was? I don't even remember. That's how long ago it was.
I think I got hit by some stuff at some point, you know?
Well, I've just been backtracking and running through rooms with dead zombies for like the last hour and a half, so I've been pretty golden.
True.
You don't remember? Are you that high? I'm not even high, actually. Come to think of it, maybe that's my problem.
How you been? I've been alright. I got no complaints. Well, I mean, I got tons of complaints, but not about my personal life. Mostly fine. Well, I got like complaints about my personal life, but nothing that serious. Life shadow.
Oh, there's two? I almost peed a
just
little.
get
I
on
just
with
want
it
you
the
to
Sunday you
fucking
get
know.
owned.
I have to heal now. I spoke it into existence. I almost peed a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been there.
Bazooka.
Bazinga. More like
Oh
it.
my gosh.
More like Bazinga
That was
chat.
crazy.
We got a little Sheldorf Koopler over there doing his little guy things. The week I had taken up smoking.
This week you
If
would have
it's
taken
not
up
illegal
smoking?
for your job, it's always advisable in my opinion.
What is your leg made out of, Wolverine? God damn. A whole clip in her kneecaps and she's still standing.
Welcome back, Dr. Lee. You have 5
Son of a
new
bitch.
messages.
She does not want to die.
job been on smoke for a while, no money for it? You never plan. Oh, yeah, it's summer's coming up. You gotta get those seeds rolling. Yeah. No, that shit's fucking real. Like, if I didn't grow, I wouldn't be able to smoke. Like, yeah, like I mean, like maybe I could smoke like maybe like half an ounce a month, maybe. But like at that point, I might as well quit.
Because at that point,
Yeah.
why even fucking bother?
Yeah, like I think not that's not me like
If I can't be high all the
not-
fucking time, why even bother?
What's the fucking point? Yeah.
What's the fucking point?
I'm just
of
teasing
waking up
myself
in
if I
the
can't
morning?
dull all of my senses.
If I don't wake up fucking
I'm
baked, what's even the point?
I'm 100% serious about that. Way more than it was down in Oregon. Yeah, I bet. Is Montana legal? Yeah, it is. Yeah, let me know if you need me to send you out more seeds or anything. I will. I got some permanent marker seeds left over. The last grow that hermed. Yeah, so they might be a little bit prone to herming, but if they do and they hermed like they did on this one, you're just gonna have free seeds forever. I got like 100 out of like 100 seeds out of like 4 plants, out of like a half pound of weed. So like it's a lot of seeds, but not really for a half pound of weed. How these things work. Yeah, I did it. I did the thing. I signal.
You did the
there
thing?
There we go.
You did the signal?
It is crazy how this game is paced in such an interesting way.
How so?
Like on both sides too. Cause it's like I mean, we obviously spent less time in the sewer, I think, than you normally do, but
Yeah.
I've gone through the sewer pretty quick before.
Yeah.
And, like, it feels like such a long part of the game, and it really isn't, I don't think. I feel like most of the game is the police station, and, like, this last little bit is, like, everything after the police station, I think, is about, like, the same length. Like, you can pretty much run through this shit, other than the, what is it, the cryogenics thing with the plants?
I'm done. I literally am about to pick up where
Yeah.
the level 3 wristband would be. But that's because you gave me the empty thing hours ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I said that to you like an hour in. I'm like, well.
Yeah, I was like, that's
I've
the
got
end of the game.
finished.
Yeah. So I'm hoping to find more as well.
I think I actually might have a TBH.
Okay.
Maybe I just sent it to you now. I think I might have sent it to you.
I mean, I know the codes for Leon to open the greenhouse door and stuff already, like the symbols. I have those memorized too, so I was able to just open my door.
Oh yeah, I don't need this stupid statue, do I? Yeah, I mean that goes for anyone in Pink's chat that knows me well enough to DM me. If anyone's interested in growing and needs information or seeds, I will
Dispensing
gladly
solution now.
snail mail you out some seeds.
Alright, are you going to actually
That did
be
the trick.
level 3? Or not?
Warning. You have dispersed a dangerous solution without authorization. Your actions
So we only got
have
about
been
6
logged,
months left of
and you
seeds
may be
being legal to
subject
ship
to
through the
disciplinary measures.
ID wristband. Okay, cool. So it didn't soft lock me there. That's nice.
They always have a loophole for that. I'd be so pissed if they actually finally closed the fucking seed loophole permanently. They used to be able to get away so long as novelty goods, and they made THCA legal.
Well, that's how I was
And so
like,
they're
I
legal
wonder
under
if you could send them
THCA.
to me, because technically THCA is just how it's farmed. It's not how it's grown.
Mm-hmm.
So, like,
yeah, it just means it
how do you
it's
know
by
that it's
plant, and it's if
THCA
it's cut
seeds?
early.
Oh, yeah.
Everything's THCA seeds. That's the thing we're in such a fucky territory right now because they're all trying to rewrite their own laws, and all the agri states are the ones that want to ban it, but they're the ones making money off of it.
Yeah.
Like, we're growing weed in Ohio, but like not at the scale of like warm
Senior
weather
staff
states where they can
clearance
grow into later
required for
months.
bridge access.
Hopefully the G sample's up here.
Hopefully the
Apples,
G-strings
potatoes, and corn. That's all you get from Ohio. Go fuck yourself. Our diet, terrible. Senior staff these nuts in your mouth, huh? Have you thought about that?
Wow.
Oh, hey, what's up, guys? Hey, dude, you wanna, get the hell out of my way!
Get the hell out of my way.
I'm a one-lady dick smashing machine.
Yeah. What he said.
Yeah. Double loser, eyeball, rectangle, big boy, double square. Double L. Okay. Big boy, small, small, small. I know that was correct. I put that in correctly. Don't you fucking lie to me. You fucking. Oh, you fucking.
You fucking.
That wasn't correct. That wasn't correct, and now I know it wasn't. Fuck you. Making me see the error of my own ways. You piece of shit.
How fucking dare you?
Oh, I actually don't have that thing, do I? Maybe mine. Oh wait, dispensing solution now?
No,
oh,
it does
okay.
it. No, it
There's
does
nothing
it
in there.
first. No, 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 no. It does it first, and then it normally gives you the
Yeah.
the empty canister.
I got mine. No. Found your large caliber hand and received film rising rookie from Pinxel.
Gunpowder, gunpowder. I don't need any of that. I don't need it. I don't need it. It's so many.
Get out of here. Eat grenade. Honky. Okay. L sandwich. 2 guys. The Euro.
A Jill
and a bad equal
sandwich.
sign. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we got what did I say? We got
All right.
2 guys.
Back to Ada.
Attention, unauthorized removal of a level 4
This guy, I think, again.
Facility lockdown initiated. Self-destruct sequence will be
Yeah,
beginning
fuck
in
you and your
1
mom. This guy.
Class A image detected. Lock quarantine until target is neutralized.
Hold up. All right, let me get out of this corner. Hold on.
This would also be really fun, I think, if we could find like different survival horrors. Like if somebody could do like a Silent Hill and Resident Evil. And I'm trying to think
Oh
what
yeah,
other
that
series
could
are
be
out.
fun if it was like a group. I think Mike should.
I'm trying to think like maybe yeah, he's got a PC. We could set it up. That would be fun.
I can't see. I might go down. I literally can't see anything right now. I'm inside fire and I can't see. Get out of the corner.
Inside fire, yeah. Like horror versus horror. Yeah, it would just be cool because I think it'd like some of the fun in the Archipelago in the group was being like, oh, what's that potion for you? Oh, that makes you jump. And I think that's like kind of like, or like, what's this badge do for you? It gives me fucking nothing.
Or like what like we did, where we were struggling so hard to find our drops, and we were going back in different places, and we would get a key, and we're like, oh, we can finally go over here. We can finally do this, and it's like, oh, here's a fucking green herb that I just spent an hour and a half backtracking for, in the hopes that I could get you a drop so you could proceed. Like,
just like different horrors, so not just like the same Resident Evil, or just like two different random games, like a Resident Evil and a Mario, like, or like something more thematic, like maybe like multiple people doing different randomized horror games.
Yeah. Just like a themed Archipelago. Like you could do
like
like a
all
Nintendo
platform, it could be
themed
one.
Archipelago, or you could do a survival horror themed Archipelago.
I don't need for Nintendo. I would be really stuck. It's got to be one that has a. I mean, Signalis might be. That's a pretty popular indie.
Well, you did Pokemon before.
Yeah, I was gonna say if it was Nintendo, I would have to do Pokemon, or the only other game that I even know remotely well enough, but I would have to run it solo beforehand, is Link to the Past.
Yeah.
But like, I feel like Link to the Past is like would be a lot of people's pick. Get out of here! And I think you can set in some of them different goals, right? Because like the Mario one had like you could choose like the amount of stars, right?
Yeah, you can have different end goals. You can have different what's your what is it called? What's your whatever is your check to like complete the game.
80% or whatever your check.
Yeah. What am I looking for? Oh, hills.
It does. I mean, like, as opposed to a regular randomizer where you're like, oh, where do I go? This is definitely like a great way to play a co-op game that's not co-op.
I mean, it's a lot more linear. Like, yeah, there is a little bit of variation, but it's a lot more linear. Like, like this is where I have to end up at the end of everything.
Yeah.
So now I just have to get from A to B. Subnautica was fun, but it was hard because it was like so open. God, he's still floating there.
Yeah, I think Raph made Broseph want to kill themselves more than most things.
Yeah.
Which is impressive. That's a lot, yeah. Open world, I think, is like kind of psychotic.
I was just thinking about.
I mean, it can be done. But like, yeah, it's just you gotta.
I feel like your best bet would be like Minecraft, because it's such an easy to speedrun game. Like consistent seed-wise and stuff like that.
I don't know. I think I could do it. I think, first of all, I think that our first shot at Archipelago was just rough because we didn't really know what we were getting into, and there was some people that weren't as enthusiastic about it as others. So I think it can be done, but I think you need to kind of have different expectations. Like me beating Subnautica was not gonna happen, but like it would have been nice to be like, oh, reach island A as your completion point or whatever,
I mean, that's stuff we had to iron out in the first one, though.
Yeah,
there's no real way around it until we. No, I'm just stating that as like for all, it's like those things like this are. You never really know what it's gonna be like. Like even us getting past that little glitch or whatever. As like and like the broken doors and stuff like that. It's like you don't really know what's gonna happen as much as you pre-set up.
Yeah.
Like we played for like 20 minutes yesterday and it went smoother than it did today at the start.
I mean, but we didn't try to progress. Like like we wouldn't have known if the gate wouldn't open because we weren't about to try to progress far enough to open all that shit, I'm in my final run, by the way. So I'm about to finish and then I'll unlock everything for you.
until detonation.
Fuck you! Oh, I almost peed. I forgot he shows up here. Mr. X just almost fell on my face and it made me pee a little bit.
Omega Lol. It's me, Mr. X. Did you forget about me?
Did you forget about me? Yeah.
Yes, I did, Mr. X. I'm sorry.
Unexpected is a word to describe that for sure. It's fine though. Oh no. I don't have my joint plug.
7 minutes until
Cool. So unless you can find it in 7 minutes, I'm dead. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Load game. Find the plugs. Okay, hold on. Oh shit.
Didn't think that one through.
Oh no. Because it's given me everything else, but then like as soon as I got to the bottom, I was like, shit, you got your joint plugs randomized. All right, well.
Yeah. Damn, I got those a while ago.
Until detonation.
All right, we got 7 minutes.
Attention.
Okay. I will try. Dr. Lee. Taking the self-destruct? Yes.
Yep. Oh my god, Dirge.
What?
My joint plug is back
Where
at
is it?
RPD.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I can teleport back there.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Records room. Records room, printer. Yes,
Yeah,
I'm
everyone back there,
I'm
I
in the
got the
7-minute countdown.
Let me hold on, let me get my film too.
No, you're fine.
Central elevator to evacuate immediately to the bottom level train platform. Attention. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Use the central elevator to evacuate
It had
immediately
been
to the
fuck up
bottom
my
level train
Joe.
platform.
I'd been married long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Whoa, where did you come from? Cotton Eye. Mr. X is probably so pissed off downstairs, and Sherry's just like, Claire, where the fuck are you? I'm leaving.
6 minutes until detonation. Self-destruct sequence initiated.
You're never gonna fucking see. How is that respawning? Why are things respawning? Oh wait, I haven't been in here. I look like what?
Attention. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Use the central elevator to evacuate immediately to the bottom level train platform.
Electronic gadget to Pinxel. Is that what you were looking for?
No, it's in my
Record
world.
room.
How do I go back and I can't get in the records room?
So you need me to find
Hold on. I
keys
have to
for
think.
you,
Hold
right?
on, I have to think. How do I get into the records room? I need the club key. Okay, hold on. Where's the club key? Hint. Club key. Press room, hiding place, drawer. In your
What is that?
world.
Found your film hiding place. Where was the film?
You found it. hiding place film.
Did I?
You found it, so you have to develop that and then go to the.
It
test room
literally,
and
I don't
key.
know what just triggered that coming around the corner. That's crazy. 'Cause I didn't pick anything up.
Okay,
It's
so
like
you
could
have to
smell
develop
it.
your film to get my key, and then I have to go back to RPD. Okay. Okay.
We're
Okay.
almost done. I'm gonna be done in 7 minutes.
I was on the run. I was running.
Yeah, get on.
The countdown still goes.
Initiated. Use the central
Shit on! What in the world is this game logic?
bottom level train
It's pretty
platform.
crazy. I actually didn't. Yeah. They really did have us on some shit. I don't know. Did we fuck anything up there? Was there anything we couldn't have done out of?
Honestly, I think my game bugged I think my Mr.
Yeah.
X not activating screwed a lot of stuff up because remember my door still freaks out if I interact with it wrong.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Self-destruct sequence initiated.
Self-destruct sequence initiated.
To evacuate
4 minutes and 46 seconds to make this run back in RPD, while Dirge is also doing his at the same time.
Okay, what room am I going to?
Hiding place in the press room.
Press room.
It's probably not going to put the club key in my inventory though, which is going to be unfortunate.
attention.
So I might need to just go back and wait.
Destruct sequence initiated. Use the central elevator to evacuate immediately to the bottom level train platform.
Her name is Claire. She was a thief. Rode in a semi with a creep, and he ran over beep beep. A zombie lady. Her name was Katie. She bit and Nash, and his throat she did slash. Boop, 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 boop.
This is going great.
I swear, I also think like hours ago I said like, man, it's gonna suck if there's something hidden behind one of these pictures.
You
There you go,
did
there's your
indeed
key.
say that. Okay, club key.
Initiated.
Received club key in my inventory.
Save for when
Shit, I
Pink
didn't
dies
even
in
have to
3
move.
minutes.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Bottom level train platform.
This way. There's no way I'm gonna be able
You
to do this.
asshole.
It's okay.
Attention. Self-destruct
Can you
sequence
reload so slow, lady?
Use the central elevator to evacuate immediately to the bottom level train platform.
Ow. Ow. Hey, you can't kill me when I'm saying my friend's about to kill me. That'd be fucking wild. Hey man, I will throw
If
a
I can
grenade at the
somehow
ground.
pull this off with the 3-minute countdown, that's insane right now. What? Okay.
Get out of here.
Self-destruct sequence initiated. Use the central elevator to
Press room. Open. Club key.
bottom level train platform.
Okay, joint plug. Oh, now you're in an item box? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. It's in the... Okay, pause. This. Teleport. This one. This one.
Self-destruct sequence initiated. Use the
Okay,
central
this.
elevator
This. Where's my joint plug? There it is. Okay.
to evacuate immediately to the bottom level train platform. Attention. Self-destruct sequence.
Wait, I can't.
initiated. Use
What?
the central
Um,
elevator to evacuate
I can't. It's
to
the
bottom
elevator's
level train
gone.
platform. 3 minutes until
Elevator Chan, no. Elevator, I loved you so much.
Huh. Huh, huh, huh.
Oh, elevator.
detonation. Attention. Self
Maybe if I just die.
Initiated. Use the central elevator to evacuate immediately to the bottom level train platform.
Maybe if I just let the time go. Yeah, this elevator won't move now for me.
Well, let me save.
Yeah, definitely save.
Self-destruct sequence
2.5 minutes, basically.
central elevator to evacuate immediately to the bottom level train platform. Attention. Self-destruct sequence. Initiated. Use the central elevator to evacuate
Doesn't look very good, does it, Claire?
bottom level train platform. Attention. Self-destruct.
Is there a load? What is this? Is this gonna screw me though, is the real question here.
Initiated.
Okay, it does.
Sequence initiated. Use the central elevator. Sequence initiated.
Put the grenade in your mouth, sucker. Hey, a long barrel. Hey, finally got your gun.
I don't know what to do now. It's not
locked?
like it's not. Yeah, it's not. I just did to receive all my shit again, and it's not even there either. Like I don't know what to do here because this lift will not move.
Like it loaded back to with you still having the thing.
Use the central elevator to evacuate.
Going.
So does it give me? All right, it's not giving me your. All right, hold on. Load.
I think there's a force item command if you can type it out.
That's not the problem. The problem is that the thing is.
Oh, the elevator's just permanently gone now.
No, it won't. It's down. It won't come back up, so I can take it now.
That's what we in the business would call not very good.
Initiated. Use the central elevator to evacuate immediately.
All right, so
Maybe even.
what if I load?
Bad.
I load this one. Is this far enough back? And then I just give myself the joint plugs.
That's what I would do.
Okay, so then how do I do that in Archipelago? Is it just give item?
Something like that. Should be at the very top of your thing.
Oh, release. Wait, no, isn't release all of them? One commands help, license options, admin, players,
I mean,
status, release,
you only have-
collect. Hold on. Hints. Item. Joint plug. Says found. Okay, so now, hold on. So if I do this. Okay. And now if I do receive items again. I don't think it's gonna do.
I also still need my canister.
It says found your. I think I did this and it doesn't do it.
I mean, you probably could just release both of all of them for right if it comes down to it.
Alright, yeah, I'm just gonna do release because I don't know why. It's like... Yeah, I don't know.
Mm. Yeah, West storage room's never done.
You can ask the server admin for a release. I am the server admin. What do you mean? Oh, / release? What?
I said talk to the manager.
I am the owner of this thing. What are you talking about? Okay, how about release?
Okay, so that's where we came from. Ain't shit over there. What's the canister called, Pink? Do you remember so I can look it up in mine? Is it an empty canister?
It's yeah, something like empty canister. Yeah, I don't know what to do. It's like, it's saying you have to really beat the game. But I am the host, so I don't understand. Release.
Did you mean bolt cutters? No.
Well, if you use the dispersal cartridge empty is what it's called. If you use the actual hint one and you start typing, it'll give a drop down. Okay, give item joint plug. Could not find command. Okay.
RPD streets just outside the gate.
Okay, so now let's but how do I get the other key back is the question. So now the other problem is I'm not getting the club key either, which you got after this save.
Yeah.
Key. So now I can't even go
Can I
back.
resend mine?
Yeah, can you?
Resend button. Maybe in the thing. Hold on. I'll go into the text maybe. What's the plug?
All right. Well, I haven't done the ladder yet here. All right. So what if I do receive items again here? I did it here already. All right. Receive items. Spade key, king plug, wristband visitor, combat knife, club key, joint key. Okay. Joint plug. Okay.
Before you.
I don't know. It seems like it seems like it's in here. Let's fucking see.
I would resave if you get it.
Oh my gosh, I know what's happening.
What?
My storage is full. I have to destroy items. Hold on.
Yeah, the grenades can all be stacked. They sit in a weird pile. And then I would combine gunpowder.
Oh my gosh, this is ridiculous.
Can you give me my cartridge?
Can I give you your cartridge?
Or grab it. It's on the street outside the police station, it says.
On the street outside the police station.
I'll give you the actual location as opposed to the thing that's just rambling around up
All right,
in my
hold on.
head.
If I
RPD
listen, if I can just beat this shit.
give it to me, then yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or if you can just beat it, yeah.
But I need to discard all my shit so that I can get all my shit back apparently. Because I'm thinking that's what the problem is. Because I can't pick anything else up. I can't store anything else. And it says that it's sending me these items. So I'm hoping. Okay, please be in here now. Please, please, please. No, it's not giving it to me. This is so crazy. Alright. I don't know what to do. Like, literally, I don't know what to do. I'm gonna have to take a couple minutes. I'm gonna have to just discard everything to make room. Good thing it doesn't move my time while I'm doing this.
Going pretty well, Goob. We're in the final stretch. Everything's breaking. This is a bad gun. I want the good one with all the bullets in it. gonna swap one to make. Bap, 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 bap. Where's the cool one? That one holds more bullets. More bullets means better. As we all know. As we know, why use many bullets when few bullets do trick? Because it's better and cooler. Thank you. No further questions. No further questions. Renderers type, plugin loader script. That's gross.
Alright, I'm going as fast as I can here.
Oh, whatever. I was just
No, I
criticizing
know. I'm
for
just
burping
saying,
at
like,
us.
this is like, I don't know how this happened,
Alright.
but this is crazy.
What happened?
I can't take any more stuff because I just have so much stuff in my box that like I can't take anymore. That it's like I can't get the new items that I
not
need.
to do that. You're gonna get a yeast infection if you keep putting stuff in there.
Yeah. I just can't take it anymore. Okay, so then I have to do this.
8.
I have to discard everything.
I'll go get that, look at the rooms in RPD.
And
It's my pocket. It's in my pocket, that's why.
If this doesn't work and I have cleared all of this out, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
He's so funny. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
detonation.
Oh my gosh, that.
Oh. I didn't realize he broke the ceiling there.
Thank you for the follow.
I saw. Meow. Okay, fire cube. I feel like this would also be crazy hard if we did it without any additional items and shit. That would probably be real fucking rough.
It's not giving it to me. All right.
Good.
So I'm going even further back then.
That's not good.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
I got some handgun ammo for you. Don't worry, I know you needed it.
Yeah, I definitely need
Aaron
it.
made rice, and I tossed mine with half ginger, lemon, canned tuna, and half soft tofu with peanut sauce and chili crispy. That sounds yummy. That sounds very yum. Okay, and I can't do anything in West Storage room. There's secret items. Star's office, right?
Okay, hold on. Oh, hold on a second. That's not the right game. Hold on.
Are good things happening?
No, I loaded my old one on accident.
Oh. Cause beanie, 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 beanie.
Hi, Riven. All right, I have to figure something else out real quick. I've got to be able to get...
Yeah, that was both of them.
I don't know what to do, Dirge. I literally don't know what to do. I can't. Like, it's just not...
Can you? There's not a place to teleport to after that, is there?
That is the place, and then you're supposed to take the lift down, and it just won't.
Use the central elevator to evacuate when needed.
Nerd.
Alright, hold on.
It's what, the final elevator?
Escape shaft platform is what it's called.
Self-destruct sequence initiated. Use the central...
Alright, hold on. Let me try one more thing. Load game. Go away. Okay, lab bottom lift. Find the plugs. There we go. Okay.
Self-destruct sequence
Okay.
initiated.
This is where I was. Now, is my shit in here, or is it still too full? It's sending it to me, but my storage box is full. Like literally, I would have to spend the next however long getting rid of every single thing, and then re-getting every single thing again.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm not allowed in there. I just teleported myself here like a crazy. Well, it's not really about Pink being a gamer. It's more about shit being broken. Because gamer is one thing. Broken. That's dangerous. Hmm. Since you don't know what to do, would you mind triggering my canister so I can push through my side of stuff?
Yeah, I think it's still gonna put me in the countdown though, so hold on one moment.
Okay.
And what do you mean by outside RPD? Where?
It says... Turn to a Pink song. I really love Pink song. It is... RPD Streets, just outside gates. Leon A.
I don't know where that is and how to get there.
Okay.
Is that like where Ada is? Like when you have to go to the gun shop?
Let's see. Probably, yeah, that's RPD Streets. RPD Streets, RE2R. Are you still alive? I feel like I have killed you so many times. So many times. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's not good for you.
Give me just another minute or two to try this. If this doesn't work, I will, I guess, try to walk backwards there to where your stuff is.
Yeah, that's a weird one. This is a weird one, isn't it? Got a weird guy right there. There you go, weird guy. Come on. You ain't got no more orbs. Huh? Ain't got no more orbs. Ooh.
Dude, what's up?
I slept in on waking you up. I'm so sorry. Mi colpa. Simple man. Simple sleepy man.
Why are you not registering the up that I'm pushing?
Uppies.
Puppies.
Uppies. Acting uppies. Hey kid, you want a shot in the head? Hey, you really do look fucked up, Sherry. You sure you don't want to play a zombie? I don't think we're making it out of this one, Sherry. World's all messed up. Shit's disappearing. I think your weird dad might win this one. How is it 9 though? It's Sunday. Sunday always goes by quick. Got any Mr. Raccoons down there? Yeah, definitely that.
Especially when you're unconscious. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah. I've taken a lot of stuff out. I'm trying it one more time. I wish it would prioritize stuff though, you know. Joint plug. Let's go. Okay, Dirge. It worked.
Yay! Yay!
Okay. I just had to keep deleting more stuff until I could fit it all. Alright, where'd you go, joint plug? There you are. Double joint plug. Alright. Should be good to go now. Let's go. Make the run, Leon. Make the run. Yep. There we go. Elevator's still up. Oh, okay. We got it now. We got it now.
Until detonation.
Hold on. It is doing this, though. Which it does when.
Is this a fucking joke?
Seven minutes until detonation. Attention.
All right. Here we go. Here we go. Fucking joint plug. Let's go.
You have arrived at the bottom level.
There you go, Dirge.
Yay! 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 Okay.
Your BRB is still up and all that bouncing around.
Okay. I was reading my phone. I was reading my
Oh, you're
phone.
good, you're
I was
good, you're good,
checking.
you're
I was
good.
checking some things.
Just doing the things. Just doing.
I was checking some things. Key items. There's my battery for that thing. I hope I don't have to go fucking back up there. I don't wanna. I don't wanna. Paladuke, welcome in. Welcome in. Glad to have you. You're here right for the tail end of this randomizer.
Right at the end. Right at the end. But yeah, now you should have everything at least that I have unlocked.
I think, yeah, everything you had still in your world is now in mine.
That's what I'm saying. So like if any of your
Everything I
checks
have
are not
should be
here, they're
on
your
mine.
own.
No, they're our own. We're a team.
Right. They're
God.
both of our checks for sure.
Yes. When you say it like that, it doesn't feel like you mean it.
I do mean it.
I do.
Oh, you're just fast traveling all willy-nilly. I was still running. I was only fast traveling when I was stuck.
Oh, I was fast traveling constantly. What, you got?
You're fast traveling
you got
all
loop running
willy-nilly.
around
I'm
in your
still
head?
running back and forth unless I got stuck.
Yeah, I was treating this shit like Skyrim. You give me a fast travel.
I'm going to exploit it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, get in there, dispersal cartridge. Solution is required to begin. Well, yeah, I forgot about that part. Shut up. Yeah, how about you shut up? Don't make me feel like a big idiot. Shut up. Don't make me feel like a big idiot. Where's the goop? Goop. Where's the goop? Where's the goop? B1. Goop is in drug testing. Goop, 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 goop. Haven't been so anti. I wish I hadn't been. I haven't been so anti survival craft lately. Like, I feel like I've just been bouncing off them so fucking hard. Like the meat of what we usually play together. It's like the meat of what we usually play together. This is a bummer. This is a bummer. Mr. Empty
There
Canister,
also
you
just
go in
haven't been
there.
any good ones around, so there's also that.
No. Taste change. Yeah, I
Also that
definitely
too.
am prone to like game burnout when it comes to certain game types. Like, I love roguelites, and I just haven't touched a roguelite until Spire 2. Yeah, the best survival craft is Death Stranding, as we all know. Pretty damn good survival craft. It's funny that no one ever calls it that. It makes me very happy.
I didn't even think that that's remotely close to what it was.
Yeah, I mean, you collect resources the whole time. You're just building shit from place to place. Like, the bridges and stuff like that are, all built with resources that you collect from the environment.
Mm.
It's also funny, too, because, like, I think you said it and someone else said, like, they've tried to watch people play it and they're always just walking.
Yeah.
And it's like, so, yeah, a lot of people assume that there's nothing else in there. There's actually, like, a lot of shit.
And that's the
There's
thing, is
health,
people
water,
are like, oh, Death Stranding, and I'm
stamina.
like, they're like, what is Death Stranding? They're like, oh, it's so hard to explain. I'm like, okay, everybody says that.
It's a survival craft. So the story is that you're reconnecting America. So it's a scaled down map of America with all of like our geographic shit, and you're trying to connect all these different little bases of like these preppers that exist out there in the world. And yeah, so it's just, I mean, it's basically walking. I mean, like, it sounds boring, but it's actually, like, it's a very fun to traverse environment, I guess I should say. Like, kind of like those real peaks of, like, Breath of the Wild, I guess. Like, if you really enjoy when you can get into exploring, it's got that feeling to it.
Okay.
Where you don't even necessarily, like, oh, I'm just engaging with the gameplay. Like, I'll just fuck off. It is kind of like a sci-fi postal service, essentially. You are the postman that is grooving to all their love letters.
Like I said, every time I've ever tried to watch somebody who's been telling me it's so good, it's always just like walking. And I'm like, well, like,
Actually,
what's
I'm not
like
broken.
the
It
story?
goes on sale on Steam.
They're
I'll
like,
buy
well, I
the
don't
first
want
one
to
for
tell
you.
you.
'Cause it's...
I'm like, no, I'm asking because like I don't think there's a story here.
Yeah. Yeah, the base story is that there's like a convergence event where the afterlife meets the real world, and these things called beach things start appearing. And beaches are like representative of like the afterlife, and so basically just a bunch of bad shit starts happening. Like you're the main character, and this is all in like the first 10 minutes. I'll give you like a 10-minute synopsis.
Okay, yeah.
You're the main character, Sam, and you can't die. You're what's known as a repatriate. You basically you get to the beach as you die, and then you get sucked back to the real world, which is useful. But also very painful because like you get like just like random pains and shit like that, and like everyone's got like different weird shit that happens. And like their skin aging for some people, other more horrendous stuff in the second game that I won't get into. But the way it works though is basically he gets contacted by his mother, who's the head of America, the last head of America after the convergence event, and she asks them to help try and reconnect the networks that got destroyed, because everyone's kind of like living on their own. So you're connecting all these isolated people and trying to help rebuild the world and the strands of communication between the groups. That's why it's called Death Stranding, because you're connecting like you're essentially connecting like strands of networking. Yeah, it's about the connections we form. Kojima is one of those people who will tell you exactly what he means for the most part, and then there's like subtext that's really fun and cool characters. But the story itself is fun, and the acting's great because, like, I mean, it's got Lea Seydoux, Guillermo del Toro, what's his face, Mr. not Negan, Negan's friend from The Walking Dead that everyone loves.
Mads Mikkelsen.
Mads Mikkelsen. Yeah, Mads Mikkelsen's fucking great in the first one. If you're a Mads Mikkelsen fan, that's another great reason to give it a watch.
Give it a watch.
But yeah, or give it a play. I think it's a very good game. If it goes on sale and I see it, I'll snag the first one for you.
Interesting.
Cause that goes on sale at a dirge price. That's what I like to call any game under $20.
Brosa kept taking a shower in that game for some wild reason. Yeah, no, I totally could not relate to something like that.
It was really fun because Broseph kept getting embarrassed. Like, why is he winking at me? Please stop.
Do you have the other stuff first?
Yeah, I just got it.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, you were doing the puzzle. That's right. That's
yeah.
right.
I think the sequel to Death Stranding might actually break my top 5. That's how good it is. I don't know what my top 5 would be, but I think it'll be in it.
You know what's really funny, and I don't want to ruin anything for you, so I'm not gonna tell you like details, but I happened to flip through Twitch earlier, and I saw a clip of somebody playing it. Like I popped in their stream while they were playing it, and it was such an absolutely wild, over-the-top fight. Like the cutscene, it was so absolutely wild cinematic, and I was just like, what is this fucking game?
Because you finally saw something other than walking. You're like, wait, no. So
I saw something other than walking, but it wasn't like, oh, a shootout, haha, shootout. Like it was like fucking wild, and I was like, what is this game? Like, what actually is it? Who is this? What is this? Why can he do this? What is happening?
Death Stranding.
Yeah,
right.
Specifically Death Stranding 2 was the one I was talking about.
Yeah, Death Stranding 2 gets a lot crazier. Yeah, I had a pretty crazy shootout last week. Yeah, the combat's fun. I actually think it's like some of the better combat. Kojima he puts too many buttons in things. That's like one of my very, very few Kojima complaints. Is like, man, you need like 4 less buttons or like a controller guy.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it gets a little bit confusing, but like again, I think the sequel's amazing. I think the first one's really good. But yeah, you're just a guy trying to reconnect the world after death kind of came and ended and destroyed shit.
It's supposed to be
if people die and they aren't properly disposed of, they explode and leave craters in the ground like nukes.
It's crazy that some things were like key items. Like the level 3 key card stayed the level 3 key card for me, and hopefully it stays it for you. But either way, you have everything unlocked. But it's just like, but the fucking joint plug didn't stay the joint plug, and then like I was at the countdown of the end of the game.
I feel like a lot of times when I've seen people do these like randomizers, it doesn't randomize a lot of the small items. It tends to stick to just the key items. And yeah, that is kind of weird that they were like, because like I feel like you should either like, it should almost be able to be all or nothing, right?
I mean, maybe I should have played it safe and I should have made sure I had that given to me beforehand, but like how would I have known that? And like also how much backtracking did we have to do? You had to go find the photographs, open the photograph thing to get the key, and then I had to open the key. Like we had to do a lot of backtracking to get it.
Yeah, I think it was one of those just where I don't think Archipelago is gonna be perfect every time.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I think part of the issue is like the best way to fix any problems we were gonna have would.
I
have
see now.
been
Did you break
watching
it?
Someone else play
So
through these
when
games.
you came in and I was just spam deleting my entire inventory, it's because when we had been playing and going back and forth for so long, and when this game, when you're not close enough to an inventory box, it doesn't put it in your inventory, it puts it in your inventory box. So my inventory box was full. It was too full. It was full of like grenades and like ammo and shit, because that's what Dirge had been picking up the entire game for me. So when I actually needed an item to be sent to my box that was picked up, I had to delete all of my stuff and I had to resend all of my stuff so it would resend it. So like we broke it, but at the same time, like the reason it was broken is because I couldn't receive the inventory in the first place. Like it was all fucked up. And then I didn't have the piece so at the very, very, very end of the game, you're in an 8-minute countdown and you have to escape. And at the very bottom of like the runaway is a lift, and there's a power supply, there's a power coupling right on the table right before you go to the lift. So like without knowing that I wouldn't pick it up on the way down there, I went down there and I was locked out because I didn't have the power to turn the elevator on to get out. So we had to go back, and Dirge had to go back, and he had to find something in a different room, which unlocked a different room for me that I had to go back to. So we just had to do a lot of backtracking to get this thing, and it was just a little annoying. Yeah. And then after we backtracked and got the item, I couldn't receive the item because my inventory was full. So we backtracked, got the items we needed, and then I couldn't receive them because my box was full. So I had to delete everything in my box, start over, and re-receive everything using the mod.
I mean, yeah. It's crazier when you consider the fact that
that you said it earlier in stream. You fucking said it.
Use typer to teleport to visit areas you visited previously. If you skip ahead, you might soft lock, and it's like, damn, dude, I don't know. Maybe you should have been like, you will probably soft lock somewhere on there. That's what it should have said.
But it wasn't. The gate wouldn't open. Like I could not progress.
Yeah, that was almost a hard lock.
I had all 3 tokens, and I put all 3 tokens in there, and it wouldn't open. So like it would not open. I absolutely had to fast travel and push myself through. Like I literally was stuck. My gate would not open. Right. So if that soft locked me, then that's wild. But also, you know what is kind of funny? I didn't miss anything. There's no other trigger. And eventually I did get Mr. X to trigger, so I'm not really sure what was happening there. B, unfortunate. Yeah, Dave. We had a couple things where event triggers wouldn't happen.
It's fun though. I had a fine time.
I had a great time. I really had a great time. I loved it. I thank you for doing this with me. I really, really had a good time.
Yeah, I like these games. I'm glad you got into them, because like I remember just yesterday you playing your first Resident Evil game and being like, I don't know if I like these.
Just yesterday, 3 years ago.
I don't know how I feel about these fucking video games.
Well, 7 and 8 are a weird introduction to the Resident Evil series.
That's a crazy place to start. Which is interesting though, because that's where the series kind of popped back up again.
But like, you don't know anything. You're like, there are fucking mold people in like the swamp, like, you know, like it's just like I thought it was zombies. Like you're so confused, and then you go back and it's like you see like the evolution into like Las Plagas, and then the evolution into like the mold, and like so you can like see once you go through the games. But like when you do 7 and 8 and you're like, I thought this was fucking zombies, and there are mold people and a fish man and a giant vampire lady, like what?
Man, yeah.
And a doll.
Yeah, you really don't get that kind of crazy. I mean, the spiders, I guess, are creepy in 3. Nemesis himself is like a really cool, creepy character design, but it still has that kind of like zombie-esque, like grotesqueness. But
like Mr. X and Nemesis make sense, because it's like this was the virus that we took and we tried to like weaponize it, and we made these like super zombies. Like they're brainless, but like they're super tough, you know. So it makes sense. But then the evolution, like even like the evolution to 4 to like Las Plagas was like it was just weird. It was just interesting to me. Yeah, virus parasite combo. Yeah. But also remember, I played 7 and 8 first, and then I played 5 and 6 with Yaga, and so I like went backwards, and like Las Plagas was in 5, and I was like, I don't understand.
Like, you started these, huh?
I don't understand.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I was like, that can't be. Time hasn't passed in my life.
But now it all makes sense. Ethan's hands. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier, Dave, about how like the whole time I was playing 7 and 8, I was like, Ethan, stop. Ethan, no. Ethan, don't touch that. Ethan, stop. Ethan, don't touch that. Don't put your dick in it. Don't put your dick in it.
Ethan, come on, man. That's you know you're gonna lose that hand now.
It's insane, bro.
You know that hand's not staying on your body.
Yeah. I like how all your stuff is gonna say already checked or collected unless it's yours.
What, you don't like fucking grenade? You're too good to get hit by grenades? I can't run anymore? What the fuck?
The C virus. Don't put your dick in it, yeah.
Are you dead? Yeah, good job, man.
Dead. Good fight. Are you ready for an all-knife run of Village now? Honestly, I think I would need to replay them, like, just one more time to, like, replay the run, because it's been a couple years, and then I could try.
I don't even know that I would want to do.
But 7 and 8 are ones where the knife has, like, durability forever, right? Like, doesn't break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's just so many fast enemies in 8.
Yeah. 9's the only one you haven't knifed only. I'm sad that Brit's not here for this because I'm really curious. Village has mods. Yeah, but it's not Leon.
You could probably swap him for Leon.
Oh, have you seen there's a mod to swap Grace and Leon's character models in Village? So, like, you can make Leon, like, to be all, like, pussy and, like, scared and, so like, funny. Grace's scenes, and then you can make Grace all badass with, like, the fucking Requiem gun and shit.
Is that not even a challenge for 9 to do knife only?
I don't think you can do knife
only.
Well, they said that there's, like, for example, like, 2, you can do knife only in 2, except for the alligator, the gator. You have to shoot the alligator. So, like, that's, like, the only exception that they let you do. Like, you can do a knife-only run, and it will count if you have 1 bullet in your... Because you have to shoot the thing for the alligator. If you do Leon.
Steve-o, you silly little guy.
I was watching runs, GDQ runs the other day. Well, yeah, what do you what's in 9 that makes it impossible? I was happy to see you get some S ratings. Some of them were tough, but I was too. Yeah. I think I got 1 in my Leon no heals is an S rating because it wasn't 2.5, it was 2.5 hours and it was no heals. And then I think I have a Resident Evil 3. My Resident Evil 3 one save file is also an S. The bike sequence. Yeah, but wouldn't it auto-equip a gun for you no matter what? Like, even if you don't have any in your inventory, wouldn't it automatically equip one? Then they don't count. Then they don't count in official runs, like on like speedrun.com official runs. If the game forces you to do it, like it auto-equips it, then you don't have a choice. Then it counts. So like that, if you have 0 weapons in your inventory and you get on the bike and that bike auto-equips that gun, then it still counts in a run. In a knife-only run. Escape sequence in the lab. Maybe.
What the fuck am I missing?
Shouldn't be missing anything. Did you get everything out of your box? You have your level 3, right?
I got my level 3. I went in there. I killed guy. I just gotta take that lift on to the other side.
So you have to go to the
maybe?
other
Is there
side and
lift
get
on the other side?
yeah,
Yeah.
the virus. Or the cure, whatever. You can't run the girl off with a knife? Yeah, but you can avoid the girl the entire time. No, you can just avoid her the entire time. I didn't.
What's that?
My first playthrough,
In Grace's section? Yeah,
yeah.
I don't think
I never
think on my
fought the
second
girl as
playthrough I
Grace.
didn't.
The cranks? Nope. Never. Nope. I
think the first
I baited her into light sections. I just carried power with me, and I would run to sections, and I could. No, not even eat damage. No, absolutely. Go watch my playthrough. 100%. I'm telling you right now. All I did was I just took power, and I went from power to power to power, rotating the power things around, and I would just stay in the light until she would burn. What about when she ambushes? Yeah, no, you can watch my playthrough.
There's a way around the ambush because I did it on my first run.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember which pathing it is for that one. Because I got on my very first run, I only got hit on one of those, and then on my second run I got hit on all of them, and it was frustrating me really bad. And I died more on the second run than I did the first time through.
Yeah.
Because the first time through I hit a couple free clears.
If she's chasing you, she doesn't ambush. Yeah, but that's all I would do is I would literally just go from like lighted areas to lighted areas, and I would wait for her to follow me and get burned and go away, and then you would know you'd have a couple seconds of free. Yeah, bulldozer would be an exception because there's no way to do it without. Yeah, so that's according speedrun.com rules would be like if there's zero way to do it without, then it's an exception. Because you can't throw weapons. But yeah, but that's what I did. That's what I did, Mike, is I would go to a section that was lighted, and I would wait for her to burn herself and then go away, and then you would know I have like 30 seconds to get from this point to this point before she's like active again. And that's what I would do, is I would pick up my power couplings or whatever, and then I would run to the next place, put my power coupling in so it was lit, go do what I would need to do, come back to my lit area, take my power coupling, and like etc. Like I just kept rotating power couplings. I know that's not what they're called, but you know what I mean. But when you're like lighting up the areas and stuff, yeah. When it chases you around before you melt her. Where you have to flip the switch? Like, and so the very, very end is like flipping the switch? Yeah, you can just be faster than her.
Yeah, the 3 switches is what I think me and Pink are talking about, right? That's what I was talking about, the 3 switches. I know 2 of them you can turn on with no damage. But if you're doing knife only, you can play on easy, right? So that's like...
Yeah, but some people
you got
do
the
like
health regen. You can still eat.
Maybe I'm misremembering. Are you talking? So like you're talking about like the very end one where you have to like it's the one that's like stuck where you have to like hold down F when she's like coming. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can just be faster than her. I did that.
Yeah, that one. That one
yeah.
you can outspeed. You have to hold it and not let off.
Yeah,
is what it is.
Basically,
the
like
prop shows
she'll
the
be running at
shows
you
up
while
she's
you're
dropping.
there, but as long as you can run there fast enough while she's in the process of running to you and hold that F, she can literally be like over your head and you'll get pulled into the cutscene.
And then the one with the little storage room fucked me on my second run because you have to go into the storage room. No, that's the one I'm thinking of. That's the one with the storage room. You have to go into the storage room first before you go for the switch.
Yeah, you would just eat damage in that one that you can't get out of. Yeah, but I know the switch one you're talking about where you have to hold F and then she comes at you. Yeah. That one you literally if
went out without damage.
You can just run through it. Yeah, and just literally outspeed her if you just don't screw up. Hi bestie, how's it going? How you doing?
Britt, we were just saying we wished you were here.
Yeah, I was just talking about your plan for me. We're just watching Dirge finishing his game.
Come on, kid. I love how fucking Claire's like, all right, kid.
Run! And you're just like running, yeah.
Yeah, good fucking luck. There's zombies back there, but like, whatever, kid. Who fucking cares?
There's exceptions, but it's doable. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's definitely
Yeah,
doable.
I think it'd probably be. I get what you're saying about there being more than like a singular exemption like some games, so that does
So,
make
like one
sense.
or two you can. Yeah, exactly. Like it's not like. Yeah, exactly. Well, like I said, 2 has the one exception as well if you're playing Leon. You have to shoot the gator. The pipe.
Yeah, get your ass over there then if you can open it from the other side. Come on.
But as Claire, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't I say? I was like, I think I can. I think even I can do it in like 5.5 hours. Maybe Archipelago could be like under 8, and I still did 5:41.
Oh, what for this run?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean we could have shaved an hour off that easy.
Oh yeah, if we didn't. Yeah, that first little area where we kind of soft locked ourselves.
Come on, kid, we gotta get out of here.
Even 8 is silly. Knifing Heisenberg's metal monster is crazy.
7's pretty easy comparatively. Like not like difficulty wise, but it's got a good knife.
I don't even like. Is it bad that I don't even remember like what any of like the big fights were in 7? Wait, 7 had the chainsaw fight with Papa, right?
Yeah, you do a garage fight with Papa.
That one pissed me off. The chainsaw fight pissed me. I remember getting really frustrated with that one because it went on forever. Like I thought I was doing something wrong because I was doing it forever. And I was like, is there another gimmick I'm not doing? Like, I don't understand. And everyone's like, no, you're doing it right.
The enemies in 7 definitely have the biggest HP bars, it feels like.
It felt like it took so long hitting that man with the chainsaw. And I was like, there's no way right now that this
Found your
takes
GM79 sent to the item box. Really glad we got that at the last second. Is that a fucking gun? You gave me a gun as my last pickup?
Yep. Did it actually give you the machine gun? Oh, because you need it to finish.
Yeah, I think it's probably an ammo thing.
It's amazing. I don't remember. I have to literally look. I don't remember like any bosses from 7.
So so you've got the first Jack fight in the garage, you've got Chainsaw Jack, you've got Bug Mom.
Bug Mom, I remember. Yep. Okay, Bug Mom, I also remember.
And then.
Okay.
And then you've got
the baby. Is the giant baby 7 or is that 8? The giant mutant baby.
There's a giant baby in 8.
That's 8. Okay.
That's 8. Then Rose at the end. Big Jack. Yeah, Big Jack. I forgot about Big Jack. Yeah, you fight Jack 3 times.
Yeah, so it says Mia in the attic, Jack in the garage, Jack in the basement, Marguerite in the old house, Marguerite in the greenhouse, Jack in the boathouse mutation, Mia in the secret tape, and then Eveline in the salt mines guest house.
Please don't kill me in the last fucking throes of this.
Alright, and then Resident Evil 8 bosses. Okay, so it goes Bella, Cassandra, Daniela, Lady Dimitrescu.
Fuck them up, dude.
Donna and Angie in the Beneviento.
Would have been nice if I would have taken that shotgun out of my box, huh?
Salvatore Moreau. The giant werewolf. The
Man, you got a lot of eyeballs.
Heisenberg,
You ugly ass, crooked ass bitch. Damn, I actually got a fucking loss here. Fuck you. Fuck you. Let me get back in my box, bro.
It's crazy how much Lady Dimitrescu was like hyped as like.
Wait, me or.
You know, like she was like, oh, Lady Dimitrescu, Resident Evil 8 Limited, and she's the first boss. Like,
Yeah.
the first big boss, like.
I think they like kind of did that. Did I just fucking do the dumb
I mean,
thing?
obviously they don't want to give you the end one, but like, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's like it was smart, but it's also like you do feel kind of cheated.
Yeah. I mean, like it was a few hours in. Like I think by the time you get through the castle and you get to the Dimitrescu fight, you're still 8 hours in. You know? Well, hold on. How long was my whole... I think my whole Resident Evil 8 playthrough was 12 hours. So maybe, like, by, like, hour, like, 6 or, like, hour, like, 5, I was fighting Lady Dimitrescu. It kept hype up a hill. That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't want to give it away, but it's just so funny that it was like, Lady Dimitrescu. And then it's like,
well, yeah, also because
right
she's
there.
still the only character from that people remember.
I remember Heisenberg, but that's because of Neil Newbon.
Well, I mean, like, general populace, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you're not gonna see a fucking porn star pretending to be Mia.
You may.
But I'll be damned if Lady Dimitrescu still isn't pulling numbers, you know?
Yeah,
As
my fight,
Mia?
Ray,
No.
you should have seen. My fight was like 4 shots because I had my rocket launcher.
I gotta go. Baby. Yeah, people do remember the baby. I was saying people... Never mind.
Yeah, I remember the baby. The baby traumatized me, though. Yeah, at this point in the game, I had, like, nothing unlocked, and then suddenly I just had, like, a few weapons, and I was like, fuck it. I'm going hard. Dirge had been sending me every single thing, and it was like, herbs. I'm like, can I have a shotgun, please? Can I have a grenade launcher, please?
Can I please have...
Can I please have anything other than my base pistol I start the game with? No. No, you may not.
That's crazy. They took my,
No, it's right
how
below
did I
it.
lose my fucking... Oh, there it is.
It's right below it.
Yeah. It looked different, okay? I got confused.
I know, as I'm helping.
I got confused. There you go. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's the Dimitrescu daughters. Cassandra, Bella, and Daniela.
Leon's first day doesn't have any access to any big arms. True.
No, I
His
would
big
have
arms
got
were
the
hidden
shotgun if it was normal progression. Shotgun carried me so hard my first playthrough. Oh, 3 shotgun shots in a licker's face.
What the fuck did I do? Did I do something wrong here? Did I not put in the fucking keys? I probably didn't put in the fucking keys, did I? Sure, these are all Gotham stuff. Yeah, they were Lady Dimitrescu's daughters.
Yeah, that's what I said, yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Alright, buddy, I got a lot of fire. Your name on it.
I love that they've kept the S in his name. Forever. Like, it's just Leon S. Kennedy.
Are you? Yeah, I'm sure I'll have fun with it.
Is that the one it's like, it's still...
To the last one with tank controls.
Yeah, I was like, it's still old, but it's like the new one of the
Yeah,
old
it's like the original remake.
Yeah, I have
for
that one, and
GameCube.
I just watched somebody else play it. TBH. You were almost a Jill sandwich.
You're right.
Leon Skennedy.
Hey.
So I have to do it for 4 now as well because I've done it for the other 2. So my Steam review for Resident Evil 2 and my Steam review for Resident Evil 9 simply just says, what, Dirge?
What?
What does my review for Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 9 say?
Leon Kennedy.
Leon
Thumbs
S.
up.
Kennedy. It's all my review says.
Recommend.
Recommended. Why? Leon S. Kennedy. Screenshot noises. Several screenshot noises.
I'm gonna need you to get your bitch ass down here, sir. Mr. Father of the Year. Get your ass on that train. Man, they made you so much nicer in the Resident Evil movie. The first one.
Yeah, and then there's Welcome to Raccoon City, which I'm just like, why?
A very silly movie. I didn't mind it.
I didn't
but,
mind
like,
it either. Like, you can
yeah.
tell that they tried to, like, keep the story there, but, like, the casting was so wild that I'm like, bro.
I would have been fine with it, I think, if it was just not... Like, if they were just like, this isn't Resident Evil, I'd be like, oh, yeah, no, this is a fine movie, it was fun.
And they
But it was, like,
they put Resident
just
Evil
close
1 and
enough
2
to
in the
annoy
same...
me.
Like, they put 1 and 2 together, like, in the same movie.
Yeah.
But not.
Hey, man, are you planning on dying anytime soon?
Welcome to Raccoon City. The whole Lisa thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, it was just like they tried to keep it to the story, but then like they made choices that wasn't, and like they tried to make it Resident Evil 1 and Resident Evil 2 together, but like Leon and Claire like didn't do Leon and Claire, and I don't know. It was just very weird.
I didn't like how hungover Leon was.
They made him an idiot, and like Leon is not an idiot. He's just like naive.
Yeah,
You know?
well, yeah, it's just his first fucking day.
Right.
It's not that he's like...
Right. He's not stupid.
He just walked into
like,
there.
He
you
just
know?
is like, I don't fucking know what is happening. And also, like, the zombie apocalypse.
Yeah.
You have the battery. Oh, I
Wait,
gave you the battery now that I finished. I was like, you have the
Is there
battery.
another fight in here? I don't think there's another fight, but I'll take this just in case, I guess.
And also, like, I just don't like the guy that they chose to. Like, it's not even about, like, oh, he didn't look like Leon. He wasn't blonde hair and blue eyes and buff. Like, I was just like, this kid, like, he didn't play the part well. He didn't act well. He wasn't big and muscular. Like, he was like this scrawny idiot kid, and I just did not like it.
Yeah, which is like, I think it's fine for the character they wrote, but it's not fine for Leon, is my
Right.
take on that,
Right.
right? Like, I'm just like, yeah. So I'm like, if you weren't trying to make it, like, if it wasn't trying to be Resident Evil, I'd be fine with it. I'd be like, oh, it's just like a fun, campy little movie.
And like, fill in some
Leon's
gaps
not
for
a
me
very
in the
common
Resident
name.
Evil lore here, Mike. Are Chris and Claire orphans that like were from the orphanage, the Raccoon City orphanage?
No, I don't think so, Mike. That's a Mike question.
That's
I
what I
don't
said.
think
I
so.
said fill in some gaps in the lore, Mike.
Pretty sure no.
I was gonna say like that. I don't
Pretty sure hard no.
remember that being a thing.
I think Claire runs away from home.
Yes. But I imagine because it's not in 1, 2, or 3, that's addressed in a side story. They are orphans.
They
okay.
are orphan? Look, I hit you with so much shit, there's no way. Claire, you suck such balls.
So then what's the lore there? Oh wow, I've never seen that happen. Holy smokes.
Yeah, like what the fuck, man? Why did she? Her guns are such ass.
No, yeah, I have to say no because it'll fuck up Archipelago. That's why they're so close. Grew up in the orphanage after their parents died. Okay, so what game is that like revealed in? There's a Resident Evil TV show and it's trash, and it's like it's a Netflix show. It's a Resident Evil
like
Netflix
that
show, and it's so bad.
With Lance Reddick?
No. It's a new Resident Evil show, and it's like 2 young girls.
Yeah, with Lance Reddick. It was his last TV show.
Is it? I watched the first
he
couple
died.
episodes and I was like, I don't like it.
He's their dad. Very good in it. That's where it gets good, is when Lance Reddick comes in, because the first 2 episodes it's like a high school show.
Oh yeah, no, that is, yeah. I think I watched the first and a half episodes and I was like, I don't like this. I don't like this.
Yeah, I ended up thinking it was fine, but there's not any more of it, so there's no real reason to be like, oh yeah, good. You should watch this. It's good, because it's like you're never gonna get a fucking conclusion. Where's my hitty? Yeah. Quick draw. I think it would be the only time that was true is when it was able to do it originally, if that makes sense. Like now, I think there's just such an investment from fans that
Perfect
people
fodder for campy, corny BRC. But I feel like
will get upsetty spaghetti.
I feel like it also could be really. I feel like it also could be done really fucking cool. You know what I mean? Like it could go either way.
With Mila Jovanovic.
Yeah, but there's.
What do you mean?
But they are, but like they're not this. They're off canon. You know.
Right. I love that lady. Cause that's Claire trying to find Chris trying to find
Code Veronica.
Oh yeah, the one that no one can ever play because it's on the Dreamcast. No, they ported it to stuff. Can you please, yeah.
That continues the story of Claire and Chris Redfield after the Raccoon City incident, following them to a remote island prison and an Antarctic research facility. Considered a flawed gem by some, praised for its atmosphere, puzzles, and story, but criticized for its difficulty and dated controls. A Dreamcast exclusive, was later ported to PlayStation 2, GameCube, and received an HD remaster for PlayStation 3 and 360. Flawed by some. Yeah, I'll have to watch like a run through or a speed run or something. Wait, is that supposed to be Chris?
You're not? Like, what the fuck? What am I supposed to?
Is the guy? Is that supposed to be Chris? Is that supposed to be Chris?
Chris has had so many redesigns, it's not even funny. It's so funny how consistent they kept Leon's look through the entire series. Because he's the only fucking one.
Chris has just gotten wider, I feel like. Like, Chris's face has just gotten wider and more square.
Okay, you're not winning me any shit.
Why have they not, like, why won't they, like, HD, like, remaster 1 like this? Like, I don't understand why they skipped to 2 and they were like, no, we're not gonna do 1. Especially with how much 2 and 4 are, like, loved. Like, some people give or take 3, but...
But I think because...
Right, but I'm talking about modern controls
I think because
like this.
They started with 2 because of how popular 4 is. Because Leon's the most popular character. Leon and Jill, even though they don't do anything with Jill anymore, 3 is one of their most popular character stories, even if, like, long-term people are like, oh, like, a little bit whatever about the modern 3.
I was, honestly, when I was getting ready to play 3 and I was, like, looking up, like, how long it was going to take, because I like to do them all in one sitting, so that way I'm not, like, coming back to it and being like, what was I doing? So I like to do them all in one sitting, so I was looking up how long it was, and there was so much hate online for 3 Remake, and everyone's like, it's the worst remake, like, I don't understand why they did this, I don't understand all these choices. And I played it, and I really liked it. I really liked the story.
Yeah,
Like,
it
I
was
was
a
just
fun
talking to Dirge about it in stream earlier about, like, going to RPD as Carlos in 3 and seeing all of the things happening before you go there as Leon in 2. Like, I thought
It's
it was
awesome.
so... I was absolutely giddy when I was going in to RPD in 3 to see all the Easter eggs being played. Like, I was so giddy. I loved it so much. I thought it was so good. Carlos's hair in the rebank is so stupid. No, it's not. It fits him more than his other hair. His other hair was not ethnically correct. It's not stupid at all. Honestly, that looks like my ex-boyfriend who was Puerto Rican. So I don't disagree. I completely disagree. I think it fit him perfectly.
Big Carlos energy. What the fuck? Can I use needles on this guy?
I thought that too. Right? Like, what do you... it's absolutely Hispanic hair. Absolutely. No, Mercenary's gonna have hair like that. I was getting his eyes while he's trying to shoot. No.
But he's pretty.
But, like, women have... Like, Leon's hair would get in his face, too, with his little comb over. Like, the women's hair would get... Like, Claire has her hair in a ponytail, but she still has, like, a money piece hanging down. Like, none of their hair is... You know?
I just got all the exclamation points in Wolfie's statement.
I know.
Yeah.
Hair can be moved or secured. That's what I'm saying. Plus,
No,
when
it's
you're
fine.
running,
Shut-
when you're running and when
shut
you're moving, it'll move. It's also not that serious. Plus, it wasn't like so far. It was not like so far down in his. Like, I can still see like this. I can see through my hair. You know, like. I hope you like bullets, because I have a hell of a lot more. Yeah, you go, baby girl.
That's not the gun you can use. Okay, please pick a gun that's loaded. Thank you.
Feathered lethal cotton.
Actually, okay, I was about to be like, Jesus, I'm not doing this again. Leon!
Leon! Oh, you did it!
Leon!
Dodge, dip, duck, dive, and dodge.
Man, her, yeah, and I do remember why you wouldn't have liked her part, because her guns do suck. Makes her so much worse to play.
Yeah, Ada literally throws you a fucking rocket launcher at the end of this one. She's like, here you go. And I'm gonna fuck off and you're not gonna see me again for 2 more games. And then I'm not gonna tell you how I survived.
Four tons of irony. And dodgeballs. We'll see you later, Patches O'Houlihan.
A rocket launcher, you say? A bazooka!
A bazooka.
I like big bazookas, and I cannot lie. If you can dodge a wrench, you can.
We did
dodge
it.
all. You did it.
We did it. You're actually never gonna see her again. Leon's your boss, okay?
No, we actually
So don't
met
quit talking to him
yesterday.
like that. I'm going to HR, Sherry.
Would have been one hell of a first date, though. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. All right, Claire. We'll see you never. Good fucking luck.
Yeah, the women just. Who cares,
Yeah.
right? Fuck you.
That's Travis Grady going to Silent Hill. Yep. Fact.
Whatever it takes.
You know, I think that's the problem is, like, the Silent Hill people could probably survive, but most of them would just kill themselves. Most of them would just be like, I'm really depressed. I'm gonna kill myself. That's what I love about Silent Hill. Given a choice, most of the characters would die.
The Silent Hill person here, yeah.
Yeah.
So is it over? Oh, sweet, sweet child.
Well, until you get to F. She would survive. I think the main protagonist of F, she would be interesting. It would be interesting to play her into the Resident Evil universe.
What's her name?
But those are two totally separate things. Hinako, I think.
Hinako, that's right.
Yeah. But I see.
What'd you get?
Are you pokoping?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna pokopa.
Alright, we're gonna raid over to Pinxel. She's playing the new Pokemon game.
I'm
Oh, I got
gonna
the Unlockables.
pokopa. Yeah, I'm gonna go pee-pees and then I'm gonna pokopa.
Okay. Okay. Well,
Thanks
I had
for playing. That
fun.
was fun.
Yeah, I had a great time.
Yee.
Yeah, we're gonna send everyone over there, and I'll be hanging out with you guys. I'm gonna eat some food and smoke some weed, and I'll probably be chilling mostly. But
Yeah, thanks
alrighty.
for playing, Dirge.
All right, friend.
Bye.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Bye. All right. I am going to play some Pokopia. I think I'm going to end stream super duper fast and restart stream just so it's separate. If you guys are cool with that. If you guys is cool with that. Dirge, thank you for the raid. Thank you for playing. Haven't you beaten yet? No, but I'm close. And if not, then I guess it's just the way that it is sometimes. That's just the way it be sometimes. Dirge, thanks for playing with me. Thanks for the raid. But yeah, I'm gonna end stream super fast and then restart stream for Shumpercopia. So that way they're separated and I can very easily put the VOD together and I don't have to edit it as much. But now you guys can do. Yeah, her eel is broken. Hold on. Alright, give me just a moment. Hang out, please. I'm just gonna end stream super. Ellie, you're falling apart, girl. I know. She's falling apart. Hang tight, super duper fast. I'm just gonna end stream, restart stream, and we will Pokopia. So hang tight, please. Pretty please, don't go anywhere.